tumbling at mid-on, but again, well, from here, that's hitting off stump, I think. So it's a long way away, but working across, using the little bit of angle that Anderson gives him, but he's tapping the spot now, and that was pitching just about off stump and hitting off, I think. And hit off the middle of the bat, crisply to mid-on, so in fact so crisply the ball had to tumble over as he fielded it. 134 for 5. Anderson on his way, bowls short, wide of the off stump, and that's a poor shot from Babar. He rather fished at that. It would have been a very tame way of getting out. If he got a little nick through to the keeper, he was chastising himself, telling him off, and being tempted by a really poor ball. I think Anderson was trying to get the ball outside that off stump. He also misjudged slightly, but almost got him a wicket. 134 for 5. Deserted. And JS Bowl is one or two of the ground staff sitting now on the seats over on the left-hand side of the ground as Anderson runs away from us. Bowls. Oh, that's a beauty. Now that's a really good ball. And Babar was playing that straight too, but that pitched on the off stump and moved away, nipped away, and there's that bounce again. Now that defeated the batsman all ends up. That's way for the over to end. 134 for 5. Babar on 33. And Rizwan on 4. So if you're honest, joining us, well, we had a delayed start. Lunch will be at 1:30. Tea will be at 4:30. We can go through to 7:30 tonight. But if the clouds days like this, I don't think we'll get there. Andy, so you're waving at me down there.
Oh, I've got some line and length stats for you.
Oh, brilliant. I love line and length stats.
To your heart, no doubt.
Yeah, I love the line and length.
Looking at the ball tracking data from CricViz.
Okay. Here's Woakes on his way, bowls to Rizwan. Has not seen much strike. He's got runs here though. Just feeling for that outside the off stump and chopping the ball away down to third man. Is pursued by Bess, who pulls it back. And rather than throwing the ball to Sibley, he throws it to Buttler himself. And they've taken 3, haven't they there? Yeah, 137 for 5.
CricViz group lines and lengths into various categories, and in balls that they define as good line and length, which you talked about in the last test. England in this innings so far have bowled 52% in both good line and good length, and in 1,600 innings in Test cricket on their database going back to 2005, that's the 4th highest percentage by seamers, counting innings where seamers have bowled at least 20 overs collectively. So it shows how accurate and probing England have been in this innings.
Here comes Woakes again, and he bowls. That's a good line and length, I would imagine. Going to CricViz, it's played down to mid-on, and there's no run.
You missed that.
No, it's interesting. It is interesting, and of course it's
it is interesting.
Of all these things now. On your television side, a lot of data goes on the TV.
Yeah, I quite enjoy a bit of data. One thing I'll say though is these 4 bowlers, arguably.
Here's Woakes on his way. Bowls outside the off stump, moving away. I think I know what you're going to say. And I think you're going to say you're right.
No, I was just going to say English conditions. This is what these guys have grooved their whole career, right? That line and length, that one that brings you forward, induces the outside edge. Think about Woakes. I think his average at home is 20-ish, and away from home is 50. So that good length is what these guys have drilled in English conditions, and it's working, right?
You'd expect if Archer or Wood were playing, that figure wouldn't be as high.
Exactly.
In comes Woakes, moves in, bowls full, and round about Midland leg and tucked away for a single out to mid-wicket. And Babar goes to 34, and it's 138 for 5. Well, I mean, they'll be pleased with that as individuals. That data, presumably, and know that they've done their jobs.
Do we know if Wood's fit? He is, in theory, he's fit, is he?
I find out, I think so. There was rumours circulating, but it's hard to think how he might have got himself unfit unless he did something in the net. 138 for 5. Here comes Woakes again. Bowls, bit of bounce. Ball cutting back. Nice stroke from Rizwan. Did you engage in that golf game that they were playing yesterday?
No, I didn't. What was that downstairs?
Yeah,
I played a bit of golf.
Well,
I'm a bit of a bandit.
If you'd seen Mark Ramprakash putt that thing into the coffee cup.
Any good?
Yeah, first time.
Oh, he's that sort, though, isn't he? He is that sort.
Yeah, really annoying. And to be fair, Azhar did as well, but it took him a few goes. But into a disposable coffee cup, 20 odd feet away, in comes Woakes. Bowls. Oh, no, there's a wild shot from Rizwan. God knows what he was trying to do there. Trying to hit Woakes into the woods, I think. And a massive, expansive drive to a ball that just left him a little outside the off stump. It was a lovely ball with a hideous shot. He played that on one leg in the end as well.
It was almost both feet in the air, wasn't it? He completely misjudged it. I think he didn't realise how overpitched it was. Tried to drag his foot back and then tried to hit it before.
Brainstorm. Woakes is smiling, but I don't think the Pakistan teammates are very pleased we got out to that. It's a bit of a battle out there at the moment because not only are the conditions very conducive to swing bowling, but as the data tells us, England's bowlers are putting the ball just in the right place too. More often than not, Anderson's on his way. Bowl's very full. That's not on the right place. It is for Babar though. It's tucked away out to mid-wicket again. Now that will go for 4 more. He simply cannot bowl. Well, middle and off, even if it's that length, because it'll go through mid-wicket for 4. There's only a couple of men fielding in that sort of imaginary one-day circle. Again, Anderson just drifting. He would cross about that.
It was interesting yesterday looking at the sort of pitch, not pitch map, but where the ball has been scored all around the ground. And even though it's a low-scoring game, there was a good high percentage into that leg side actually. I think, especially with players like these who subcontinent conditions, they can use those wrists and elaborate. You just can't get shoes straight.
142 for 5. No wickets this morning. Anderson runs in bowls. That's nicely played by Babar. Sort of conventional defensive stroke, really. A little bit of swing for Anderson. And Crawley fields. He's got a big sweater on too, coming in there at an extra cover. Apparently, Root did say that Wood had a slight knock, but that he was still available for selection before the game, so it was a knock on his batting in the nets. Anderson on that sawdust runway, bowls outside the off stump, moving a little wider. I think that's a good line for Babar. Perhaps just a foot straighter than that, but it's probing away outside the off stump. He seems to be the sort of batsman who wants to get bat on ball. He wants to see the scoreboard moving. Not boundaries all the time necessarily, but just there are batsmen who get frustrated if they've got to let a lot go or can't score. And he's standing around about middle and off there from this perspective. Anderson runs in, bowls to him. Oh, he plays and misses. No foot movement, bit of bounce. Now he plays a lovely looking back defensive shot that he might have played, but at the time his feet were really rooted to the spot. He didn't move them at all and tried to force that through the covers. So Anderson's, well, he's beaten that outside edge a couple of times this morning. Both times on the back foot actually, interestingly, not the front. 142 for 5, 2 balls to go in the over. Babar back raised, waits. Anderson goes in, bowls to him, beautifully played. Ball on off stump, lent on the front foot, waiting for the ball to arrive. Anderson fields, gets to work on it, shining the ball on the back of his trousers. 142 for 5.
Good to see a little bit of swing, just thinking, just a couple of those deliveries from Anderson. Ball's 50 overs old. As you say, no traditional shining methods with sweat, but they're still just getting a little bit out of it.
Definitely. Here's the last ball of the over. Then goes Anderson, bowls, and that's slightly crookedly again played into the leg side by Babar. I wonder if he's just trying to steal a single there after the last ball and just nudge the ball into a gap. It looked rather like it. 142 for 5, then 20 minutes negotiated by these two safely enough. With Babar 38, Rizwan has 7, more from everybody, and then Atif is coming in here.
Yeah, it's one of those sort of tussle periods here. England coming out, bowling pretty well, testing deliveries. So far, a couple of loose shots, 2 by Babar, 1 by Rizwan, but they're still there. I think that's the vital thing. 142 for 5. Again, this partnership, they'll be wanting to add at least 50 between them, get them towards that 200 mark, and then it just starts to get them back in the game. So, yeah, the game's just in that little period, isn't it? And I think it's quite given yet, either way so far today.
Yeah, not enough to declare a winner of the session quite yet, as in comes Woakes, full delivery driven straight back to him by Mohammad Rizwan. I think Pakistan, they've managed to accumulate a few runs. They've put on another 16 runs today so far, without too much incident. There were a couple of plays and misses outside the off stump, but generally there's not been too much threat just yet. I think they'll be relatively satisfied, and notwithstanding some of this lack of foot movement from Babar outside the off stump, particularly with the ball moving away from him, they'll be relatively settled, I think. As Rizwan is on strike and Chris Woakes runs in and bowls, and Rizwan all the way behind that in defence pushes it into the covers. Woakes does the fielding himself, and no run is scored. Just a basic field, 3 slips in place, and man in the deep backward square leg. Overcast, it's still a little bit overcast. I wouldn't say it's as gloomy as it was this morning, but the floodlights are still on. Not all the way on. They never seem to be all the way on. Have you ever noticed that?
Yeah, they're just kind of just a little warmer upper of the day, right? Just a little
lift. In comes Chris Woakes once again, and just on a good length outside the off stump, moving away sharply. Well taken by Buttler behind the stumps, just in front of first slip in the end. Score is 142 for 5. 51.3 overs into this innings. Pakistan have a lot of work to do to get themselves back into this game. Of course, a lot of fans online, I noticed yesterday, were quite grateful for the weather. But then you think, well, there's still 4 days to go. So what do you think's going to happen? Chris Woakes running in once again. Bowls. Just beats the bat outside the off stump through to the keeper. Nearly got that outside edge. Just seemed off the surface and left Rizwan there. Just angled into him, moved away off the surface, and Rizwan just exhaled because he knew he got away from that one.
Yeah, he's done well there. He's not the tallest of batters, and he's had 2 or 3 today that have reared up just late at the line. Yeah, good bounce on this wicket. Interesting bounce.
He's really bending his back at the moment as Chris Woakes, as he comes in once more and bowls, and this time a little bit shorter outside the off stump and left with conviction by Rizwan. It was a very exaggerated leave that time as it went through.
Just noticed Woakes is using his crease a little bit more today. He's bowled a few deliveries a bit wider and trying to get that sort of real booming shape.
He kind of tends to deviate from those foot marks a little bit more, the run-up that's been established. Like you see Jimmy Anderson hitting them almost, with military-like precision, but Woakes deviates as he comes in once again, and full delivery this time driven right back to him by Rizwan. No run scored. That's the end of the over. 142 for 5. Good over that. Good pace as well from Chris Woakes. 84 is the official verdict, but it felt quicker. He's already coming in hard at the moment, these Pakistani batsmen.
It feels quicker as well when the ball's doing a lot more, isn't it? Like, that angled delivery, he just got that sort of almost boomeranged away, so he got a real sort of curve on the delivery, and when you're facing it, even if it's not the quickest, but it's moving all around the place, it feels a lot quicker.
Absolutely. Pakistanis have got to think about the situation that they're in. I mean, it's not unlike the situation that England were in on that last day in Old Trafford. Maybe that's the kind of counter-attack they need to think about, being a bit aggressive rather than waiting. As Jimmy Anderson comes in now with the good length delivery, just seen back in a little bit, but left alone by Babar through to the keeper for no run. 3 slips for Jimmy Anderson as well. Yeah, I mean, they could try and hang around and wait for the bad balls and things like that, but in these conditions it's not really likely to get easier anytime soon. There'll be a bizarre paradox as well, Pakistan, because they want to hang around for as long as they can, but equally they'd love to bowl in these conditions as well. With the likes of Abbas and Shaheen and Naseem. Anderson now in. He bowls good length outside the off stump, left alone once more by Babar as he stares down the spot that it hit on the pitch.
You feel these two will just bat naturally, right? But as soon as Yasir Shah comes in, because of the tail, I think that's where you'll see that sort of counter-attack bit of fun. So these two have got to just build this partnership. If they can add 50, 60 together, get to that 200, and then all of a sudden, just start ticking things over. But they've got time. They've got a lot of time left in the game.
It certainly is. expecting a total of 84 overs today, I believe. In comes Jimmy Anderson, just back of a length again, and that ball just sort of died in the pitch, left alone by Babar, I beg your pardon, on the bounce through to Josh Buttler, who cleanly collected it, did well. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Babar is the kind of player that accumulates anyway. So even in a defensive scenario, he keeps managing to rotate the strike and get those ones and twos away and puts away the odd bad ball and always scores it. We noticed this in the first Test match where Shan Masood was quite quietly going about his business, but Babar managed to go past him very quickly and was looking very fluent in the face of some strong bowling. Anderson in once again and just full length delivery, swinging away, left alone by the batsman, through to the keeper. Score remains 142 for 5. Good pace from Jimmy Anderson, 86 miles per hour. He seems to attack the crease. He's very different in his approach to the wicket as well, Jimmy Anderson, to Chris Woakes. Chris Woakes tends to change up his angles, whereas Jimmy seems very, very consistent on his run-up, and any kind of action he puts on it is more on his body and his wrist. In he comes once again, and this time the ball's been worked into the leg side, defensively by Babar, no runs scored.
Yeah, I think just looking at his foot marks, isn't it? It's very precise. We saw the players putting some sawdust in it, and it's almost exactly the same spot time after time. Very sort of repeatable with his run-in, and like you're saying, that's where the skill comes in quite late, using the wrist, using flight body action, whereas we've seen Woakes, for example, use the width of the crease much more.
Yeah, he's done quite well with it, to be fair. In comes Jimmy Anderson once again, and just back of a leg, left alone by Babar, shaping away from him. He did well to judge that one. 142 for 5 at the end of the over. Pakistan struggling to get runs away in these last few overs. England have held a very tidy line, just being patient and waiting for that mistake from the Pakistani batsman.
17 dot balls in a row.
There we go, the pressure builds. They won't be too worried about scoring rates and things like that. Pakistan, they'll know there's a ton of time left in the game, and the premium ready is on survival at the moment rather than accumulation. If you can do them both at the same time, put pressure back on the opposition. There's a bit of a chat at the bowler's end. Three seniors having a talk.
They all love a good chat, don't they? I saw Broad was in the team talk and talking about the seam bowlers, and then they all been coming together and sharing knowledge. Yeah, good unit.
In comes Chris Woakes now. He bowls just full of a length and left alone outside the off stump by Rizwan. Through to the keeper. And the 18th dot ball in a row now. Showing good discipline, Rizwan. I think of the two, you'd expect to see Babar being the more proficient batsman, certainly, but Rizwan's shown excellent discipline with his feet and leaving alone the ball and not really chasing them. Whereas we've seen Babar a few times this morning already sort of chasing a wide one. You expect to see more discipline than that from him. 142 for 5. In comes Chris Woakes once again, and this time angling into the pads of Rizwan, who just works it away to square leg, and they run through for a single, breaking that run of 17 consecutive dot balls. 143 for 5 now.
Yeah, just a little bit of release, right? Yeah. Just a rare ball, just slightly tail down the leg side, but it was just nice, I think, for Rizwan to be able to just work one off the hips, tick over the scoreboard.
A lot of noise as well from the England players. We can hear them just clapping away support, getting right behind the bowler. They know they're on top at the moment. In comes Chris Woakes once again, just outside the off stump and a thick inside edge onto the pads of Babar. Very nonchalantly just put that ball down. Quickly fielded, no run.
I was just thinking as well, because of the fact that we've had so many dot balls in a row, we haven't seen Woakes bowl a huge amount to Babar Azam actually. He's been examined by Anderson, so I just wonder if the change of ends and a period at bowling at a different batter will pose a different threat.
Yeah, it's interesting. I wonder if it's almost like you expect these test bowlers to really control the ball and the trajectory, be in immense control of where it is. They almost want to rotate that strike to have a different angle, as this time Woakes has just been pushed into the covers for no run. Babar all the way behind that one. 143 for 5. Loads of smiles in that England outfit today. You can see the slips. Rory Burns, big beaming smiles. He's got his arms folded.
Well, he'll be happy. I thought after the sort of early drop, he dropped one in Sibley, didn't he? They then got it together. I think Burns caught 2 in the end, and Sibley 1, so he'll be feeling a little bit more relieved.
Chris Woakes in once again, just back of a length, and that ball seemed away from Babar, who went after it. He tried to get his bat, he just about kept his bat inside the line, but he went after it, he went through to the keeper in the end, and perilously close to another wicket there. Just beautiful movement from Chris Woakes, landing it. It's that seam position that you noted yesterday as well. He just gets it there every time.
Well, 2 things is how well he bowls it, doesn't he? There's no sort of floating out the hands. He really uses those wrists. And then that angle, sort of small second slip the whole way down the delivery. Beautiful.
It's great seam bowling this for Chris Woakes as he comes in once again shorter this time, and it's been pulled in slightly unattractive manner by Babar Azam into the leg side. He can't find any gaps, so no run scored. Good over from Chris Woakes, just the one off it. 143 for 5 after 54 overs of this innings. Babar on 38 from 86 deliveries, and Rizwan 7 off 20. It's been a good spell this morning from Chris Woakes. No reward, but some excellent seam bowling and some swing bowling. We're just seeing a beautiful application of just keeping that seam in place and moving it around, and a lot of appreciation, and rightfully so. I suspect we're about to see the first bowling change of the day in a second. You can see Curran collecting some of that sawdust just to fill in some of those footmarks.
He did well picking up, I would say, mostly the most vital wicket. It was Abid who was set on 60, and it was that bounce, the extra bounce, just angling across him. He maybe took a couple of overs just to really find his line and length, and then he sort of zeroed in, didn't he?
I really do think he is the style of bowler that Pakistanis traditionally struggle with the most. That ball moving away from the right-hander is what's always historically caused them problems, and you back him to be quite. I'd argue that he created a lot of the pressure that allowed for some of the other wickets. Well, here he is, Curran, in and bowls just back of a leg this time, and Rizwan reaching forward and pushing that ball defensively into the covers for no run. Drop in pace though, 78 miles per hour, so sort of respite, I suppose. He's still got the 3 slips and the deep backwards square leg. Very traditional field other than that. A lot of encouragement for him as well. He'll say hello for the first time this afternoon to Phil Tufnell. In comes Curran, straight onto the pads this time of Rizwan. He works that away. Deep, they'll take a quick 2. Yeah, they get back there pretty comfortably. How are you, Phil?
Afternoon.
Afternoon.
Latif, afternoon, everyone. Very well.
Yeah.
Very well. Nice leisurely morning. Watching the ground staff messing about out there for an hour or so from the balcony.
Yeah, and Moran got a great photo of yourself, myself, and Azhar sitting in our matching blue tops today.
Yes.
On the balcony.
Like Cold Springs we were. Ready for action.
Curran in, full delivery, driven, but only as far as the fielder mid-on by Rizwan, and he chastises himself for not finding the gap. 145 for 5.
Yeah, they've done all right in Pakistan. The ball's been hooping around and it's been moving. Been very disciplined outside that off stump, Babar, and then forcing the bowlers to bowl a little bit straighter to him. He's so good through that mid-wicket area, just knocking it away beautifully, and ably supported by Rizwan as well. He's impressed. He looks like one of those combative little cricketers. Likes to get stuck in.
In comes Curran once again, just back of a leg thing, and then defended down the ground by Rizwan. Yeah, there's a bit of Moeen Khan about him.
Yeah, definitely. Looks like, more than just a sort of a free-flowing kind of keeper that sort of produced now by cricket teams. He looks like he's got some technique. He's looked like he's got some grit as well. He's obviously realises this is a crucial partnership for Pakistan. If they're going to get up to around 250 or something, and he's playing well, watchful.
In comes Curran now, and just again back of a length and driven into that leg side region with a thickish inside edge, really. Archer fielding there. One delivery to come in this over. Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of pressure on him as well because he's been hyped quite heavily, Mohammad Rizwan, and he's come in and replaced Sarfraz Ahmed, this iconic wicketkeeper who took Pakistan to great heights, particularly in the one-day game. So he's got to deliver on that hype, I suppose.
Well, he played well at Old Trafford, kept well at Old Trafford.
Yeah.
On a tricky pitch.
In comes Curran once again, and again full delivery, this time driven beautifully, but only as far as the fielder at mid-off, and that's fourth or fifth shot in a row that Rizwan's played quite beautifully, but found the fielder every time, and that does get frustrating after a while. 145 for 5.
Yeah, you've got to keep your concentration, as you say. He's hit 3 or 4 there. He's got himself in and he's lined it up nicely. He's just trying to play a few more expansive shots now, and he's nailed a couple straight to the fielders, and you can just think, oh come on, you just got to go back into your shell a little bit, just wait for those deliveries and make the right shot selection. But it's been fascinating this morning. England have bowled well, but very disciplined. Pakistan batting haven't gone after too much outside the off stump, left well.
Well, we're going to see another change from the other end as well. And Stuart Broad's going to get his first crack of the day.
Yeah, different proposition here. Not so much swing, more seam movement. And Broady has looked to bowl fuller and just really zone into the top of that off stump. If he gets one to hit the seam and stand up and go away, great. And he's got this wobble seam which just nips back. So you're going to have to be mindful outside that off stump here, Pakistan.
They do like to drive both these batsmen.
Yeah, that's what we're looking to do. And they just nip one through the gate.
Stuart Broad running in now. He bowls, and this time just down the leg side, and starts with a bit of a loosener already. Collected neatly by Josh Buttler, no issues there. He bowled so well yesterday as well. Gorgeous delivery to Asad Shafiq to dismiss him off the outside edge. Great catch, really. Third slip. Very, very low. He took it so well. Stuart Broad just they're sending the second man out deep now, which implies short bowling, doesn't it?
Wow.
In comes Stuart Broad. That one's a little bit short, but just outside the off stump, left alone, through to the keeper for a bit wide as well.
Well, they've played England so nicely on that front foot, left so well. Perhaps that just puts in the mind of the batsman that he just can't keep sort of just pushing onto that front foot, because there might be a little bounce around the corner just to get it in their mind that they can't just sort of plop forward, leave and play. Just trying to keep them trapped in the crease a little bit. Mind games, plans, they've all been discussed, I'm sure, last night.
Well, they certainly had a lot of time to do it.
Yeah.
So in comes Stuart Broad, and again straying in line down that leg side, just through to the keeper. He just practices the ball again on his way. Azhar not quite finding his line right now.
Well, if Stuart bowls the one down the leg side, it's usually because of the wicket's a bit wet or something. have a little scratch at it. Can you bring some sawdust? I very rarely bowl one down the leg side. It's not my fault. I must have slipped.
Well, he's getting some.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does look a little bit greasy out there, doesn't it? And those very dark footholes usually say that there's some moisture under there. So we'll let him off that leg side ball this time.
There's a lovely little collaboration there between Rizwan and Anderson, and just laying out that sawdust for Stuart Broad. A lovely moment.
Oh.
In comes Stuart Broad now once again, and this time again straight onto the pads. A bit straighter this time, enough for Babar to work it away to deep backward square leg for a single.
Yeah, don't get any value there, the Babar.
He can work those off his hips all day.
No can. He played a beauty about second over. Just short of a length and up on that hip, and clipped it beautifully through mid wicket. So good through there. It's about the patience, I think, with Babar, the England bowlers. You've got to just keep him outside that off stump. And if anything, make him leave a few out there. Don't get greedy and start trying to come back in on his pads, because he'll just clip you away all day.
In comes Stuart Broad once again. A fuller delivery this time, and a lot straighter. Pushed defensively into the covers for no run by Rizwan. Finding his line a little bit better that time. Stuart Broad just outside the off stump, angling into the batsman. He was quite comfortable on it. It doesn't seem like the paciest wicket in the world. They're getting quite comfortable. They seem like they have a lot of time on the ball, the batsmen.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where you pitch it up and look to kiss the pitch, and that's where you get that swing and that sort of like seam movement. Anything that's already dug in, not particularly flying through, is it?
Not so far as Broad in once again, just full of a length, and goes through to the keeper for no run, left alone by the batsman. Pakistan survive another over. 146 for 5. Babar on 39 from his 90 deliveries, and Rizwan on 9 of 28. We're going to have a few more words from Phil Tufnell, and then we're going to have Simon Mann back.
Yeah, it's been thrilling. enthralling cricket this morning. Babar obviously is the prize wicket for England. He's such a class player, top of his game at the moment as well. Just makes it look a different game at the moment. It's being supported nicely by Rizwan as well. England just going to have to stay patient and get the feeling if they just find the edge and get one, 2 or 3 might come quickly. It is happening for them out there. Swing and seam.
Here is Curran going into bowl to Babar Azam. Plays back and nicely in defence. Ball rolls away into the offside. It's picked up by Crawley coming in from cover. Noticeable drop in temperature today. I can see a couple of England players with short sleeve sweaters on.
You're a bit chilly yourself, so it is.
Well, I think it's the air conditioning actually in here.
It's just rubbing your hands.
I've been sitting on the balcony watching. It's cooler. I mean, in a way, it's been a relief after the searing heat of the last few days. Curran bowls down the leg side, flicked away by Babar down towards fine leg. Woakes is there. He's another with a short sleeve sweater on. Returns to Buttler, and one more to the total. Babar to 30. And Pakistan to 147 for 5. This short session, just an hour. It just made me wonder why they couldn't play a bit longer. Why does lunch have to be at 1:30? I mean, we could play till 2 and get a bit more cricket in. I don't know. I mean, it must feel the back end of the days where you have problems with the light.
Yeah, why don't you squeeze it in the
Well, I don't know. I'm trying to work the maths of that out. And that fit here is Curran bowling a wild delivery down the leg side, short and well down the leg side. Rizwan goes after it, tries to swat it away and misses it, and Buttler leaps to his left to take it.
You're full of good ideas, you.
Well,
you are. You're always coming up with these good ideas.
Well, I don't know if it's a good idea. It just seems to me that you have a long passage of play, because what we might have is this 1 hour, and then later on today we might have a 2.5 hour session or something.
Which then the light will come down a bit and then they'll walk off again.
Yeah, I suppose you've got to have lunch sometime.
Well, I'll just have a big breakfast.
Well, also, we'll just have half an hour for lunch. Curran goes in and bowls. It's played defensively up towards mid-on by Rizwan, and there is no run. It just seems...
Is there a law? Is there a law about you can't have a quick lunch or something?
What, a half-hour lunch? I'm not sure, to be honest. Might be something in the regulations.
Yes, you know what I mean? It's like the lights, you know what I mean? They're sort of, what is it? If it becomes dangerous to the umpires and the batsmen and everything, perhaps if you have half an hour lunch, it's dangerous to your tummy.
First Curran bowling outside the off stump, and there's a no straight from Babar Azam.
I never really had much lunch anyway.
I mean,
We don't sit down and sort of go, oh, lovely lunch, you know what I mean? I'm bowling, I've got another 30 overs to do, so I'm going to have that, oh, yes, a bit more of that, please. No. You just have a couple of rolls and a go faster drink, you know what I mean?
Yeah. You can split the intervals into 30 minutes rather than 40 and 20, apparently, according to the regulations. On a day like today, you think that would be far more sensible, but...
Yeah, well...
Doesn't always go hand in hand with cricket. Here is Curran bowling. Played away by Rizwan into the offside towards cover, and there is no run. That's the end of Curran's over. That's 81 miles an hour from Curran, that last delivery. Been a sustained threat from Curran so far this morning. His figures 12 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 26, been tidy.
Yeah, I think really the sort of lunch interval and tea interval anyway, it's more for the fans, isn't it? So they go, all right, let's go get a pasty. Let's go get a pasty and a pint and stretch the legs and have a little wander around. But when there are no fans actually here, you're right, people want to see the cricket, don't they? They don't want to see cricketers trudging off and having a bit of lunch. It's not the point.
It just seems weird. No cricket for an hour and a half, play for an hour, they're off for 40 minutes.
Yeah.
And he's also shaking his head as well. I think he agrees.
Oh, yes, all right. We've got a little fist up there as well.
Broad bowls, forward goes Babar Azam. Pushing it back past Broad, not particularly firmly. And it rolls towards Woakes. But Crawley coming in from cover picks up the field for Broad bowling. 3 slips, 3-7 on the offside, a mid-on. There's a deep backwards square leg. Was he forward? Difficult to tell from this angle. I think he's marginally forward actually. And fine leg, Curran down and the fine leg boundary, practising his bowling action. It's 147 for 5. Babar has 40. Broad goes into bowl. Oh, that one cuts back. Babar lets it go. And Buttler, in the end, takes it outside the line of leg stump with the angle.
Well, at least they're not going to have a drinks break. I think they're 40 minutes. That would really annoy.
Don't give them ideas, Stuffers.
That would really annoy you, wouldn't it? They've only been out there for 40 minutes and they're having a drinks break. I've seen it done before. Yeah, that gets my goat a little bit.
Well, it's great to have some cricket.
It is.
It's uniformly overcast, and it is. It really has filled in. Lights beaming down. No floodlights, no breeze. Here is Broad bowling, very wide of off stump this time. And Babar allows it to go by. That would have been an easy wide for the umpire to call in one-day cricket. That's how wide it was, but not quite in Test cricket. Pakistan's run rate just about 2.5 runs per over. It's been a struggle for them. Battle to get first innings runs and hope that fourth innings, the pitch is even harder to bat on for one reason or another. Possibly spin, possibly up and down. Broad, the pavilion behind him. He's bounding in now to bowl to Babar Azam, and Babar leans forward and lets that go, and then again cuts back, goes past his off stump again. Buttler takes it outside the line of leg stump. There is some movement out there.
Yeah, he's left well, hasn't he? Babar Azam.
That nipped back and bounced as well.
Yeah.
Through to Buttler. I know the ball always bounces. What I mean by that is it bounces more than you'd expect.
Well, there we go.
We have these short hand turns.
Yeah, the odd one just kisses nicely, doesn't it? That little bit of green which has stayed there.
Ball rushes in, bowls to Babar Azam, who plays that a bit more hurriedly than come to expect from him, guiding it away down towards backward point, picked up by Bess, who rubs the ball on his shirt. We haven't seen Bess with the ball in this innings. If he does have to bowl, well, if he does have to bowl, then that's problems for England. Because you'd hope or expect from an England point of view that the four pace bowlers would be able to do the job. It's the last 5 wickets of Pakistan. But Babar Azam's a high-class player, and he's resisting speed really well so far. Broad goes into bowl to him. Babar lets that one go. He's leaving well here.
Yeah.
Wasn't far away from off stump. Through to Buttler. It was the end of Broad's over. 1 for 32 from Broad from 15 overs. And Pakistan 147 for 5. They've done well. They've done well to survive, as they did yesterday morning. 21 runs and no wickets lost so far, haven't they?
Well, to highlight how Babar's been playing, not only has he left a lot of balls, but he's not scored much through the offside, being generally very disciplined outside off. Some 34 of his 40 runs so far have been on the leg side.
Yeah, that's his game, especially when he starts. When he starts, leaves alone well outside the off stump, makes the bowlers bowl into his pads, knocks it through their high class, through that mid-wicket area, and as he gets in, he starts unfurling a few beauties through the offside as well.
Rizwan on strike, Curran bowls to him. Rizwan plays a nice looking forward defensive shot. He likes it so much, he holds the pose. It goes out to Crawley filling the covers, and there's no run. England have got a short mid wicket and a square leg and a mid on. Yeah, Curran bowling to Rizwan.
And you just get, I mean, Rizwan's played nicely as well, but you just get the feeling that if England do manage to get Babar out, this pitch is making it look easier than it is. That is the mark of a real quality player.
Curran bowls to Rizwan, who goes back there, gets a thick inside edge, goes behind square. Bess trots to short fine leg from square leg, and they run through for a single. 148 for 5. Rizwan into double figures.
I love it when you sometimes see those scorecards, don't you? Sort of like 0, 7, 10, 170, 4, 0, 11. You know what I mean? That really does show the class of the player, and I bet he's been involved in a few of those.
Yeah, he's a very good player.
Yeah, he is.
He's on strike. 40 not out. And Curran is scuttling into bowl to him outside the off stump, across him. Babar leaves it and allows it to go through to Joss Buttler. But Rizwan has shaped well. He's come in for Azhar, the former captain, who is here. He is with the squad.
Yeah, what a player he was, by the way.
He averages 36. Azhar in his 49 test matches, 3 test hundreds as well, and 174 white ball matches. So, he's displaced someone who's played over 200 times for Pakistan.
Fine player.
Here goes Curran bowling a short ball.
Yeah, nice.
That's underneath it, Babar.
Don't mind seeing that, the odd one, just to keep you honest.
through to Buttler. Rizwan is 6 years younger than Sarfraz at 28. For his test career, he's only played 8 test matches.
There's a real driving force, wasn't he, Sarfraz?
Sarfraz Ahmed, yeah.
Yes, he was a real sort of driving force in rebuilding a Pakistan side, wasn't he? White ball cricket, as you say, and test cricket.
Here goes Curran bowls, and not far away from playing on there, Babar. He played defensively, the ball hard into the pitch, then bounced behind him, not far away from off stump. A smile on his face. Strange one. One of those you call unlucky dismissals. Yeah, bounced over the top of the stumps. Or near to them anyway, near to the off stump.
So he's got some big shoes to fill.
Rizwan.
Yeah. It must be very highly thought of.
Made 95 against Australia in the winter. Here is Curran bowling.
Yeah, that's no mean feat.
And Babar defends into the offside to his backward point, and there's no run. So it feels like a sort of quiet passage of play. This phony war, really, its first hour. England searching, Pakistan trying to resist, trying to piece together something in this first innings, give their bowlers a chance when it's their turn. 148 for 5. 8 minutes to go until lunch on this second day. And it feels to me as if a bit more happened yesterday. The ball beat the bat a bit more. There has been something there for England's bowlers this morning. There has been a bit of nip, but
I think that's because of the class of the man, perhaps a little bit as well, because it was hooping for Chris Woakes. It was swinging, but didn't get drawn into any of those sort of lure balls just outside the off stump. It left him beautifully this morning, which I know sounds strange to some people, but I mean that is the class of a player when you know that it's not in your favour.
yeah. Broad. Going into bowl to Rizwan. Rizwan gets a straight ball outside the off stump, which he leaves. Didn't do anything at all, that one. Taken by Buttler. Yeah, we always, I made this point in the series or in the summer, we always go on about a lovely cover drive, but we never talk about a lovely, beautiful leave, do we?
I do.
An essential part of batting.
I love a good leave, especially when you're sitting there with your feet up in the dressing room. Oh, God.
Someone leaving all day.
Oh, lovely. That means I've got to put my pads on. No, love an opener who just wants to, get stuck in and leave well, wear down the bowlers, put some miles in their legs, get the ball old.
Broad bowls, that's on leg stump, flicked away by Rizwan towards deep square leg. You can have a man back there.
You can keep your Brian Lara's and your Sachin Tendulkars and all your flashy players.
Well, to be fair to Lara, though, he did tend to bat long, didn't he? I mean,
Yes, it did.
Yes. Although he might not have left many,
No.
quite a few went to the boundary.
Or did they? Yeah. But you know what I mean.
I know what you mean.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah. You got to bowl a good delivery to get them out.
149 for 5. That single to Rizwan. He's on 11. Babar 40. Faces Broad. Broad bowls to him, and Babar hits that firmly back into the pitch. Back up straight. It knocked the bails off. It did at the non-striker's end. That's how straight he played it. Broad leapt in the air. He hit it hard. It bounced over him. Broad trying to get his fingers on it actually, and just for a moment the non-striker needs to be careful.
I've got a nail on it.
It's 2 singles in his last 32 balls.
Yeah. Very watchful. 49 for 5. Broad goes into Bolton, banks that. Babar ducks underneath it. Look at this field. There's the man back on the deep square leg boundary. That sort of cuts off one of his 4 options, really. And then trying to bowl outside the off stump. Not that he's not capable of scoring on the offside, of course he is, but just in that corridor, preying on his patience. I mean, he did nick off in the second innings at Old Trafford.
Is that Jack Leach down there? I think it is, isn't it?
Where are you pointing at?
Just down, giving him a drink at the fine leg. Is that Jack Leach?
Oh, we see, yeah. But not on the field.
No,
Opposite field, yeah.
Oh, no, heaven forbid, not on the field.
Yeah. He's sitting on the advertising boards, giving Curran a drink. Broad bowls outside the off stump in that channel again. Babar leaves and nips back from Broad.
Oh, Jack. He wonders what's going on. He's had a strange summer, hasn't he?
Yeah, that's when you think of all the excitement around him last summer.
I know. Hasn't bowled a ball in anger since. Or hit a shot in anger.
Not in international cricket, no. He did play in one of the warm-up games here before the West Indies series.
Oh, right, yeah. For Team Stokes or something.
Yeah, one of them. Team Stokes against Team Buttler, wasn't it?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
How many balls has he bowled this summer, Andy? There's Broad going in now to bowl to Babar, very wide of off stump. That plan for him then to keep it out there rather than give him something straight on his pads, whatever. End of the over. Babar let it go. It's 149 for 5. Well, I can see Sarfraz Ahmed on our television screen, our television monitor there, sitting underneath an umbrella somewhere down at the Pakistan dressing room.
Leach bowled 28.4 overs for Team Stokes. Picked up 3 wickets in the second innings to the delight of all the lifelong Team Stokes fans. Great rivalries in world sport. Fortunately, there was no crowd that had to be segregated by police. Right again.
Who did he get out? Did he say he got out for Team Stokes?
He dismissed Denley, Woakes and Dan Lawrence in the second innings. Took 3 for 82 and 13.4 overs, so expensive, but picked up a few wickets.
3 for 80 or 13? It would have been a pongo. Perhaps they were messing around, going for a declaration.
Right, Curran round the wicket now to bowl to Rizwan. Up the stumps now and bowls, and with the angle, easy pickings for Rizwan on his hip. Plays it down towards fine leg. And Pakistan quietly having a good session here, a good hour, 150 for 5, and this will be the last over before lunch.
Yeah, and they've done well. Exactly what they would have wanted, because as you say, short session. Not a lot to be gained from it, but could go out there and off 2 or 3 wickets very quickly and got themselves right in a bit of stock. But they're going to go and have a bit of lunch and then look to really sort of build this innings, because again, they need something like 250, aren't they?
Yeah. They've put on 30 so far since the loss of Fawad Alam. Curran bowls. Seems to keep a bit low outside the off stump to Babar, who opens the face, runs away to the offside towards backward point. And there's no run. So change of angle from Curran. He's given up over the wicket, coming round the wicket now. And this final over before lunch, the 2 right-handers. You saw Shaheen and Afridi try it for Pakistan at Old Trafford. Different sort of bowler, of course, much taller, a bit quicker. Curran moves in again and bowls. It was flicked away nicely by Babar towards deep mid-wicket. Should be 2. England have a field on the deep square leg boundary. Bess runs in and around. Sends in the return. 2 to Babar. And he goes to 42. So that's the first time he scored more than a single for a while. Again through the leg side. But with the angle, it can be worked. Sam Curran, if he gets it wrong.
I don't quite know what's that trying to achieve, really, to Babar. Unless he's trying to sort of like shape one in and then stand it up.
152 for 5. Curran bowls, full, driven. And Babar is out, but not timed really. Straight to Crawley in the covers.
It's the first time he's had a little shot outside off stump, I think, for an hour.
Just to highlight the discipline with which Babar's played in this innings, this is the 17th time in his test career he's faced 100 or more balls, and the 40 he had after 100 balls here is the second lowest score he's had at the 100 ball stage, only those 17 innings.
And what ground was it on, the slowest innings? Just wondering what sort of conditions he was encountering. Curran bowls, Babar again turns into the onside with the angle there, and they get 2 more. Bess running from deep square leg.
It's poor bowling,
I don't think Babar's that disconcerted by Curran going round the wicket. Well, not obviously so anyway, just so far.
Just coming into his arc.
Yeah.
As I say, I can't actually see what they're trying, or Curran and the England team are trying to achieve by going round the wicket to him.
Well, I mean, the classic here would be to sort of take it in with the angle and then nip it away off the pitch, wouldn't it? And nick him off, I suppose. But I mean,
A bit like a left arm spinner.
yeah, a bit like that. It takes a bit of skill to do that.
It was in Jamaica in 2017.
Right, okay. Right, he's going over the wicket again now to Babar.
Yeah.
Curran bowls, Babar goes back and gets one on the hip again. Curran frustrated himself there. Really frustrated with that over. It's down to fine leg for a single. It's the end of the over. It's the end of the session. We've had an hour's cricket. time to have some lunch.
Yes.
155 for 5. Babar has 45. Rizwan has 12. So in this session, quiet session, 29 runs, no wickets. Good for Pakistan. 15.2 overs. Pakistan have just pushed the game a bit forward, not that much, but England have not been able to make any inroads into this Pakistan batting lineup. They play well, Rizwan and Babar Azam.
Yeah, well played Pakistan. They'll be delighted with that little session. They've got their eye in. As you say, a session that could only get you in trouble. And they'll be looking to come out and just keep this partnership going. England bowled all right. It is still happening. It's swinging and seaming. But well played Pakistan. Have a bit of lunch.
Yeah. So that's it, short but sweet really, that morning session. Now, not a huge amount of incident, but well played Pakistan. Babar 45, Rizwan 12 as the players make their way off for the break. Now, during the programme yesterday, you may have heard our chat with Dr. Samara Afzal, who is one of those supporters featured in the Fans Tales videos up on the BBC Sport website and app. We'll look out for another of those videos soon on the website, featuring an extraordinary young man who we met the last time Pakistan toured here in 2018. It was an interview which moved us all, perhaps more than any other, before it or since. Mohammad Khan introduced himself as a quick right-arm bowler and aggressive left-handed batsman who played at the Forward Drive Cricket Academy in Birmingham. Nothing too unusual there, but 4 years before this interview, Walid, aged just 12 at the time, was a student at the Peshawar Army School in Pakistan, where he survived a terrorist attack that killed 135 of his school friends and 20 of his teachers. Walid was shot 8 times, 6 times in the face and head. He was frequently left for dead, but somehow survived. Years of reconstructive surgery followed, first in Pakistan and then in Birmingham, in a story that hauntingly echoed the experience of Nobel Peace Prize winner Malala Yousafzai. This is one of the most extraordinary half hours we've had on Test Match Special, and it goes without saying this interview contains some very graphic descriptions of injury. Here's Mohammad Khan.
First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me here and giving me such a great opportunity, and I'd just like to say thank you so much.
No, you haven't got to thank us for that, Wally. My word, where do we start? I didn't know what to expect when you read the story of someone who's actually been shot in the face 6 times. I didn't expect what you would look like. Actually, you look terrific, actually. And you've obviously been through absolute hell since then, of surgery and everything else.
Yeah, in the start when I was shot with bullets, so my facial, like my face was badly damaged, and my maxilla and the bones upside in my nose and everything on my face was badly damaged. But the doctors here and the doctors back in Pakistan have quite done a good job. Like they have done a great job, and they are reconstructing my face. And still, I'm having surgeries, upcoming surgeries, but looking forward to it. But just it was just I'm speechless whenever I talk about that experience. But such experiences, like when you go through such bad experiences, like the worst experience of your life, you can learn a lot of things from it as well. Like I have learned a lot from that experience as well. After losing my friends, my teachers, and after getting shot 8 times on my face, it was all a bad experience, but it taught me a lot.
What's it taught you then?
It taught me to be determined in life, never to give up, and never to give up on your passion. And it taught me the real value of peace. It taught us the real value of what peace is like. And it also teaches me, like, when you feel the pain, like when you go through such pain, you can feel the pain of others. And like when I see around in the world, I see children suffering, and I see people suffering from terrorism and different activities like this. But when you go through a pain, then you can feel their pain. You can feel it when you have been through it already. So now, before this incident, I wanted to live for myself, but now I want to live for others. I want to help those children. I want to help those people. I don't want any other child to suffer like me. I don't want them to suffer like me. I want every child to get the basic right, to get their basic rights, and to live a peaceful life, to live a happy life, to get every opportunity that they deserve.
You talk about the pain, I couldn't even begin to imagine what it must be like to be shot 6 times in the face. Pain. I mean, can you even describe what that pain is like?
I mean, that was the most unbearable pain you can ever have. Like, at that time, I was a child, and I didn't know, like, when I was shot, when the terrorists shot me, at that time, I didn't know that what was happening, why they are shooting me, like, why they shot my friends, what have we done to them. But when they shot me on the face, and they shot me one after another, like, they still thought that I'm still alive, so they were shooting me again and again. So it was really, really painful, because with one bullet, my teeth were broken. When they shot me, the other one, my jaws and my maxilla was broken. The bones in my nose were broken, and like it was really, really painful. But the most unbearable pain at that time was like more unbearable pain than this was that my friends were dying in front of my eyes. I lost many of my friends, and they were just laying down there in front of my eyes, and they were just. Like I was thinking at that time, like I was thinking about them, and I was crying. Tears were coming out of my eyes when I was lying down there, and I couldn't help them. I was helpless myself, and they were dying in front of my eyes. And all the memories I had with them, with my family, were going somewhere in the sky. I didn't expect myself to survive. Like when they shot me for the first time, I thought I won't survive now. I'm gonna die. Everything has ended. I couldn't believe my eyes what just happened. Like in a moment of time, everything changed. Like before, when the terrorists attacked our school, like a few minutes before, we were normal. We were all joking around. We were all laughing, and all.
You saw a theatre, were you? Like a big auditorium, was that right?
Yeah, we were having a first aid lecture, and I still remember that moment. Like a few minutes before, one of my friends, he also got killed in that attack. He was a very naughty person. So when the major was giving us a first aid lecture, so you know, in first aid lecture you have ABC, a different ABC. So what he said to us, like, the ABC of first aid is different than a normal ABC. So when he asked us the question again, that what this A stands for, so he shouted that it stands for apple, and everyone started laughing in the auditorium. So that was quite a cheeky moment. And after a few moments, all those laughters, all those smiles changed into tears and calls for help.
I don't know what you know. It's an army school, isn't it? That so, Bashar being up in the north and there being terrorist issues around, being only 12. I mean, were you aware of the dangers and the things that were happening around that part of the world at the time?
Yeah, it was like that area was quite a big target of terrorists in those days, Peshawar especially. But you know, though it was a military school, so no one was expecting them to go there and to show such brutality. Even after at that time when they attacked our school, no one was expecting such brutality. Even the military wasn't expecting that, because they thought, like, everyone was thinking that they will make the student hostages. No one was expecting them to kill them, but they didn't know, like, when they came in, suddenly they started shooting everyone, and they didn't do anything. They just started shooting everyone. Whoever comes in their way, they just shot them.
Can you still see them? Can you still see them in your mind?
I still remember one of those moments when they used to shout on us, like when they entered the auditorium. So they entered with big shouting voices, and we couldn't understand them what language they were speaking in, but they were shouting to each other, and they were shooting the children. But our auditorium was quite big. It was a big auditorium. So when they entered from the back door, and auditorium is on a steep slope. The chairs are on the steep slope, so it's not flat. So when they entered the auditorium, at that time I was the head boy of my school. I was the proctor of my school, so I was standing, and I could see them because I was the first one they shot. Because I was standing in front of them. So when they suddenly, we didn't expect anything like that. We thought it was a military school. Like before they entered the auditorium, there was like sounds. There was some sounds like that. So we thought that it might be an army drill because it was an army school, or it might be firecrackers because a few months before our seniors did a prank with us. They just threw some firecrackers in the auditorium. So we were expecting those kind of things, but no one expected that they will be terrorists. And when teachers were talking to each other because they already knew that something was wrong. They already knew that something was going wrong, but they were calming down all the children there that nothing is wrong, don't worry, everything will be all right. But after a few moments, a few men, like I could see a few men just appeared at the back door, and when they realized that the back door was locked, they started to break it. They kicked it once, and when they kicked it for the second time, they broke the door and they came inside, and they just shouted and started shooting on us.
What happened to you? I mean, people must have thought you were dead, presumably.
Yeah, I was like when they first entered the auditorium. So at that time, I was shocked because you were shocked. I can't believe my eyes. I couldn't believe my eyes. What was just happening? Who are they people? Many of those things were going in my mind. I was thinking like, who are they people? Why are they here? What are they here for? What do they want from us? Like, what have we done to them? Why they are shooting us? So when one of them shot me on my face, at that time I fall down and I thought like everything has ended now. I couldn't believe my eyes. I was crying and I was in a lot of pain. Blood was coming out of my face, a lot of blood. I tried to like put my hand on my face, but when I put my hand on my face, my hand went in my face. So then I had to keep it out. And when one of those terrorists realized that I'm still alive, they came closer to me and he shot me again on face. He shot me 6 times on face, on my limb and my hand. So after that, when they shot all other students in the auditorium, they shot them. They were shooting everyone on head. They were targeting heads. So they were checking every student in the auditorium that whether they're still alive or not. So one of them came to me and he was checking me whether I'm still. So he kicked me on my chest to check whether I'm still doing movements or not. But at that time, my situation was very critical, so he thought that I might be dead. So they just left and they went towards the college wing to target other students in the college wing. So at that time, at first, I was just lying down on the floor and I was just waiting for my eyes to get closed. But as I was still breathing, so then suddenly I thought that I will not give up so easily. I will try my best till my last breath. Like I'm still breathing. I will try my best to survive. Now I will survive for my friends, for my family, and I will give it my best, no matter what. So at first, when the students were running out of the auditorium, the students who survived in the auditorium, so they were running towards the college school wing. The terrorists went to the college wing. They were running towards the school wing. So at first, I was requesting everyone to help me. I was calling for help and I was begging for help. But at that time, everyone was in a traumatic situations and they were also children. So no one did listen to me. They were running here and there, and there was a lot of hustle and bustle. So it was a traumatic situation for everyone. What just happened? Like everything just changed in a moment of time. So when I was when no one was there to help me, so I tried to get up myself. So I tried to get support from chairs and I tried to crawl down. But whenever I used to stand up, I used to fall down again and again, and I used to stand up again, but I used to fall down again, and it was quite hard for me because I was going through a lot of pain. It was too painful for me because my pain. I was in so much pain that I couldn't even feel the pain of my leg or my hand. My face was in that much pain. And at that time, I didn't know that I had a bullet in my leg and my hand because my only focus was on my face, that I was shot on my face. So when I tried to get up, so I used to crawl down, then I crawled down from the auditorium. So somehow I managed to get out of the auditorium. And when I was going on my way, when you get out of the auditorium, there comes some stairways towards the school wing. So at that time, as I said, I didn't know that I was shot on my leg as well. So when I put my right leg on those stairs, I fall down from them, and again I fall down, and I was just lying there for a moment, and then there were some pillars. I took support from them, and then I tried to stand up, and I saw some students. It was in front of the library, so I saw some students running in front of me. A few students were running in front of me, so I tried to get some support from one of them. So I tried to put my hand on one of them's shoulders. So, but at that time, as I said, like they were in traumatic situation and they didn't knew that what was going on. So one of them pushed me back. He pushed me my hand, and although I was already I had a lot of blood loss, so I was feeling too much weak. So he just needed to pull away my hand, so he just pulled away my hand from his shoulder, and I fall down again, and all the students who were running behind me were now running over me, and because of that my wrist got broken, my wrist was broken, and my hands were badly injured. But then for some time I was lying there in front of the library, and at that time I thought, like, now I have no chance to survive, like after all this, how can I survive now? But I still remember that moment when I was lying in front of the library and I could see the trees in my school and the birds were flying. The birds were flying here and there because of the bullets and the sounds. So at that time, I just wished to God. I just asked God, like, I wish I was a bird like them and I could fly away from here. And
I've never heard a story like it, Ollie.
And after that, I went to, like, again, I tried to stand up again, and I took support. I still took support from the pillars, and somehow I managed to, like, a 7th class in year 7 was closer to that area, so I somehow managed to reach there, and I laid, and at that time when I reached the year 7 class, at that time I had so much blood loss that I couldn't walk anymore because I was feeling so much dizzy and my eyes were getting closed, so I just laid down in front of the door and just waited there. But the thing was, at that time, one thing was in my mind that I don't know where that came from, but one thing was that I have to survive somehow, and I have to keep myself conscious. So what I was doing when I realized that my leg was also hit with bullets, so all the time when I was sitting there, so my eyes were getting closed because I was feeling too much dizzy, and so I thought that if now my eyes gets closed, so I won't survive now because all the people will think, if they see me in this situation, they will think that I'm dead. So when the rescuer will come, they won't take me first. So at that time, what I was trying to do, I was trying to hit my injured leg to feel some more pain, to get myself conscious. So I was doing that. I was hitting my injured leg to feel more pain and to be conscious for at least for them to come in. So after 10 to 15 minutes, the military came in and they rescued all the children in the school wing, and they took me to the combined military hospital in Peshawar. And when they took me to the hospital, at that time the doctors thought that I am dead. So all the hospital faculty thought that I'm dead. So they laid down my body with the other dead bodies. They laid down my body with other dead bodies because as I said, my face was totally open, and I was fully covered with blood and stuff, so no one could imagine me to survive in that situation. So they thought that I'm dead, and I wasn't doing movement because all my strength was finished because I had a lot of blood loss, so I couldn't even move my fingers by that time, or my hands. I was trying to move my hands or my fingers to tell them that I'm still alive, but I couldn't because I had no power left. So what I tried to do, I tried to take long breaths. So I was taking long breaths, and with long breaths, when I had blood the blood covered my face fully, so bubbles were coming out of my mouth. Blood bubbles were coming out of my mouth. So fortunately, one of the nurses saw me, and she called the doctors that, look, he's still there. I can see the bubbles, and he's still alive. He's still doing some movement. And then they took me to the operation theater, and I was unconscious there for 8 days. I was in coma for 8 days, and my family and everyone was. No one was expecting me to survive, actually, because the doctors had already given my family a 48 hours ultimatum on the 6th day. Because the doctors had already told my family that you should not expect him to survive because anything can happen anytime. He has been to, like, I was in such a critical situation that you can't say anything, like right now. You can't say anything at the moment. He can survive, but his survival chances is 0.5% in 100%, like it was. And when on the 6th day, when they gave my family an 48 hours ultimatum that if he didn't open his eyes on the 8th day, it means he's no more. We can't do anything else. So when I opened my eyes on the 8th day, it was like a surprise for everyone. It was a miracle for my doctors, my family, and at first when I opened my eyes, so I was in a traumatic situation. So I was thinking that I'm still with the terrorists. So I tried to take away all the pipes and stuff from my body, and I tried to run away. But the doctors then tied me up with some bandages so that I don't injure myself also. And then they called my mother so I can see my family and my mother so I can relax. The first time when I saw my mother, so I cried so much and I cried a lot. At that time I couldn't talk, but I was crying a lot because in that situation I didn't thought that I will see her again. That was the most emotional moment in my life, that I won't see her again, I won't see my family again. So I cried a lot, and she was trying to calm me down, and she was also crying, but she was not showing that to me. But she was trying to calm me down, and at first she told me that you had a bike accident. So she was trying to divert she was trying to divert my attention from all that. But then I said, no, I remember. I was saying it by sign language because I couldn't speak, so I was doing movements with my hand. I was saying like, no, I was shot with guns like that by a terrorist. And then she said like, don't think about that and just relax.
Well, it's an extraordinary story, Ollie. I don't know. I mean, if you had to be able to talk about it, as you have done, extraordinarily graphically, I mean, how have you been able to get it? I mean, 4 years doesn't seem very long, really, to get to the stage where you can sit here and talk to me about it. Clearly it's very emotional. I can see it's very emotional for you, but how you must have had an awful lot of help along the way, I suspect, to get to this situation.
It was quite difficult for me to get over this, and it still is. I can't forget those moments. But as I said, like the way people supported me, my family supported me, and people like Farooq Qazi uncle, they supported me, and many other people they supported me all the way through this journey, and they gave me the way they loved me, they support me in this journey. It was just unbelievable, and that helped me a lot in going over through this situation, to come through this. So it was quite difficult because in the starting days, once I was crying, I remember that day when I was in ICU and I was crying for my friends, and I was crying, and my mom was sitting with me, and she told me at that time that if you cry, will your friends come back by that? I said no. So she said that it's better not to cry now, and you should do something for them because you have survived now miraculously. So now it's your duty. God has saved your life for a purpose now, and the purpose of your life should be a life with a purpose now, and you should do something for your friends to keep them alive forever in the hearts of people.
So that's your mother?
Yeah.
What a remarkable woman too. Wow.
She is a great mentor to me, a great support to me. It was quite difficult, but as I said, people like my mother and my father and the family friends like Qazi and Curran, all other friends, all the whole nation and the whole world, it was unbelievable. In the start, I used to think there's no humanity left on this earth after this incident. I used to think, but when I see people around the world and the way they showed me respect, they showed me love, and they show us support, it was unbelievable, and it was now I believe that there is humanity, and people can feel the pain when people can feel your pain. The way they supported us like their own children. Every country in the world supported us like their own children, and they showed support to us.
You have every right to be a very angry young man. Full of rage at what's happened and what you saw.
The thing was, that was at first it was in my mind that in the starting days I was thinking that I will take revenge of my friends and my revenge. revenge, and I will join military or air force,
Yes.
and I will take my revenge. But then I thought that what will happen if I will take revenge? What will happen? Like, I will kill their children, and then tomorrow their children will grow up and they will kill my children, and then my children will grow up and they will kill their children, and this war will be going on for generations. So it's better to finish this war with the perfect solution. And I think the best solution for this is to give them education, educate their mind. They are not educated, they are being manipulated by wrong people. Those children who are doing this, they don't know anything. They haven't seen the world around them. They just believe what they have been showed all the way, all their lives. Like,
Brainwashed, really.
yeah, they are being brainwashed by them. So the only solution for them is the only solution to this is to educate their minds, educate them, educate their children. Because with guns and with bullets, we can only kill a terrorist. But with education, I believe we can kill terrorism.
And that again clearly motivates you very much. I can see in your face. That is something you feel very, very strongly about. Do you think it's possible? Is that solution possible?
It is possible. Like, everything is possible in the world. Like, if you give children opportunities, if instead of sending bombs and guns to countries, to underdeveloped countries, we should send books and pens to those countries. We should send teachers to those countries, and we should invest in them, and we should provide them opportunities. We should provide the children their opportunities, cricket opportunities, sports opportunities. We should give them education opportunities. And if you educate them, like if you take example of a child, like if a child is being taught the right thing since his childhood, he will always do the right thing because he has been educated by the right way. But if a child has been taught the wrong way, he has been shown the wrong image of the world, he will think like that, and he will always think that these people are his enemies, and he will try to kill them. He will try to do terrorism and stuff. So we need to educate their mind. We need to educate them.
You're living in Birmingham a lot now, aren't you?
Yeah.
I mean, you are quite politically active, aren't you? You voted onto the UK Youth Parliament, I noticed. I mean, given what you've been through and where you are now, you do have, well, there's no one I don't think in the world with a better platform than you to get that message out there. I mean, are you doing that? Are you trying to educate people even around in the Birmingham area? I mean, there's been issues around there.
Yeah, whenever I will get an opportunity, I will try to help young people, and I will try to help them through my story. And that's what I did through this in this election, when there was an election for the Birmingham for the UK Youth Parliament.
Right.
So I stand from Birmingham along with other candidates, and I became the MP of the Birmingham Youth Parliament. And now we are trying to help young people. We are trying to raise different issues, and we are doing different campaigns, and we are trying to help them. We are giving them different opportunities, and we are raising our voice for them, and we are helping them. We are raising our voice to the governments and to the local bodies and to the general bodies, like all the politicians and all the ministers and the prime minister up there. And we are spreading our message of peace to them, and we are telling them that young people need attention. They need education. They need growing up. They need growth. Like, they need special education. They should be taught that how to live in a community with unity. Like, they need that. We need to make like some like we have in when we have meetings of the Birmingham Youth Council, we always have in the city, in the center, Lighthouse Center. It's a young people center. So that thing kind of gave me an idea of that we should have those kind of centers in every area, because what I have seen in that center is like young people from around that area come to that center, and they sit together and they talk to each other, and they get to know each other very well, and they get to know about like young people from different communities, not from one community or from different races and communities, come together and they sit there, and which gives us an image of the whole UK. Like, UK is also a mixed community. It's a mixed community, like many communities, many people live here from different races, from different nationalities. What we need to do is like we need to be one world. We need to be one people. Like, united we stand. If we stand united united we will be strong, but if we stand divided we will fall. So united we stand.
Do you come, when you're in your meetings and working as you are now around Birmingham, do you come across situations in which you feel that maybe there are youngsters, teenagers who are being manipulated somewhat by people to, I don't know, to groom them, again, to become the sort of terrorists that you encounter?
Yeah, that's what I've been doing. I've been going to different schools and sharing my stories with the young people and telling them that what is wrong and what they have done to me. And those people who are manipulating you, they are not the right people. And they are using the wrong name of the religion. Like I believe that every religion in the world teaches you to live with peace and love. No religion in the world teaches you that you should kill others. Like if the terrorists can show me, like I had the Quran, which I have read, which my parents have taught me, the Islam which my parents have taught me. In that, they teach you that if you do one good deed with one human being, it means you have done one good deed with the whole humanity. And if you harm one human being, it means you have harmed the whole humanity. So that's what I have been learning since my childhood. And I don't know where did they get that religion from. I think terrorism is a religion itself. Like they have created their own religion and they are living in their own world and they are manipulating young people. And by that, I go to different schools. As I said, I go to different schools and I share my stories there and I give them motivational speeches there. And I have seen a lot of young people getting motivated and inspired by my story, and I'm very grateful to them so that they listen to me and they listen to my story so carefully. So, and the other problem I have seen in young people here is like they take things for granted here. So that's what I've been telling them, that you should not take things for granted here, like the opportunities and the facilities you have here in school, outside school. You have cricket academies, you have different sports academies, you have different sports grounds, you have different opportunities in school as well. And above all, you have peace here. You are living in a peaceful country. So don't take these things for granted. Always take opportunities, look for opportunities, and serve your country in the best way. Because a lot of children in the world are dreaming about a life like this. They are aiming for a life like this. It's just a dream for them. A life like this is a dream for them. And even they don't want these facilities. The only thing they want is peace in their country. And I guess the young people here are really lucky. And I think they should take these opportunities and they should make like a good use of it. And
you can do so much good, well, you can, my word, from hell, you've found yourself in an extraordinary position.
As I said, like sometimes the worst experiences, this experience has given me something more than pain and agony. Like it has given me a lot of strength, determination, patience, and it has given me, above all, it has given me the vision of humanity, which I believe that above all religions, all racial differences, creed, caste, nationality, there's only one thing we all should believe in, which is humanity.
Tell me about your cricket. Come on, because I know you love your cricket.
Yeah, so when in cricket, I will tell you an
You're captain of the school, actually, weren't you? In Peshawar, when this happened, you were the cricket captain, weren't you?
Yeah,
your team?
and I'm the cricket captain here as well in my school. Yeah.
So you're obviously a decent player, despite all these injuries too. I mean, cricket, being shot in the leg, I mean, and so on. I mean,
yeah, cricket was actually my passion from the start. Like, I used to love cricket. I used to love watching cricket, and I was so passionate about it. And
I've watched cricket in Peshawar. I mean, it's a wonderful old town, isn't it?
Yeah, it's an historical city.
It is. It's a beautiful place to go and watch cricket, actually.
Yeah.
That's where it started for you, was it? Your love of the game?
Yeah, like a lot of people in Pakistan are like crazy about cricket. They love cricket. It's a passion there, and people are just hungry for cricket to come back home. They're just hungry for it. Like people want, like recently, international cricket can't get back to Pakistan, so the people are just eagerly waiting for the cricket to get back home.
I hope it happens one day. Do you think it will?
It will, inshallah. I believe that it will. Peace is coming. After every dark night, there is a bright day. So,
what sort of cricket were you playing? Playing with the sellotape ball, the street cricket, and so on? Or were you playing posh cricket?
I play hardball cricket. I played the team ball cricket as well, but I play hardball cricket. And I'm going to tell you a story that when I came here to UK and in 2015 and before I was going, 2 days before I was going to Pakistan, I was going back to Pakistan and then I came back here in 2017. So in 2015 when I was going back to Pakistan, 2 days before, one of our friends took me to a cricket ground. I guess it was New Zealand versus England cricket match. So I was watching that match in the ground and I told that he was our family friend, so I told uncle, I called him uncle, so I told him that I love cricket and I want to play it. At that time, even though I had my surgery recently and I was on crutches and I couldn't even walk, the doctors told me that you will be able to walk normally after 2 months. So I told him that I want to play cricket. So at that time, Farooq Qazi uncle, the one who supported me and the academy that I go to, his academy, so his son, Ali Qazi, he was sending out pamphlets in the ground, and luckily he sent out one pamphlet to that uncle, and he called them on the second day, and he called them that there's a guy from Peshawar, and he told them about me, and he wants to come and play cricket in your academy. So they said, yeah, he's more than welcome. Like, they were already looking for me here, so they were so excited about me, and I didn't expect that. That was like unbelievable. And when I went there, and Qazi uncle was standing there, and he hugged me, and he started crying, and it was like, and his son was also standing there, and the way they treated me so specially. Like, they treated me like I was their own family member. I was his own son, and I have been through all this. So he started crying at that time, and I was so surprised, and I wasn't expecting that kind of reaction. So, and then I said to him that I wanna ball, and everyone was looking at me like, how can I ball with crutches and stuff? So I tried to ball. He gave me a ball, and he said, like, be careful, don't injure yourself. You had your surgery recently. So I tried to ball with that, and I bowled 1 over at that time, although I was badly injured. But
you bowled an over on crutches.
Yeah.
There's a determination for you.
I would like to thank them, like, till that day, like, since that day, they have supported me like family. I go to his academy every weekend. Whenever I get bored, I just go to that academy and I play cricket there, and he provides me with every facility, and he supports me a lot.
David has said he must think is wandering around the shops in tears listening. What a great example of hope amid despair, and that's typical. There aren't words to describe how humbling it is to hear Ollie's story, to come through that experience and devote his love to others. It's an incredible act of selflessness, and thank you for sharing your story with us, people saying. You must get that sort of reaction all the time, though, don't you?
Yeah, the way the people show support and love to me, and they show respect to me, it's just amazing, and it encourages me a lot. It gives me more motivation. It gives me more motivation in my mission, that the people are at my back, they are supporting me, so it gives me a lot more strength.
With guns you can kill a terrorist, but with education you can kill terrorism. Incredible young man, we met him 2 years ago. Waleed Khan, and I hope he's doing well, and hope he's enjoying his cricket too, because that was what he was really there to tell us all about. And I know many of you again have been very moved listening to his account of his early life in particular. And an extraordinary young man. Here we are at GS Bowl. We're just coming to the end of the lunch break, which was delayed because of bad light. Really, it wasn't rain, but bad light. And I must say, I'm being honest, that it really hasn't improved that much. It's just this low, dark cloud is hanging over the ground. It's not going anywhere. It's not raining, and at the moment the floodlights are on and the umpires are in the middle, and we're going to have play. But I do fear a bit for later on this afternoon, unless somehow we can find some breaks in this, because otherwise I'm afraid it's going to be bad light stop play, and like last night when we stopped at about 5:30, I think it was, when they came off round about then. I can feel that same thing happening again now. But anyway, for now we've got cricket, and England still trying to find their first breakthrough. Michael Vaughan's here. Maybe a change of fortune for England. It's doing a bit, Michael.
Yeah, it is. It's a typical kind of English conditions pitch. It's a bit of swing, bit of seam. Cloud cover helps. There's a hint of green grass on it this week. Maybe England had something to do with that. When you think of the last wicket at Old Trafford, I don't think they were that happy with, even though they won. There were a few grumbles around the surface in Manchester. I thought it was a fantastic one for Test match cricket. Well, this one is typically English. There's lots happening for them.
That's interesting, isn't it? Umpire Kettleborough is doing something with Michael Gough's trousers there. He's not doing them up or adjusting them somehow. I'm not sure that's all about. They are quite a close-knit team as umpires, aren't they?
They've been together for a while, haven't they?
Well, they have, but that was sort of brotherly love. I'm sure what's going on, but he's hitching up his trousers now, and he's telling Ollie Popel about it at square leg. So let's see if England can get a breakthrough here. 155 for 5. Ball's moving around, beating the bat. And Babar Azam is just demonstrating again what a lovely player he is, but with so many runs coming through the leg side, what can they do? How can they?
Yeah, 86% of his scoring areas are on the onside. But he's left it beautifully outside off stump. He's just letting the ball go through to Josh Buttler. Knows exactly where, has been so far known exactly where his off stump has been. He's just waiting for those straight ones to work on the onside.
Broad from the far end starts things up and balls wide outside the off stump. And Babar allows that to go through. Butler's on his hands and knees, taking that in front of Joe Root, who seems to be chief team ball shiner at the moment, working very hard. He's got a big red stripe on the right side of the back of his trousers.
In these conditions, Abbas is a right-hander and the ball's swinging so much. The hardest shot is that extra cover drive, because it has to be under your nose. So I just wonder if England can create a gap there for Babar Azam so that you can drive a ball if you like. There's a big space for you. It's slightly wrong as a batsman, you know, that the outside edge will be found.
Here's Broad from the far end, bowling and beats the bat. As Babar looks to push drive, really. It wasn't a full follow through, but looking to drive between Woakes at mid-off and Broad, the bowler, who purses his lips and thinks, oh, another day. But just moved away, and some bounce there as well.
Yeah, there's not been many balls come down the ground, which tells you that it's not an easy pitch to drive on. Scoring areas for Pakistan have been the onside, just working it off the hip or square of the wicket on the offside. So it suggests that England are potentially a little bit too short.
Here's Broad again, bowling. Bowler lines this up. And allows that to go by. Well, I'm with you. I'm taking extra cover out, and I'm putting him in good old-fashioned gully. And so there you go. You have a drive, and it's got 3 slips in a gully, and might be thicker edge that goes to gully.
I like it. Nice captaincy, Abbas.
I don't know. I'm trying to learn. But yeah, Bess a little bit square. They've got this new position, haven't they? Sort of deep gully or backward point, almost on that gully line. Here's Broad again, white bandana on, and he bowls outside the off stump once more, moves away, and Babar again has a look.
Well, as you see that ball there, I think if you get your field and you bring a point, it's about 10 yards in front to gully, and you say to Babar Azam, there's a big gap there. That ball there, he potentially may have driven it.
Yep.
But he doesn't, because he knows there's no real reward for him just at this stage, so he's letting balls go just outside off stump with a hint of swing, going, nah, I'm not interested. That's when you see gaps, you can't help yourself.
Test of patience, really, because the Broad is deliberately bowling outside the off stump. There's a man back at deep square leg, and he bowls again. Wide of the off stump, saying to Azam, there you go, but you're quite right, he's saying, well, there's no point at the moment, because there's a man there at extra cover. It's a risk to be playing the shot anyway. So no Paulus, let it go. He's dancing on his toes at the moment.
Well, that's the skill as a bowler and as a captain, is to work out what the hardest shots to play on a surface, and I think the drive is a real hard shot to play on this wicket. So then you go, okay, that's the hardest shot, let's create a little bit of something there for him, just dangle the carrot.
The next one then, he's got a bit straight, and so Babar, for all the oohs and ahs from the slip cord, and flicks that nonchalantly away out to deep mid wicket. And keeps the strike, which is also a sign of a good batter. He likes doing that. Last ball of the over, I think you're batting with Babar Azam, you get ready to run, because he likes the strike, and he's picked one off there. 156 for 5. Babar 46. Rizwan has 12. It's Stuart Broad engaging in conversation there. Lovely arrival of some cheese at lunchtime. Thank you to our friends there in Lincolnshire. It's kept morale up, and what was better still, actually, even better, there's a box there for the England team. So managed, I think, to get it through all the various disinfectant zones and everything else, and I think Joe Root's going to have a nice surprise when he goes to his room tonight.
Bit of cheese.
What a great selection.
So show Joe Root, I want to share it with the glass
chance at red, but I think we could, Jonathan.
Oh, okay. Being a nice thought. Anderson's on, and he's bowling from this end. And he's on his way now, and bowls outside the off stump. There's no stroke from Babar Azam. I'm not sure who's in charge of our entertainment. It's not Andy, is it?
Well, I don't know. He's ready to speak, so maybe it is Andy. Is it you?
Stats are the only entertainment I need.
Oh, right.
That's the 36th ball Babar Azam has left in this innings. He's faced 118 deliveries. 30% of balls in this innings he's left. That's his highest percentage of leave-alones in any of the 33 test innings he's played when he's faced at least 25 balls. Over the course of his career, he's left 13% of delivery, so he's been very disciplined.
I love it.
Andy's on fire.
Yeah, I love it. The leave. Just don't get taught it, do you? The leave.
I think the bite bubble's good for Andy. In goes Anderson over the wicket, bowls very full, and he drives up towards mid-off. It's quite straight. Juggly stop there from Curran rolling over. And there's no run.
That's the way that he got out on Old Trafford. 69 over 9. Jimmy Anderson, full delivery, enticed the drive, and that occasion it was a similar kind of delivery, but he plays that a lot better. Yeah, the leave, it's such an important non-shot on a pitch like this, knowing exactly where your off stump is.
Still 3 slips there. Anderson was prowling in, bowls a little short, and Babar could stand up and play that. Without really moving his feet at all, just waits for the ball to arrive. Mohammad Rizwan's been all sorts of loosening up down at this end. He hasn't faced a ball yet. I don't know what he's up to there. But anyway, sorts of strange movements there with his he's on his hands and knees.
He's agile, isn't he?
Very agile.
Yeah, he's very loose.
He's a lovely keeper.
He is, yeah. Good hand. Very noisy as well.
Yeah, very. Anderson wheels round. And past umpire Goff bowls a nice length, and Babar just waits for this again, not really moving his feet very much. It's picked up by Crawley. They're still persisting with this extra cover fielder.
Yeah, it's a bit cat and mouse here. Pakistan are just hanging in there. I think it was 62.3 overs gone. With the ball still doing plenty, I think Babar Azam have realised that if they can just sneak towards 225, somewhere around that figure, 225, 250 would be a very good score in these conditions. But I think he knows as a player of high class that it's been so hard for him to get 46.
He's waiting now as Anderson's there again. Nice length outside the off stump this time. Babar isn't tempted. And one more goes to Andy's stats there as he lets that one go through.
He's celebrating to my right. But I think Babar Azam, I mean, the high class players, generally, if it's hard for them, they should be saying something like, if it's hard for me, who he's the 6th best batsman in the world.
He's the highest averaging batsman.
Yeah,
in the last couple of years.
But you say if it's hard for Babar Azam, it's going to be hard for everyone. Sneak his team to around 225. I think Pakistan are in this contest.
2 balls to go. Rizwan better get in the blocks, and that one's nudged away into the leg side. There he goes.
The nerdle.
He's taken another one, but there's 1 ball to go, so at least Rizwan's going to get a sighter. He loves to keep the strike.
Darren Lehman used to do half playing for Yorkshire. He was brilliant. You kind of knew in the 5th or 6th delivery of that you might as well just run, because he would work away at making sure that he kept the strike.
Yeah, well, I'm sure Babar's the same. And for all the loosening up that Mohammad Rizwan has done, every shot in the book at the non-striker's end. Let's see what he gets up to when the ball is actually coming down to him. You can't just let it go after all that. He's played virtually every shot in the coaching manual at the non-striker's end in the course of that over.
Well, he's also just playing with his Velcro, his gloves. He's twitchy, isn't he?
Yeah. Now, Anderson's relaying the sawdust again for his run-up. He's obviously got a bit of a problem here. It's interesting. They haven't had that much rain, but clearly his run-up is being affected by the damp. So here's the last ball of the over, the first delivery that Rizwan has faced since lunch. Anderson. Arms pumping, and he goes, bowls outside the off stump, and for all that, he lets that one go. So, 63 overs gone. It's 158 for 5. While sitting out listening just before lunch, I heard a cry, I think, from Joss Buttler, come on lads, they're going nowhere, which was right. And Phil Toffin was here. I was just saying, not so very long ago, I was just making sure you're okay, Tubbs. I haven't seen you all day. He's all right. Good. You didn't come into the woods with me this morning. You're invited.
I I'll come in the woods with you tomorrow morning, Agus.
Excellent. It's lovely up there.
Stroll.
Squirrels, dog walkers. Yeah, it's really nice.
Phil's I just seen him downstairs with his chicken drumsticks.
Oh, was he? Yes. He was on fire last night demonstrating eating fives. He's obviously a very good player at it, isn't he?
He's got a few tricks as well.
158 for 5. Up comes Broad, and he bowls, and Babar allows that to go through outside the off stump. No change to the field. Again, just all the time, that steady movement away from the bat, and Broad can just want to come back from that line, not too straight. That might make Babar think a little bit as well.
Well, I think England are playing the game so they don't feel that Pakistan are taking anything away from them. So that's probably the reason why Joe Root's not creating any gaps to potentially allow Babar to hit a couple of boundaries. And he also knows that they shouldn't be thinking this way because 17 overs in this test match is a long time.
Yeah.
And that's the second new ball. England have got to try and strike now.
Broad goes down the leg side. Got to get that on right, and Babar just looked at that and really tried too hard to get too much bat on it.
If they get to that second new ball, Pakistan will be beyond 200. And I think it's the kind of wicket that you should be really looking to bowl an opposing team out for around this 160, 180 mark. It's done plenty, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Catching was not at his best yesterday. I'm looking at the corner now just to see if there's anything changed in the stagger, the spacing. I still think Rory Burns and Dobson Sibley are too close. Joe Root and Rory Burns seem to have a nice gap between them, but it's the second and third position.
Broad bowls. Oh, that comes cutting back. That's the one I was looking for. And Babar played that nicely, actually. At least it's in his mind that Broad has got that one coming back and threatening the pads. Jofra's heading for the nets. He's padded up. He's had a busy day today. He's bowled a bit. He's kept wicket. And now he's off to go batting. It's an interesting look. He's got all his protective equipment, and I mean all of it, outside his clothes. That's not a look that you often see.
I was thinking he's got a blue thigh pad.
He goes, bowls, and that's edged and caught behind. That's exactly the line. And Babar is out. Lovely ball from Broad. He nipped one back. That one's just held its own a little. And Babar felt he had to play. And he probably did on the strength of the last delivery. And it's nicked through to Josh Buttler, and England finally have that breakthrough with Babar Azam, the wicket they really wanted as well. Caught behind off Broad. It didn't do a lot. I think the previous ball had a bit to do with that. It just held its own. And a nice outside edge for Buttler.
Oh, that's a beautiful delivery. Had to play. There's just enough movement there. Just squared him up just slightly. And Babar Azam strolls off for 47. A very well executed 47 in tough conditions. It's about now that if you're Dom Sibley and Rory Burns and Crawley and Joe Root, you start thinking about, well, what's it going to be like when we get the chance to bat on this surface? Yep, Yasir Shah, he'll come out swinging. You know, it probably requires that. Probably requires Pakistan to try and be a little bit busier. It looks to me that England will just hang in there if you're not playing too many strokes, and there'll be a ball exactly like that one Babar's just got, just around the corner. So it may be worth Pakistan just gambling a little bit here and trying to get the scoreboard ticking. Yeah, Mohammad Abbas on a wicket like this is going to be interesting.
Very. Yasir Shah's on his way, and as Jofra's headed for the net, that's a very unusual look. It looks as wearing a codpiece, which is not a sight that you often see with cricketers, but every bit of his protective equipment was worn outside his clothes.
Yeah, he had the job shop on the outside as well. Yeah, it was. I've never seen those thigh pads, the blue ones. And the inner thigh pad was the same colour. Obviously, a company that's made it for him. You get that these days. You know, you get a lot of the players. I used to have one specifically made in Australia. Renfrew was the company that they come and measure you up for your thigh and get it absolutely spot on. A bit of towel inside to make sure it's nice and comfortable on the skin.
Red one's a really hard surface, and if you're often given out, caught off the thigh, it sounded a bit like bat on ball. Right, Yasir Shah, entertaining is the best way to describe his batting, but he's going to find it pretty tough to play many shots on here. And Broad's in the hunt, has taken his second wicket.
Same field.
It is. 3 slips, ring of 3 in the offside. Mid-on's quite straight. And there's a deep square leg. I'm not sure if he's necessary, is he? You want to keep on strike, don't you? And a long leg. No, Broad.
Did you see what he did straight? Look, he's three times now he's practiced the leave.
Yeah.
Straight away, played the big drive, and then within a second he's practicing the, what was that, the Courtney Walsh leaves.
It was a booming drive. He really went at that. There was nothing near the pitch of the ball at all. And Joe Root's got a smile on his face.
Well, he better get ready, because I would think one of those three slips is going to get a chance if he keeps playing like that.
He might get rid of a scorcher as well if he goes at it like that. 1:58 for 6. There's one ball to go in the over. Broad's on his way from that far end again and bowls. And now that's beautifully played. Defensively off the front foot. And Crawley fields cover. So success for Stuart Broad. And he's now taken 2 for 34. It's 1:58 for 6 for that. He took some prizing out.
Yeah, that beautiful bowling. High class from Stuart Broad. Richard Calver asking for now. Oh, the jackets are coming out for the umpires. So we're getting a little bit chilly.
Well, interesting. One or two of the players have got sleeveless sweaters on. And not all of them by any means. It's certainly not. It's not as oppressive as yesterday. So I hope it'll keep the thunderstorms away. But the light is it's knife-edge stuff at the moment, don't you think?
Well, I would say, Abbas, with the criticism that you gave the Manchester weather, that you would have found that the cricket, if it had been played in Manchester the last 2 days, I don't think they'd have missed the ball.
It's disappointing when your friends let you down.
Yes.
And I had a message from Mark Chapman yesterday saying precisely that. Blue sky, disappointing. In goes Anderson, bowls. Oh, rears away. That really flew from just short of a length. The batting won't be any easier for England, that is for sure.
I'm interested to see what an extra 2 or 3 miles an hour, which Naseem, Shah, Shaheen, Afridi may provide on this surface will do. Because 83 to 85 miles an hour, which Anderson Broad are bowling at, he's doing plenty and he's zipping through. Average speed for Anderson at 85.1.
Yeah.
Fastest ball 88 miles an hour for Jimmy.
Yeah. He's got some rhythm in this game. That really went. It moved way off the seam as well and bounced. 1:58 for 6. Anderson over the wicket, moves in, bowls, and again it bounced, and Rizwan gives up a little bit of room. Manages to steer the ball safely to Sibley at third slip. You might be looking at that. It's interesting, isn't it? Because the slips are almost always inhabited by the batsman. So they stand there, they see a ball like that previous one, going, yeah, come on, Jimmy, that's great. So you sort of turn around to each other and go,
Well, they'll know. They both know that it's going to be very, very difficult against the Pakistan three seamers on this wicket. They have to play very nicely indeed.
It's footwork, isn't it? That's what they had to absolutely nail. They've got to be
Footwork, precision, game plan, knowing what's on, what's not. Bit of fortune. I think you'll need a little bit of luck on this kind of wicket.
Yeah, really disciplined. Like Babar was really got his head down. So there's now very much a backward point. Anderson goes in, bowls to Rizwan, who comes shuffling forward, so a ball's pretty straight and full.
I thought the two interviews that I've heard this year, which have been tremendous to listen to, was Stuart Broad's here, which basically guaranteed him the next test match he was going to play, and then Jimmy Anderson's this Monday. I thought it was a senior pro experience. I'll speak on Monday before the Thursday start. I'll guarantee him not playing in the team.
That's how I read it, I must say. I'm not sure everyone did, but that's definitely how I read that. Anderson again bowls, and that's worked away into the leg side. So we get 2 here as Rizwan's dashing for that far end. Down goes Bess and throws it back, and 2 runs taken. 160 for 6.
Once he'd spoken great about his position, about his future. It would have been very difficult to Jerry to knock on his door and say, by the way, you're not playing.
Well, that's exactly. If he hadn't played, and someone here had done really well, and he didn't play in the final test, where would that have left him? In goes Anderson again, and he bowls down the leg side. We'll be cross about that. That was well off target, inflected by
I think that you earn the right when you play for such a long period of time to have those kind of experience moments where you can stick down and say, I'll do an interview, I'll do the press, I'll say what I want to say. He's earned the right to do pretty much what he wants, Jimmy Anderson.
Walking slowly back and mopping his brow, looking thoughtful at the moment. There's some fiddling going on, not least Rizwan with his gloves. Ball slowly being returned. Oh, Stuart Broad doesn't like it. You don't want to change that ball, do you? It's going all over the place. He's giving it to the umpire, putting it through the ring gauge, and he's thrown it back again. runs the ball down to that backward point position, and that's the end of the over. So 1 wicket for England in those 20 minutes. Pakistan are 160 for 6. Fascinating cricket, it really is. The ball's doing quite a lot. The batting is not easy. And after thoughts from Michael Vaughan, we were joined by Isha Gua.
Yeah, it's slow going for Pakistan. It's because it's so difficult. And, the ball isn't doing it all the same, so some balls are swinging, some balls aren't. It looks to me like from around 4 stump the ball's swinging. As soon as the bowler gets it straight, it goes straight on. Sometimes I have those kind of days. There's certainly plenty out there for the seamers. It's not easy for the keeper. I've just seen a rerun on television of a lot of Babar Azam's leaves when the ball's swinging after he's left the ball, and just Butler's having to dive all over the place. Afternoon, Ish.
Afternoon to you, Michael. Stuart Broad. We'll continue from the pavilion end. He's got 2 men out deep on the leg side. Yasir Shah on strike with 3 slips in position as Broad is in. Bowls nearly struck on the pads, but he manages to get batter on the ball as he looks to play it through mid-wicket. Pops back to the bowler, and he's got a smile on his face now, Yasir Shah. Very jovial sort of character.
He's always got a smile on his face.
Yeah.
He loves the game.
Yeah, he does. Enjoys being out there, and we were both there, of course, weren't we, for
Adelaide.
his century.
I still can't remember how he got that 100. I mean, I was there commentating to get 100 against that Australian attack.
As Broad is in and bowls to Shah, who's whipping off his hip out to deep square. It falls just past the umpire as Just Buttler runs out to collect it, and he is off the mark. So 161 for 6. In fact, it's been signalled a leg by, so he will remain on naught. He stands at the non-striker's end. Mohammad Rizwan then, he's the man who's going to have to navigate through this tricky phase. England right on top. You can just sense the bowlers are really G'd up here. They're on a bit of a roll. You can smell blood as Broad past the stumps, bowls short. Rizwan pulls. There's an edge. Just Buttler parries it over the bar, and Joe Root comes in to collect the ball. And they'll push back for 2, but there was an opportunity there for Joss Buttler diving away to his left.
He's tempted to go bounce because it's straight and it seams on it. Yeah, it's high to his left. He's at full stretch. Does he get a good enough leap on Joss Buttler? I'm just trying to see here from the replay. He should be catching that. He gets 2 hands, he parries it, just as a man like parries it over the crossbar. He should be catching that.
So, another bit of disappointment for Joss Buttler. A couple of missed opportunities for him in the last Test match as Broad comes in again, running towards us. Bowls full, strikes him on the pad, but there's a half appeal. Maybe there was some inside edge on it from Rizwan.
Yeah, that's a chance. He was so honest in his interview after Old Trafford. He said the keeper wasn't good enough. And I owed the team plenty. We should have been chasing 100 less. And 2 or 3 of the chances that if they're real difficult flying one-handed, these chances are pretty straightforward for keepers.
Rizwan crouches, flips through mid-wicket out to the mid-wicket boundary. Deep square, sprints to the ball, and Pope out there. Turns and throws as they settle for the 1. So
You can ask Andy, do you have any stats on drop catches on this England Test match team? Because over the last few years, in my mind, they do tend to drop a lot of catches.
Yesterday we were looking at slip catches. Cricket's put up a tweet that only Bangladesh in the last 2 years have a worse slip catch success percentage than England.
Ron's pumping from Broad. He bowls. Shah up on his toes in the air and work it to the leg side, and won't take the single as Buttler comes round. So end of the over here at the Aegeus. 164 for 6 then. 66 overs have been bowled. Rizwan on 17. Yasir Shah yet to get off the mark. Important breakthrough for Babar Azam. Key wicket for England as he batted beautifully this morning with lots of discipline and determination.
Australia in a year and a half's time. They just can't afford to drop Steve Smith, Virat Kohli in their own backyard. Pretty much guarantee they're going to make you pay.
Anderson pushes away. He bowls a good length delivery, just misses the top of off as Rizwan looks to drive. It goes between bat and pad as it goes through to Jos Buttler.
Well, I was talking about Babar Azam and his game plan on this wicket. It was perfect. Leave, wait for the straight one. The hardest shot to play is the drive, particularly on the up to a left delivery, because you've got no idea what it's going to do. Probably the highest risk shot that you can possibly take on against Jimmy Anderson, Rizwan there.
Here comes Anderson again, past the stumps, bowls. Rizwan clips away down to the fine leg boundary. Woakes comes off there and attacks the ball as he throws it in now. We'll settle for the one. Rizwan to 18 then, 165 for 6. Gloomy conditions here in Southampton. It's been grey and overcast all morning, slightly cooler, much cooler than yesterday, where it was hot and humid. It felt like we were in Sri Lanka at one stage. Just the humidity that we had outside, and now it's typical English conditions.
Where were you for the electric storm on Wednesday evening? It was a beaut.
I have no idea, if I'm honest, Michael.
Studied.
Anderson bowls to Shah on the back foot, defends back down the pitch. What day is it today?
It's Friday.
It's Friday, okay. So Wednesday was the eve.
2 days ago.
Okay, yeah, I was here.
It was Wednesday night, or was it Tuesday night the electric storm came? Might be Tuesday night. It just showed it was worth watching. The Aussies are coming to town each
Yes, they are.
September. Good to hear.
Yeah, I'll spend a couple of days in Derby before heading to Southampton. It's a strong squad as well that they bring as Anderson is in again. Shah beats the edge of his bat and goes through to Buttler. Another good left delivery from James Anderson.
Well, that went through head high to Jos Buttler. Decent length, playing and miss, and it's flat. I mean, this bit was a little bit closer than it was at Old Trafford. This pitch is a bit quicker, but that's flown through to Buttler. Yeah, there's some good players. I mean, understandably, I don't think you're going to get too many injuries throughout lockdown, or you shouldn't do. Justin Lang has picked his full strength armoury.
Flashes orange from the soles of Anderson's shoes as he bowls now to Shah, who gets off the mark, works it leg side to square leg, who's just been shifted out to the deep square boundary, and will pick up the single. So Pakistan to 166 for 6 now. Yeah, some good names in there. Aaron Finch, of course, fabulous century that he scored here in a T20 international. He will be captaining the side. Pat Cummins, a vice captain. Some names that you might not have heard much about. Josh Philippi.
Yeah, Josh Philippi is a tremendous wicket-keeper batsman. Just really get an opportunity because opening batsman in the Big Bash. And with Warner and Finch, I can't imagine they're going to break that partnership up.
Anderson bowls back of the length to Rizwan, pushing to the offside. He scuttles down the wicket, but then is sent back by his partner as Crawley is quick to the ball, sends a throw in, end of the over then. 166 for 6 Pakistan. Daniel Sams, the left arm all-rounder from New South Wales.
Yeah, just over the back in the cold ground here, the Pakistan one-day team are practicing. And I don't know who was bowling there, but he's just been clobbered onto the golf course. I don't know who the left-hand bat, but it was a tremendous strike. I think it's landed on the 18th.
I think they shouted 4, as someone did when I was on the golf course.
Well, you don't mind on a golf course getting hit by a golf ball, but you're on a golf course, you get hit by a cricket ball, you're slightly unlucky, aren't you?
What are the odds of being hit by a golf ball, though?
Keep your eye on the ball. Did the shout for?
Please.
Did the shout for you?
Broad comes in on angle, bowls short to Yasir Shah, back of a length as he prods at one outside.
Where were you in the bushes and it hit you?
No run.
Like looking for the ball?
I was with Big Marks and Michael Carberry. We were here for the one-dayers, and it was my first time on the golf course for 2 years, and we were on the 10th, and we were holding people up, so we We did usher them through. We did say you can come through, but they probably should have waited until we were past the green.
So you pulled them through and they just fired balls at you.
And all I heard was "whoa" as Broad comes in, and a swipe outside the off-stop from Shah. He misses it completely, goes through to Buttler, and now again just rehearsing the Steve Smith leave, wafting his bat all over the place. So I heard the call, and it actually was quite dangerous because I turned around. I don't think Michael Carberry had heard anything at all, and I just put my hands on my head, crouched down. I didn't hear anything, nothing. So I started leaning up, at which point as Broad bowls to Yasir Shah, who does connect with this one. This is a lovely balanced drive to the cover boundary, picks up 4, just lent on it. Bit of width from Stuart Broad, back of the length, and Pakistan go to 170 for 6, Yasir to 5.
It's a shot that is. It's a lengthwise, you say. She just leans on it, times it perfectly. He's going to play a few strokes. Those leaves that he keeps kind of gimmicking after playing a big drive, I don't think he's quite in that mindset. He's going to play a few.
Yeah, that was a decent strike as Broad pushes away now. And he comes past the umpire. Shah. Well, he's already a little edge through to the keeper. There's a muted appeal from the slip cordon. He did look to play, back of a length. This one coming in on the angle. Whether he just got his bat out of the way in time. Given not out, and England haven't reviewed. Yeah, he's just managed to drop his hands in the nick of time. As the ball gets tossed around the infield, back to Stuart Broad wearing his karate-style headband, tied at the back. Well, just to finish that story, Michael Vaughan has actually shifted out, but for the purpose of the listeners, it smacked me on my middle finger as Broad is into Yasir Shah, looking to leave the ball, but it hits the bat as it comes through, and he manages to keep it down as it goes into the ground, and to Rory Burns at second slip. But it was flush. It was flush from about 190 yards on the finger, and the bruising came out immediately, and I was fortunate enough that it wasn't broken in the end. Anyway, Broad back at the top of his mark, positions the ball in his hand quite deliberately, fingers over the seam as he bowls, beats the edge again of Yasir Shah, who again rehearses the leave, and there's real signs of frustration for Stuart Broad, shake of the head as he continues through his bowling follow-through. Of course, umpires not carrying jumpers or caps for the bowlers. And he goes to his position at mid-on for James Anderson. 170 for 6 then Pakistan here. Run rate of 2.5. It's been tricky circumstances for the batters in the morning session all day long really, and yesterday. Perfect conditions for this attack of swing bowlers.
Look at Stuart Broad's statistics for this summer, having an extraordinary summer. 24 wickets currently at an average of 12.7.
It's outstanding, isn't it? As Anderson is at the crease, bowled short to Rizwan, who's pulling. Stuart Broad diving to his right at mid-on. Very much in front of the wicket there, got hold of it. As Rizwan comes through for a single, goes to 19, 171 for 6 then.
Currently, the first bowler in 20 years in an English Test summer to have 20 or more wickets at an average under 14. Dominic 20 wickets at 12.2 in 2000. Courtney Walsh also averaged 12.8 that summer. So this is outstanding for Broad. He's never averaged under 22 in an English summer before.
Anderson in on an angle to Shah, who's back and defending, back to the bowler.
However, in 10 of the previous 11 summers before this one, he has averaged below 30, only in 2017, when he still took 20 wickets, but an average of 33 is the average over 30, so hugely consistent through his career. But this summer has been truly extraordinary for him.
I'd be interested to know how much fuller he's bowling. There's been talk about him pushing the ball up a little bit more as Anderson approaches the crease now. Yasir Shah edges, and that's taken by Jos Buttler. Well, it was a flowing drive, and he hangs his head back. Yasir Shah, he will be dismissed for 5 as the players gather together now. Lots of fist pumping going on for the players with James Anderson, and that makes it 7 wickets down now for Pakistan as Mark Ramprakash comes in.
Well, afternoon, and I've brought a wicket, which is pretty unusual actually, but not unusual for Jimmy Anderson. Yeah, just a bit full of that one, up and outside the off stump. Not the first airy drive that Yasir Shah has played in his short innings. And I was kind of looking at him and thinking, well, Pakistan do have a bit of a predicament here. They're not going to sort of graft their way to a score. They need to perhaps try and change the momentum, but not an easy thing to do, to come in and play a few shots to broaden Anderson in these conditions, with the ball still darting around, even though it's what we've had 68 overs, something like that.
Yeah, 68.3.
And yet the ball is still moving prodigiously. So I can't blame Yasir for playing a few shots, but maybe he should have gone even harder at it. If it's a up and out there, give it a good swing of the bat and see what happens. But it brings Shaheen to the crease, a tall figure of Shaheen, the left-armer, who is a left-handed batsman.
There was a degree of inevitability about that shot from Yasir Shah. He was just wafting outside the off stump. So Shaheen Shah Afridi out in the middle now. Tall frame. Stands in front of the stumps and now marking his guard. Middle and leg. As Anderson has the ball in his hand. Red mark down the back of his right trouser leg from all the shining that he's been doing on it. As we'll have 3 slips in position. Ringfielder on the offside, mid on, square leg, and a man down in fine leg. So fairly regulation as Anderson shuffles away. Here he comes. He bowls to Shah Afridi down the leg side. Doesn't get any bat on it as Jos Buttler dives away and manages to take the ball. And a little grimace from James Anderson as he returns to the top of his mark. But this is perfect, isn't it? I mean, as a seam swing bowler, you're wanting to bowl all day long in this.
And I think in recent years, we've seen conditions, overhead conditions like this, very muggy, cloudy, and then you've got the floodlights on to boot. And it means that we're out there seeing cricket, but often in the past we wouldn't have seen them out there, and so it has made modern day batting very tricky.
Anderson bowls, Shah Afridi lunges forwards and pushes back to Anderson. No run. So he wanders over to square leg. Just rotates his body, loosens himself up, wearing a long-sleeved shirt. The left-handed batsman, he'll enjoy these conditions, especially if he gets the ball moving like he did up at Old Trafford with the new ball. Square leg just heads on out to the boundaries, about 15-20 metres off it is Anderson over the wicket, bowls to Afridi, who's still in his crease and defends it aptly. After the last ball of the over, 171 for 7 then. Shaheen Shah is in on 0, Rizwan on 19. A few more words from you, Mark. And then it will be Atif Nawaz.
Well, you know that if they, in these conditions, continue to bowl at the top of off stump, there'll be periods where nothing happens and there'll be periods where the game moves forward quickly. Just looking over at the scoreboard, Anderson bowled 23 overs and Broad 20 overs. That's 43 out of the 69 that have been bowled. I mean, one of his most successful pair of seamers. It's hard to get the ball out of their hands when the conditions are in their favour. And rightly, the captain started with them after the break, and it's worked a treat.
Stuart Broad in and bowls full-length delivery, just been pushed out to backward point for no run by Rizwan. Afternoon, Andy. Afternoon, Ramps. How are you guys doing?
very good. Full of the joys after our very healthy lunch. Andy, what did you end up having?
Some, pasta, alleged pasta, and stats, of course. Stats are the only nutrition I need. Stuart Broad is 1 wicket away from an interesting little stat.
I'll find out in a moment as he comes in. Short delivery and attempted pull shot and an abandoned appeal straight away because he's miles away from that. Well taken down the leg side by Josh Buttler. Score remains 1-7, 1 for 7. Andy, tell us the stat.
He's taken 3 or more wickets in his last 6 innings. A couple of drops in this innings to go with his 2 wickets. If he takes another wicket, one of the last 3 to fall, it will be 7 3-wicket innings in a row for him. The first England bowler to do that since Graham Swan. First England seamer to do it since Darren Gough, and for England before they have to go back to Ian Botham in the late 70s, and Alec Bedser and Maurice Tate, SF Barnes, and that's the list of England bowlers who've taken 3+ in 7 consecutive innings.
Extraordinary. What a list to be a part of. In comes Stuart Broad once again, full of a length this time, just pushed into the onside, and they run through for a quick single. Rizwan happy to take that and trust Shaheen with 3 deliveries of Stuart Broad. Is this a case of conventional playing around your tail here for Rizwan? Perhaps do you think he just concentrates on what he's doing, or does he have to be mindful of the batsman at the other end?
Well, there's still there's 3 wickets left in Pakistan innings, but yes, you do wonder how long the lower order will hang around with him. So I guess he's thinking, probably mulling over what calculated risks he can take. England have employed a deep square leg to him, so they may give him the odd bouncer to think about, which he's tried to take on to his credit, gloving one to Josh Buttler that he couldn't quite hold on to. But where else do you go unless you're sort of running down the wicket, maybe trying to hit him over the offside? It's really quite tricky for Rizwan. I feel for him because batting with the tail against the quality bowling attack is very difficult.
It is indeed, as Stuart Broad comes in good length, just outside the off stump, and Shaheen just pulls his bat inside the line of it, lets it go through on the bounce to the keeper. Not much carry that time, 82 miles an hour.
Just coming back to Stuart Broad though, those stats are fascinating, and I think it's a great example of someone who's played a lot of international cricket and had a lot of success, and yet still wanting to seek improvement, pursue excellence in their craft and their game. And there was a lot of talk at one point
as Broad comes in and bowls full of delivery. He's been pushed into the covers for no run.
There's a lot of talk about Stuart Broad and how for a while he bowled a lot round the wicket to left-handers, as he's doing at the moment, trying to swing the ball away to the left-handers from around the wicket, and he kind of lost his wrist. What I mean by that is that the wrist, he was pushing the ball in to the right-hander and across the left-handers, and he kind of lost the ability to stand the ball up, stand the sit, and make it go away from the right-handers. And he went away and worked very, very hard at that skill, which is something that he always had, and he rediscovered it.
In comes Broad now, wide of the crease this time, just angling into Shaheen, who's forward in defence there. No run.
And I think his success is that he was honest enough to sort of appraise his current situation and say, no, I can get better. So we've seen him operate to the right-handers, coming in slightly wider of the crease, and he's rediscovered that leg cutter, which he bowled a beauty to Babar Azam to dismiss him for that. Often when people bowl wide of the crease, they push the ball in. If they don't get it to move, then it just floats on a milling leg and it's easy for the batter. But he's managed to get the ball moving away from the right-hander, keeping his wrist behind the ball. But then he can also go round the wicket and swing the ball away from the left-handers. So, he's a guy for all conditions, and left hand or right hand.
He most certainly is. Jimmy Adson in now. Short delivery. He's been pulled nicely into the deep, and there is a fielder. They'll come round. They'll take just the single. Pakistan move on to 173 for 7. As you say, Mark, it was a decent first mini session from Pakistan, that rain-affected session. They managed to just about hang in there, but England always seemed on the verge of getting that wicket. They had the ball in the right areas, the conditions were in their favour, and that kind of perseverance paid off very early in that second session. That beautiful delivery, as you say, to Babar Azam, the batsman who was set. How do you take that in your stride as a batsman when you get a delivery like that, especially if you get a few of them in sequences, as Ollie has, for example? And what are your thoughts on that after a Ollie, that Anderson's come in, just back of a length, left alone by Shaheen through to the keeper for no run.
Well, I remember watching Michael Vaughan back against the West Indies at Lords, and the ball was darting around all over the place, and he played and missed a few times, but he was brilliant in the way that he didn't let that bother him, and he sort of had a little bit of a smile about it, didn't get a bat on it. The ball was seaming off Ambrose, and I think it's a great skill, actually, for top order players to not get flustered, and when they get beaten like that, to kind of let it go and just look forward to the next delivery.
What about when it happens in sequence, though? So getting one good ball, you can be like, I got a good ball, but what if you get a few in sequences? Anderson comes in full of delivery, and Shaheen chasing that one. It's miles away from him, no foot movement, through to the keeper, lucky to miss it, 173 for 7. So that's what I mean, like, you can get a couple of good balls in a row, and you go for a low score, you think, okay, I got unlucky, the ball was moving around, conditions weren't in my favour. When you have like 6 or 7 of them in a row, it must start to play in your mind.
Dismissals or good deliveries?
Good deliveries that dismiss you.
Okay, yes. Well, gosh, I mean, there's so many ways to get out, aren't there? So, I think it's unusual to get 6 or 7 good deliveries to get out. Normally you're caught cover or bad decision or somewhere along the line.
In comes Anderson now, back of a length this time, just teasing the outside edge of Shaheen, who deliberately keeps his bat inside the line. 173 for 7.
But this is batting. I mean, the Pakistani players are finding out this is, largely, this is what batting in England is like. And certainly in county cricket, there's plenty in the pitches. You often find 4 medium paces, running in, bowling a lot of the overs. And so you've really got to. It's not easy, even if you get to 50, to convert. Sometimes you never feel quite in.
Comes Anderson now to Shaheen, and again, just a decent length outside the off stump. Passes him by through to the keeper. Yes, it'd be a batsman in these conditions, huh?
Well, yeah, I mean, and there, what can you control? Your attitude and your intent. You got to take one ball at a time. I think it's really important. Sometimes when the ball's moving around a lot, you've got to be even sharper, even more aggressive in deciding what to attack and what to defend. And so, that's what I've seen the best players do, I think.
Anderson then once again back of the length this time, and Shaheen just pushing the ball defensively into the leg side. That completes the 71st over of this Pakistan innings, 173 for 7. Going along at 2.44 runs and over. That won't bother anybody, really. Plenty of cricket to come here at the Ageas Bowl. So slightly overcast and a bit muggy outside as well, I would say, but the floodlights are on, and it seems quite dry, so hopefully we'll get some uninterrupted play for the most of the day, hopefully. Yes, it is. It's been a good session for England. They've managed to get two big wickets, really. Yasir Shah, although you think of him as a tail ender, does have a test century to his name, and obviously can be quite damaging with that counter-attacking cricket. And Babar Azam, as we know, is a world-class batsman. It's interesting the level of critique that some of these batsmen got following the first day's play. A lot of it was focused around, in Pakistan people were very unforgiving. They were talking about runs of bad form in particular for Azhar and Asad Shafiq, and there's higher expectations on them, and it's never really taken into account very much whether or not they got a good ball or conditions were difficult. I mean, how much does that contribute to the overall analysis of a player? I'll give you an example of a player that I thought of in a second that matched that for me. Is Curran is back into the attack, and he starts with one down the leg side, taken by Buttler behind the stumps. I remember a player who originally played for Scotland and then made his debut for England called Gavin Hamilton, and I think he got a pair in his only test match. He played one test match, got a pair. Both deliveries were really good, excellent balls moving away from him, got an outside edge, got out. Happens, right? But he never got another look in. At what point do you decide this player was unlucky because of the conditions and hence should be given a second chance, or we're done with this player? As Curran in full delivery flicked away into the leg side by Rizwan, and he'll take a single, happy to expose Shaheen to Curran. 174 for 7. What do you think, Rams?
Well, I'd say that I think in recent years, England have established a little bit more consistency in selection, happily, and I think the players have responded to that. People coming into the environment, by and large, know that they're going to get a run of games, and I think that's really helped players kind of come in, settle into the England team and really feel part of it and wanting to contribute. So that's something. In Gavin's particular circumstance, I don't quite know. I mean, they used to change the team quite a lot back in those days.
In comes Curran once again, back of the length, just shaping away from Shaheen, left alone through to keep a no run.
In terms of, I think the fans have got to remember it's an easy game on the television. If you see the game live and you see how quick the guys are bowling and that the ball is moving, it's a very, very difficult challenge to play in English conditions. And you have to look at Babar Azam. He's Pakistan's best player, and he's got a terrific delivery, even though he was seeing the ball very well and had made a good score.
In comes Curran once again, just full of a length this time, swinging away from Shaheen. He just pushed at it, Shaheen, with his feet going absolutely nowhere. Lucky not to miss out. 13 balls for his 0 not out so far. Shaheen living dangerously.
In terms of the Pakistan team, the coaching staff, the environment, they've got to really protect confidence. You know, it's such a fragile thing, batting in English conditions up against a good attack. So, yeah, if someone's got a good ball, they've got to try and keep people's spirits up. If they've got out to a bad shot, they've got to say, okay, look, it happens. Next time, just be really more clinical and certain in how you want to play.
Comes Curran now once again, bowls just this time a little bit straighter, and Shaheen all the way behind that in defence, much more convincing that time. 174 for 7.
I think we were saying yesterday, weren't we? I mean, in the case of Alarm, just recalled, faced 4 balls, and he'll be desperately disappointed, but they've got to keep his spirits up, keep his mindset positive for the second innings, and then of course they'll have to see whether he's in contention to play the third game.
Yeah, it'd be quite something if they were to drop him after that, as in he comes Curran, just short of a length once more, just swinging away from Shaheen again. He never really had any idea about any of those deliveries in that over, Shaheen, to be honest with you. 174 for 7. And so Rizwan gives him a nice fist bump just to keep his spirits up, I imagine. Yeah, it's a tricky thing. Pakistan's selection has never really been particularly consistent, and when Misbah began his tenure as chief of selectors and head coach, he made a few a few calls that raised a few eyebrows. He brought back Imam-ul-Haq and Shahzad, certain players that had been out of contention for quite some time, and he gave them very kind of short runs that didn't really seem to indicate a lot of confidence in their play or wanting to go in a sustained run. In fact, I think in his first 10 games he used a pool of something like 40 players for the first limited overs games that Misbah. I wonder if you're able to find that out, Andy. It's a very difficult request, but how many players Misbah has played since he's taken over in his tenure as chief selector? Because he did have a huge pool to play with, and I don't know, it's something that a lot of people feel that Pakistan should do, and have a little bit more faith in these players and give them that confidence to say, look, don't worry about your performances too much. You don't need to worry about playing the next game. You're playing the next game. You just focus on what you're doing. 2-3 games, you relax. Let's have a look at you. And I'm not certain Fawad is feeling that way at the moment. We'll hear from Andy just after this first delivery from Chris Woakes, who's at the top of his run. Oh, he's just abandoned it.
Oh, well, before I undertake your commission just quickly, Broad spelling decided lunch 1 for 11 from 8, Anderson 1 for 8 from 5 since lunch.
Outstanding. 3 slips in place, and Chris Woakes comes in and just strikes Rizwan just about the belly button region. He's giving it a good rub as well. Players didn't used to do that. They used to just completely no-sell it. I can't tell you if I'm in pain. This is the macho thing. Whereas nowadays players are much more comfortable giving it a good rub and saying, "It's painful. Why did you do that? Why did you bowl so short to me?"
Well, I'm just amazed that 72 overs gone and Chris Woakes comes on, bowls a loose and it's nipped back sharply and bounced. Very awkward delivery to play for Rizwan.
Yeah, Rizwan on strike. He's got 22 from 58 as Chris Woakes comes in and bowls full of delivery that's been driven into the covers for no run. 174 for 7. There's a great interview with Saeed Ajmal, the Pakistani off-spinner, where he complains vociferously about James Anderson bowling short to him. He's like, I can't believe he did that. Like, he bowled so short to me. Why would you do this to me? Like, I thought we were friends. Which I thought was quite sweet, really.
think the phrase is probably charming but naive.
Chris Woakes at the top of his run. He's got a deep. He's got some cover in the deep as well. As he bowls, short ball has been pulled nicely by Rizwan. There is a man at backward square leg. They take one. I think about the second, and they think better of it. Shaheen turning around swiftly there. Excellent fielding in the deep there.
You can see from Rizwan there, he's recognised the urgency for Pakistan to try and develop some momentum, and for him to get back on strike there. It was a good pull shot because the ball bounced high, but he managed to control it. But he raced up the wicket looking for two, and he's desperate to retain as much strike as possible.
175 for 7. The tricky thing for Rizwan is he keeps ending up off strike after he takes those singles, and then that momentum just falls away with Shaheen just blocking or often missing outside the off stump. Woakes in again, 3 slips in place. They wait as full delivery to Shaheen, just shaping nicely away from him. Shaheen inside the line of that and missing it altogether. And he practiced the same shot. Don't know what that was about. 175 for 7.
What would have been interesting from Misbah is to find out from his point of view why he selected those players, and then why he got rid of them so quickly. Was it because he felt they didn't have the skill, or the attitude that he's been looking for?
I think it was a case of also just kind of taking stock of your resources. I think that was the official explanation initially anyway. As Woakes in once again, full delivery, attempted drive from Shaheen. He went for that properly but missed it by a good 6 inches, I would say. Lucky for him, it would have gone straight to the slips. A lot of encouragement, a lot of noise out there from the England players. They know they're very much on top. 3 wickets away from wrapping this tail up. Pakistan want to inch their way past that 200 milestone. Do these mean anything to players? Mark, I mean, from a fan perspective, we watch, we have these arbitrary numbers. Like if they get past 200, they get past 250. Does it mean anything from a player's perspective, really?
I don't think he's particularly aware of that at the moment.
Woakes in, just back of a length again. Another attempted flashing shot from Shaheen. He wanted to push that through the covers. He missed it altogether once more. He's had a charmed life over the 18 deliveries that he survived, but yet to score 175 for 7. Shaheen on naught of 18 and Rizwan on 23 not out of 60 deliveries. A lot of energy out there in the middle right now from the England players. Caught a glimpse of some of the Pakistanis practicing ahead of the T20s as well. There's a second ground here at the Ageas Bowl, and the Pakistanis are playing an inter-squad match right now, preparing for that. An exciting series a little bit later on this month. Quite evenly matched, these teams in all formats really, in Test cricket, T20s and ODIs. It was a very exciting contest, and of course the Australians to come a little bit later as well. As we heard today, in comes Curran now, back of a length, and Rizwan pushes into the offside defensively for no run. It's a very tidy player, Rizwan. Quite compact and never gets too carried away. Strikes me as a player who knows his limitations.
And I think where he's batting, you need a good head on your shoulders, don't you? Because often you find yourself in this situation where, you've got a few tail-enders hanging around and you've got to try and manufacture something for the good of the team.
Absolutely. Short ball this time and just worked into a backward square, and he turns down the single. That's interesting. So Shaheen has been left at that non-striker's end, and Rizwan's decided that he's going to try and farm some of this strike.
And so I'm trying to think about what his options are here, and it may be that he decides that he'll play 4 balls and wait for the last 2 and try and hit a couple of boundaries. As I say, because at the moment they're just picking up 1 and over and not really going anywhere.
Curran in now once again, full of delivery, attempted drive from Rizwan, but beaten outside the off stump. Ball just swinging in and then leaving him off the surface.
Yeah, it's a tough delivery to play, that one,
Yeah.
actually. The swing and nip away.
It's doing 2 different things in the same ball, just coming in with that natural angle and then leaving him off the surface. Gosh, really difficult conditions to bat in right now, and Pakistan will have to work really hard to get past that 200 mark, give themselves something to bowl at. Sam Curran. In he comes, a short delivery. He attempted to put a lot into that. Was pitched about a third of the way down the pitch, that one, as it tailed off towards the leg side. An excellent take in the end by Buttler. batsman had a wild swing at it as well. He missed it completely. It's miles away from it.
Yeah, I mean, it's come up as about 79 miles an hour there, but it looks a little bit quicker than that. I think because Sam Curran's got a quick arm, and often batters will look at that and think, oh yeah, no, I should be taking that on, but the direction of it's important. He gets it in at the body.
Curran in now once again, just a little bit fuller that time, and cut away nicely by Rizwan to the fielder, sweeping in the covers. They'll take a single with one delivery to go, so Shaheen's going to be exposed to one ball of Sam Curran. Interesting strategy this from Rizwan to try and farm as much of the strike as possible. Turned down a single on the leg side earlier this over. Shaheen doesn't look particularly bothered, really, does he? He looks very relaxed for his 0 of 18. Final delivery of the 74th over. 3 steps in place. In comes Sam Curran. He bowls a fuller delivery, takes the outside edge, and it's been caught by Joe Root at first slip, and we're going to check it. It was a bit of a muted celebration, but it looks like it's carried. We're going to just check it, but it looks like it's carried. Shaheen had a big drive at that. It took a thick outside edge and went very low to Joe Root, and he didn't celebrate it immediately, which is to caught everybody off guard a little bit. Yeah, we're going to have another look at it. The umpires want to have another look at it with a soft signal of out. 176 for potentially 8.
Umpire review for a fair catch. The soft signal is out. It's a fair delivery. So can we have a look at your best angle for the catch, please?
I've got a Zoom version.
Okay, if we can have a look at the Zoom version. Else there?
I've got one bit sharp for a step by 6.
You see the fingers under the ball.
What do you think, Mark?
Well, at first look, I thought, oh, that's pretty obvious, but now I'm looking again. It's almost as though
Just
the
roll
ball
that through.
burst through the hands and just got his left hand underneath.
Just as the ball's hitting the back hand, the left hand. Okay. I'll just roll it back through. Yeah, let's have a look.
Yeah, we're having a few different looks at this at the moment, and that's a better angle.
Roll that through, please. Okay. You can see the ball on the ground there. So I'm going to go back onto the big screen, and my decision is not out.
There you have it. Not out. Very close call, and quite sporting actually of Joe Root, the way he kind of muted the celebration just to suggest that he wasn't quite sure, and encouraged the umpires to have another look, and that decision's been overturned. So Shaheen survives. He continues his innings. That was the end of the 74th over. After a few thoughts on that from Mark Ramprakash, you're going to be joined by Ebony Rainford Brent and Simon Mann.
Well, it was a good delivery by Sam Curran. Good to see him pitching the ball up a little bit further at Shaheen, drawing him into the shot. And it'll be interesting to see, or to listen to Joe Root and what he thinks about this chance, whether he felt it really carried to him. On first look, I thought it was just an obvious caught first slip, nothing really to talk about. But it's as though the ball burst through his hands and then ended up in the fingers of his left hand, but also on the ground. And importantly, Richard Edgeworth looking at that closely and then making a strong decision going against the soft signal.
Here's Woakes with a new over. Goes into bowl to Rizwan, who's up on his toes, forcing that away, backward a square on the offside towards deep backward point, only a single. The fielder down there. It was a strange one, you don't see those very often. I can't remember seeing one like that before. Normally it's a question whether it banks just in front of the fingers. They showed it from behind, and I mean the problem is it's always that television foreshortening that it makes it look as though it's on the ground even when it might not be. And when you look at the one from behind, you sort of feel, well, can you really give that out? Although the soft signal was out. Here is Woakes bowling to Rizwan. He struck on the pad. Shout for Abid. Big shout from behind, not so much from Woakes. It's going down.
And that was a more straightforward decision for umpire Goff. It's 176 for 7. Rizwan's on 24. Shaheen Afridi leaning on his back after that reprieve at the non-striker's end. North from 19 balls. He's trying to support Rizwan here, get Pakistan as many as they possibly can. They haven't run through Pakistan today. They've resisted, but gone a great distance. Here is Woakes. Bowls to Rizwan outside the off stump. Rizwan pulls the bat away, allows it to go through to Buttler. So enough 3 men out for Rizwan. Deep backward point, deep forward square leg and fine leg. 2 saving, 1 on the offside, 3 slips, and there's a mid on as well. The danger in a situation like this is you just try to get one batsman out. England aren't falling into that trap at the moment, but they have a bit of protection. Here is Woakes. Bowling to Rizwan, it's full, it's driven crisply, nicely, but straight to broad at mid on. And there's no run. Rizwan has shaped very well so far in this test series. And he's looked solid. Good ball to get rid of Babar Azam after lunch, and then Yasir Shah driving at Anderson and caught behind for 5. So Anderson's up to 5.93 now. And the other issue England have got here is they've used seam so far throughout the innings, and the new ball is only 5 overs away. I presume they'll have to go with it. Here is Woakes going into bowl to Yasir. To Rizwan, he struck high on the pad. They're off for a quick single. Near run out of non-striker's end. Perhaps there is. I think there is a run out of the non-striker's end. It just clipped the bail off, and Shaheen Afridi was trying to make his ground, and he has been run out, second run out of the series. Not looking for not going through for a quick single, but they were looking for something there. It was a really strange one. It went off the pad into the offside. They thought about the single. England were appealing for the LBW. Sibley picked it up, held it in the non-striker's end. Shaheen Afridi was diving to make his ground, and it clipped the bails off, and he was out. If it missed the stumps, it would have been 4 overthrows. I think the ball actually did go to the boundary, but there we go. A reprieve for Shaheen Afridi in the previous over. Well, I didn't think he faced another ball, did he? Run out for naught at the non-striker's end, and it's 176 for 8.
Yeah, a bit keen there from Shaheen, really. You could see, obviously, with the pressure of the moment, he was desperate to get a single. And the one thing that Rizwan was trapped on the crease because of the nature of the ball sort of striking him high, the LBW shout, he was rooted to the crease. It hadn't made hard yards and then sent him back. But well done to Sibley, actually. He had a good look. From his sort of position, sort of backward point, gully region, he was able to see the stumps full on. And so had a good shy down at the stumps. Well, England will take the breakthrough anyhow right now.
Yep, second run out of the series for Sibley. Did the one at Old Trafford as well, affected the one at Old Trafford. Drinks are on the field, the ground staff are out there, tidying up the creases on this down close day here on the south coast.
The only thing I keep thinking, I mean, there was a lot of movement there, even from Woakes in that last over. If you're Pakistan with potentially 10 miles an hour more up your sleeve, and you're seeing this movement, fair enough, it's not a big score on the board, but I think they'll still feel there's a lot happening in these conditions right now, a lot for the ball and the bowlers.
Yeah, there's definitely something there for the bowling side. Consistent movement in these conditions. I mean, it looks a bit like November out there.
It feels more like January, if I'm honest.
So the leaves are on the trees, that's the only thing in the distance, but the sky and it's that sort of winter gloom almost, with the lights beaming down as well. But at least we have some cricket, which is great news. We might have some light problems later, unless there is something to clear this cloud away that's been settled over the Aegis bowl all day. I talk about the new ball, England might not need it now. 5.1 overs for the new ball, 2 wickets to go. Mohammad Abbas coming in at number 10, who in the last test match was out first ball in the first innings and not out 3 in the second. He was watching at the other end while Yasir Shah was flogging it around on what turned to be the final day at Old Trafford. So a bit of delay waiting for the drinks to go off the field.
A stat, a fact that was asked for just a while ago about the number of Pakistan players selected since Misbah became
Sport website and app. Highlights throughout the day. And full highlights today at the test. BBC 4 tonight from 7 o'clock. It's on BBC 2 at 11:20, followed by a repeat of the Edge programme about England's rise and fall. Number one in the world a few years back. You can also see the highlights at your leisure on the iPlayer. So lots of options to see the highlights later on today. BBC 4 at 7 o'clock. There's a delay for some reason, not quite sure why. Everyone just standing around as if we haven't had enough delay already so far today. Is it Rizwan's gone off the field during the drinks break? I think it is, yeah.
Maybe a toilet break or something needed.
Yeah. The throw from Sibley, just seeing the replay, it was the finest of margins. It flicked a right-hander's off stump if he were batting at this end of the ground. But enough to take the bails off.
He had a really good angle, didn't he? Just from where he was, a nice bounce. And saw enough of the stumps in front.
Rizwan's back on the field. 176 for 8. He actually came back to acknowledging that it's actually a bit embarrassing, isn't it? You're holding up international sport here.
The whole world is watching.
Yeah.
That's the umpire's job, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a lot of gear to get off, though. You think about it. Pads, inner thigh pad, box, the works.
Yeah. Anyway, he's ready. Well, I hope he's ready. He's about to take strike again. 3 slips are in, and the field is up because that's the 5th ball of the over. England trying to squeeze it here, keep him on strike. So Mohammad Abbas faces the first ball the next over. Woakes goes in and bowls. Rizwan swings it away. That's a fine shot coming to meet the bowler. Out towards the deep square leg boundary, and it's gone away for 4. Now Rizwan's decided here with not much to play with. He's going to take it on. That was a great stroke. 180 for 8. He's got Mohammad Abbas and Naseem Shah helping him over the line here up towards 200 possibly. Premeditated. He was walking down the pitch and he just flogged it away.
Yeah, or maybe a bit of relief during the drinks break. He can free himself up now. But that was a beautiful shot, actually. Just helps it on its way. Attacking, went down the line of the ball, which is key.
It's a bit of an uncomfortable position to be in, actually, isn't it? If you do need a
I've been there. It's a nightmare.
Yeah, a toilet break, and you can't. You have to wait to the drinks break, don't you? At least.
Yeah.
You can't just say, "I'm sorry, I've got to go off."
You're dancing around the crease, and you're like, "Come on, come on."
Anyway, first, enough said about that.
Sorry.
That was Rizwan's first 4 from his 71st ball.
He's up to 28. Right, here's Curran now bowling to Mohammad Abbas. Curran goes in and bowls, and Abbas tips it into the onside. Oh, but a hesitation, give it another run out. The throw comes in, the Buttler whips off the bails, Abbas is back. Well, you can see what he was trying there because he wants clearly to get Rizwan on strike, but Rizwan wasn't interested. And they are probably going to review it just to check. I mean, there's no real interest from England out there. It was broad with the throw, direct hit, and it would have been out. But it was above the bails, and Buttler got the bails off, but he was home by what? I don't know, 6 centimetres, 8 centimetres, something like that.
Comfortably home. You can see what he was trying to do, wasn't he? He was just trying to just sneak it around the corner, get that single.
It's quite intelligent cricket, really. I mean, whether Rizwan could have got home, I don't know. Mohammad Abbas had to run up, then run back again. It wasn't the best of throws from broad. It's rather looped in over the stumps. The bails are not on correctly. They are now, according to umpire Goff, who drops out towards square leg. It's 180 for 8. And it's Curran to bowl to Mohammad Abbas. 3 slips are in. Curran moves in and bowls. Abbas is right in behind that, playing that nicely. Plays it back to the bowler. This is actually where you want probably someone like Jofra Archer to
just come in and charge in. I was just thinking, actually, it's possibly quite nice in terms of pace against Curran. Especially with the angle he's looking at, you'd almost just want to get in line and just try and nudge one off your hips, get that strike rotated. I wonder what Rizwan's just said to him, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's something on those lines.
They're changing the field here, England. They sense that Abbas is looking to pinch a single into the onside with the angle. Curran's just bowling straight on the pad, so they put a mid-wicket in, short mid-wicket, taking him from cover, and Anderson's come in from mid-off to sort of extra cover, so halfway house between cover and mid-off. This is Curran going into bowl bowl to Abbas, who nudges it into the leg side, forward square leg, straight to Ollie poked. There is no run.
Yes.
What Pakistan need here, of course, is they just need Abbas and Naseem Shah to support Rizwan, a bit of party time. You can take the new ball, perhaps bring the field up, hard a new
Add
ball.
20-30.
Yeah, just smack a few around. A bit like Stuart Broad has been able to do at times this summer.
And that 30 from Yasir Shah in that last
Exactly
innings.
like that, yeah. Curran looking to snuff that out, goes in and bowls outside the off stump. Well, that was a swinger, but it went only after he'd gone past the stumps. It was across him and then swung back sharply.
I like the field change that they just made for two reasons. One, blocking off the leg side stops the little nudge, but two, it opens up his thought process for throwing the hands, the wider one across off stump, which brings the slips into play. So, yeah, Abbas is going to have a little bit of work to do just to try and get off strike here.
Curran moves in. Bowls to Mohammad Abbas, who plays quietly forward, angled back. Goes away to backward point, it's picked up by Bess, sliding on his knees to stop it, preventing the single. And in a way, England wouldn't be that unhappy if Mohammad Abbas took a single there. I wonder what they do with Rizwan. Are they going to put everyone out? Have one of those cat and mouse games? It's so, actually, you think in a situation like this, you should be good enough to be confident getting anyone out in these conditions. Sometimes you set the field back, there's a danger. Here's Curran bowling. Oh, it's very full. Abid Shah, it must be close, surely. Not out, says umpire Kettleborough. Unless he got some bat on it. It's the only thing I can think what England doing here. How many reviews they got left?
We've got 3.
Well, they're not going to go for it. They must have sensed there was some batting out. Perhaps it was swinging down the leg side. Looked a good delivery.
Oh,
Have they gone for it?
so he's just done a late minute.
They have. They have gone for it. I think Root's seeing, 2 wickets left. 3 reviews left. Might be worth just having a look. It's a very confident shout. It did seem to swing in, but whether it did too much. Let's have a look at the replay. I'll go inside edge on it. Yeah, big inside edge. That's what saved him.
Yeah, good delivery from Sam Curran. Full the right sort of delivery.
It's the last ball of the over. It's 180 for 8. Rizwan is on strike now on 28. Time with Jonathan. No, I'll do one more over. Okay, so Woakes to bowl. So you're going to lose a review.
Yeah, it was the right sort of delivery, isn't it, to Abbas, who, again, just get it full, the ball's tailing, just got out of jail. But the most important thing now is Rizwan is on strike, potentially for 6 balls for Pakistan.
Right, we are into that situation where they're basically not trying to get him out now, they're just trying to get him off strike. So they put the field back. 2 slips in. Well, this can be fraught with danger, this sort of tactic. Here is Woakes going into bowl. And Rizwan knocks it into the leg side. And there is no run. England have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 men back. Answer's quite deep at mid-off as well. Covers quite deep. Basically saying to Rizwan, you can have a single wherever you like. I suppose the other thing as well, they say to Rizwan, you can try and hit it over the top. Straight. I haven't seen many down the ground in the whole test match, really. So we're in this phony war situation. We almost wait for the end of the over, unless Rizwan does try to take it on. But the game here really is just play for the end of the over. Rizwan is beaten by that one from Woakes. So that's the other side of the coin, is that there is enough out there to genuinely dismiss a player with a delivery like that. But it's strange psychology of the game when you stop trying to get the player out, how much easier it becomes to bat out there. The pressure's released a bit. And you can see what England trying to do, just limit the boundaries, potential boundaries for Rizwan. It's a tactic England used against Steve Smith at Edgbaston last year. It totally failed. It allowed Australia to regain the initiative in the match. That first day, the first test, Woakes bowls a slow, so it looked like a really tempting waiting full toss there. It was a dipper, slow ball, it dipped on him, and in the end it was quite clever. Slow Yorker. Rizwan dug it out. A bit of the old white ball skills coming into play there.
Yeah, 69 miles an hour that one. He just kind of rolled his wrist, bit of an off cutter in the end, taking a lot of pace out. Yeah, good adjustment, especially when you know a batter's coming at you, taking the pace off.
180 for 8. Does he take a single this ball? Fourth ball of the over. Woakes goes in and bowls to Rizwan. It's short. He swings it away towards deep back of square leg. Sliding save in the deep. Bit of relay fielding. Curran sends in the return eventually, and they come back for 2 runs.
Yeah, well, I thought he might have just taken that one there and got up the other end and just offered the one delivery. And he's got to make sure he gets off strike here.
Well, no, they're not bringing the field out.
Not bringing the field in. Still 2 left in the over.
I don't understand this. I'm surprised they're not bringing the field up now. Or is it that everyone's not on the same wavelength? Well, some have come up. Mid-on and mid-off have come up, but deep mid-wicket's still out, and deep back of square leg is still out. Woakes goes in and bowls short outside the off stump, swatted away. Easy single through mid-wicket for Mohammad Rizwan. So Mohammad Abbas has 1 ball to face in the over. It's 183 for 8. This is the 77th over, so the new ball is 3 overs away. Rizwan to 31 with that single. And as long as Mohammad Abbas survives this final ball, it's worked perfectly well for Pakistan this over. It's quite accumulation. Get Rizwan on strike for the next over. Field comes up, of course, but more pressure on Abbas, actually trying to get him out. Woakes goes in and bowls, and Abbas knocks that to forward square leg. It's the end of the over, so he survives his 1 ball. It's 183 for 8. Rizwan 31. Abbas yet to score. More from Abid and then Jonathan.
Yeah, vital runs here at the moment for Pakistan. They'll be desperate where they can, especially with the likes of the new ball coming in 3 overs, to just see if they can add maybe another 10-15 before that comes and the challenge creeps up another level. So the key for them is that Rizwan is on strike. I would assume we might see an attempt of 1 or 2 boundaries. Just having a look at the conversation at the other end. Aggers, is it going to be still Curran to continue?
Looks like it. New ball just round the corner. England's have to keep calm here, do the basics right. We've seen lots of times when you've got an established batsman, albeit number 7, but with the tail, and I mean with the real tail, you're just losing the plot a bit. He's got to bowl normally, really, and he wants to play a few shots, fine, he can make some adjustments, but too much focus on who's facing or who might face. Just the conditions are so good, it's bold to get them out. 183 for 8, and that's nudged away to mid-wicket as Curran continues from the far end. Suddenly the established batsman becomes immortal because they're so desperate to bowl at the number 10 and 11, and you just forget that actually knock him over just so you can knock over, and he does play very well, but still vulnerable in these conditions. Very oppressive, quite muggy, very low cloud, and I was saying earlier, I fear for later today as far as the light's concerned. Curran left arm over, bowls outside the off stump, short and wide, cut away down to third man. That's 4 runs. Poor delivery, but Rizwan's put it away to move to 35, and Pakistan to 187 for 8. All good runs these. You feel they're still some way behind par, maybe 240, 250 delivery. So this pitch considered to be par. It's always difficult before you've seen both teams bat on it, but England just have to be careful. Let's just maintain the discipline. He's doing plenty in the air off the pitch. Curran again. Bustly run, comes in, bowls very full, driven and mistimed. Rizwan, who looks to the heavens, you won't see very high up there, but there's cloud, but he looks that way.
He missed out there. Full, plenty of opportunity on that offside. He knows it.
Trying to hit too hard, I think. He's got an aggressive frame of mind now. The shambolic run out. They've sparked him up a bit as well, but a second direct hit for Don Sibley in 2 matches. 187 for 8. Curran bustles up and it's beautifully played. A short ball again, but he's done a little ramp shot, little uppercut, overslip. No one down at third man, and Joe Root's getting cross. He's just waving there to Stuart Broad, saying, "Come on, loosen up, let's stop messing around." New ball's about ready. It's two balls. The previous boundary was a poor ball. That was deftly played. It was skillful.
Yeah, the touch on that. Also, he had to actually get underneath it. Sam Curran's not the tallest, as we know. He didn't get a huge amount of bounce. He just got underneath, really watched it onto the bat. And a bit of control over the top. Beautiful shot.
It's amazing how to play that shot. It really is. That's something that's come relatively recently into the game. Good to see Jeffrey Boycott playing that. Just watching it onto the bat, the angle of it and everything is beautifully placed. 191 for 8. 2 balls to go in the over, so now they're on quick single alert. As Curran comes in, bowls to him. He's got it as well. Straight on his pads, nudged away for a single to find legs. Not been good over this. Broad's got his hands on his hips at mid-on.
Well, Bass, 1 ball here. This could be a perfect over for Pakistan. Couple of boundaries, not the single.
Yeah, that's right at the slot though, wasn't it? Just to nudge away. So, can Curran knock him over? That's the question.
Coming round.
Man coming to short mid-wicket. It's 3 slips. Jones put a man out there for the hook shot. He must know something about Mohammad Abbas that perhaps Abbas himself doesn't know. He's a good hooker. He looks a bit surprised to see a man step to the hook, but there is one. Maybe it's to allow a single, but I don't think they'll take it even if it goes out that way. Here's the last ball of the over. Can Curran take the 9th wicket? Up he comes, bowls, and that's down the leg side. A wasted ball, and collected by the keeper Buttler. So, okay, we saw the waving there from Joe Root to Stuart Broad. Although it might be 1 over early. I think Curran just has a little bit of focus there. It can happen. You're so desperate to get the number 10 or 11 out. Just lose your discipline and bowling at the fellow he's number 7 now. He's not Don Bradman.
Rizwan scored 16 from his last 11 balls, having made 24 from his first 70.
Well, he's played really well. He's a good cricketer, isn't he? Chirpy.
Yeah.
Good character about him.
His first innings of the series, he was jumping all over the gaff, wasn't he? But you saw him settle, and now he's just starting to adjust to the conditions. He's doing well.
See Sibley and Burns both actually at the same time there were shadow batting. Just pretending they were playing a defensive shot. Just thinking about the lighting. Just visualising the ball coming down. Half a mind on batting, which will not be easy in this light and against that Pakistan attack. And I think the man at the non-striker's end will be very awkward. Woakes on his way, moves up, bowls to Rizwan, very wide of the off stump. He keeps a bit low there and moves away from Buttler as he dives to collect it in front of Joe Root.
There's a couple of games on, aren't there? You know the new ball's only 11 balls away. And you're thinking, all right, cash in.
That was a helicopter shot. You've seen the replay, but they did the full MS Dhoni circuit. Didn't make contact with it quite as Dhoni used to do. 192 for 8. Woakes over the wicket, bowls, and Rizwan drives this time, really launching into that. It's a lovely shot. He's actually put everything into it, and the ball's just going to go for 4. I expected that to go streaking across the outfield. Maybe slightly mistimed it because he put a massive amount of effort into it, but it's 4 runs. As Woakes now pays the price for over-pitching and that little bit of width.
Yeah, he's playing perfectly here. Had to hit that slightly on the up as well, controlled it through the shot and also got it to the right hand of the cover fielder. Really well played, actually. He's making the most of these last few overs before the new ball.
Certainly is. And he could be dangerous with the new ball if he could keep playing shots. 2 slips now. Woakes on his way, bowls, and Rizwan this time defends solidly a ball homing in on his middle stump. Plays that back to the bowler, so that's 3 balls gone. Can they keep Rizwan down at this end? Broad will be hoping so. He's quite deep at mid-on at the moment. He could scamper a single to him. But normally you'd expect Broad perhaps to come on the next over at the far end, not this one coming, but thought it was time for a change. 196 for 8. 3 balls in the over. Woakes bowls a nice ball that on two. Abbas hasn't. And there's a good throw that comes rifling in from Pope. So it's 2 balls now for Woakes to bowl at Mohammad Abbas. Let's get them on target. Fielders all coming in. Broad's going through his bowling action at mid-on. Crowding round him now.
He's doing a good old limber up there,
He
bro.
really is. Let's go through the full works. Stretching those hamstrings. So here's Abbas then. He's got a big baggy sweater on. And Woakes kicking up his heels, moves in now, bowls to him. Nice delivery, but well played too. Covering up and playing very straight. I don't think he's no mug, I think, Abbas. He relegated himself in the first test match. We got a first baller and he was number 9 then. And he lowered himself in the order for the next innings, appeared at number 10. But he's nearly always got a smile on his face as well. He's got a chest pad on there. He's putting it into the right position. Here's the last ball. Woakes on his way, bowls to Abbas, who plays that very well. Number 10 getting behind it, playing out to mid-wicket. There's some applause from the Pakistani balcony. So it means that Rizwan will be on strike. And Broad is now going through that familiar side-skipping, loosening up routine that he always does. As he takes the crease to come on and bowl from the far end. It won't be with the new ball, there's still an over to go yet.
Well, this is the big opportunity here for Rizwan. 1 over of the old ball, but you have got Stuart Broad who's going to be charging in. I think this could be a bit fun here. We're going to see something happen, one way or the other it's going to give.
Yeah, I think he could be dangerous for the new ball as well, because he just keep playing shots. As he takes a couple of boundaries in the field, suddenly, what are we going to do? Where are we going to put people? It's funny, even the most disciplined of teams, and as we were hearing earlier with Andy's figures, so the most disciplined attack, isn't it, in terms of line and length for, since about 1963 or something. So, but even so, you can lose the plot when you get someone coming in, number 10 or 11, and there's an established batsman who suddenly starts playing a few shots. The focus just gets a bit blurred. And actually, all you've got to do is keep more or less bowling in the same place, especially in conditions like this. So as usual, Broad undoes his trousers and then redoes the drawstring. And he's ready to go. Still with his lucky bandana on. He's going to bowl to Rizwan. Up he comes now, long strides. He's there and he bowls and Rizwan covers up. Plays the ball to mid-wicket. And there's no run. 2 slips there. There is now a man down at third man. Cover, mid-off's quite deep. So too mid-on. So short mid-wicket. Joe Root's asking the umpire about something or other. Coming across from first slip, and there's a deep square leg and a long leg. Broad pauses for a moment, looks at the ball. There's one, taps at the ground a couple of times. Now he's ready. Broad's there, and he bowls to him. He launches into a drive. It's a nice stroke, easy single, but declined. Azhar's back.
Hello, sir.
How often do you see, I was saying to Ebbs, disciplined bowling attacks on top in the game suddenly lose it a bit when number 10 or 11 comes in and the batsman that's in starts to play a few shots?
Yeah, quite a few times I've seen it, and I have done it myself as well.
It's so easy done, isn't it?
So easy done.
You just lose the basics. Now look at this, we've got 3 men out now for the hook shot. This is on a pitch in which the ball is moving around, the ball is swinging, but they've got 3 men out for the hook shot potentially. It might come off, but Rizwan might go for it. But again, just underlining what we're saying, mid on and mid off of quite straight, if that's for a full straight delivery. Broad again comes in, bowls to Rizwan, wide of the off stump, moving away again off the seam. Rizwan ignores it.
I think that's the feel, not for the short pitch ball, but Rizwan pick up the length. We saw a couple of hours ago, so he picked up the length and hit through mid-wicket area. Maybe that's the feel for that ball, that shot.
Can't block that one off. There's 3 men out there anyway. 2 slips, and then plenty of room.
I thought Rizwan
singles
played really well with discipline and everything. Now he's running out with the partner, so he wants to play some shots.
It's a single virtually wherever he wants it. Broad again, bowls to bounce bouncer, and that's down the leg side. It misses Buttler, and in fact it's gone so far down that Woakes will pick it up from long leg. And they took one with 2 balls to go. I wonder if Rizwan is pleased about that or not. It's been gone down as a bye, that, so also a bit of glove on it. But that was the bouncer, and Rizwan took it on. A lively ball, actually. But, lucky it wasn't called wides, actually. So, 2 balls for Broad to bowl at Mohammad Abbas. And again, the field come up, so 3 slips. Including Sibley, who's now getting quite a reputation for his ability to hit the stumps for run-outs. The helmet's being brought out as well. Looks like Jack Leach there delivering to Ollie Pope with necessary equipment.
You see the short leg. Rizwan wants to take 2, but I think good cover from Woakes when he was running quickly and throw the ball to the keeper end.
Just Ollie with it 2 as well. So there's 2 balls. Mohammad Abbas, who's not yet off the mark, he's survived 10 deliveries. And Broad, using all his experience, comes in from the far end, bowls wide of the off stump though. He won't be pleased with that. Abbas doesn't have to play at it. You feel yourself tighten a bit, don't you? Your sinews and everything tight. When there's 2 balls, I've only got 2 balls at the number 10. It's over try, actually.
It's just sometimes as a bowler, it's very easy to lose that.
Yep.
You just need to pitch the ball in the same area where you're pitching to the top on batsman.
Well, you've been bowling all day, basically. 198 for 8. The new ball is on its way. I can see that. Umpire Saggers has it in his hand. He's on the boundary edge at the moment. And here's the last ball with this particular ball. We'd imagine, down the leg side. Well, 2 wasted balls, I'm afraid. At the number 10, who didn't have to play either of those, and Stuart Broad doesn't look happy at all. And wanders off chuntering to his position at mid-on. Is Woakes going to take the new ball? It looks as he might do. It's being delivered anyway by the umpire. Looking for Jimmy Anderson, making sure he's on the field. Where is he? Let's have a look. Woakes is coming over and talking to Broad, with hands on his hips, and doesn't look very pleased. And where is James Anderson? Looking around the ground for him.
I think it's off the field.
I think he's off the field. I can't see him anyway at the moment. I think he's okay.
Oh, maybe down the front. No, Sam is down the front leg.
It's Robinson. Ollie Robinson.
Yes, it is. So, Anderson is off the field then. So Woakes will keep going with the new ball. Root setting the field. He's going to bowl to Rizwan, who's Pakistan's last stand here, really. With Naseem Shah to come. That's not necessarily much of a batting threat as far as England are concerned. He'll be a threat with the ball. 198 for 8. There's important runs have been added here by Rizwan. Woakes on the way, moves in, bowls to him with a new ball. It's flicked away down towards deep square leg. The easy single leg entry, they want it, but again it's declined. Pakistan remain on 198 for 8. Rizwan wants to deal in boundaries if he can, or 2s of course. Trying to protect the number 10 who's standing down here. Up at this end with his very baggy jumper on, semi-concealing the chest pad that he's strapped to himself. 45 for Rizwan. He's faced 90 balls. Woakes on his way. Bowls him down the leg side, a poor ball. Buttler can't stop it. Has that flicked anything en route? No, it hasn't. 4 byes again. And it wasn't a very good ball, I must say, but Buttler took off diving for it despairingly, but got anything on that at all.
It's just a sea moment.
So that, I think, is a 200 for Pakistan, isn't it? It is. Board busily showing replays at the moment. We're missing the second scoreboard, which is normally up on the left-hand side of the ground, but I haven't bothered. There's no one here to look at it. 202 for 8. Woakes again. Moves in, bowls to Rizwan, swinging away a little bit. Another limp shot there outside the off stump. The ball travels through to Buttler. Gets polishing the ball. He talked about the these little sessions with the ball in which England do lose their focus a bit. He was talking about it in the Test match gone by at Manchester, and he's right, and it just seems to have happened a little bit here as well.
We've seen a lot in this innings, when you pitch the ball on fourth stump or fifth stump, the ball does a bit, and when you try to bowl a bit straighter, you never swing or seam.
Woakes again, bowls on the off stump, better ball. Rizwan defends, finds cover. 2 balls to go. We'll try and steal this single, so Root gesturing to his fielders to come up, that's including the deep square leg field, and they'll really try and make an effort now for the bowler down at the other end, Brawl presumably, to have a full over, and Mohammad Abbas, who gets relaxed, run in and bowl, rather than feel he's only got 1 ball or 2 to get him out. Try and set him up in the course of an over. A couple of short balls, that sort of thing, make him really uncomfortable, but when you've only got 1 or 2 balls at him, you can't do a lot apart from just knock it up and bowl full and straight. So a bit of a ring field now. And Rizwan has got 2 balls to try and get down to this end. Woakes on his way, bowls, he comes dancing down the pitch, there's a huge swipe and misses. Well, he took the close field on there. He was going for the big glory shot. I'm not quite sure where that would have gone had he hit it. Somewhere over the hotel, I think.
Intention was clear.
It certainly was. So he went for the boundary with that ball. Now, presumably, he's going to try and go for the single, and Mohammad Abbas has had a quiet word with him, saying, I'll be running, I'll run. So will it be a little push and run? What's Woakes going to bowl?
Maybe run for a bye?
Yeah, is that desperate?
Why not?
Could be. Yeah. Let's see. So his field is really tight here. What's Rizwan going to do? Woakes on his way, runs in, bowls to him very wide outside the off stump, startlingly wide, and after a moment's hesitation, umpire Goff calls it so, and I think that was right. I mean, I can see what Woakes was trying to do, but that was a very wide ball that was taken in front of first slip. So he goes through the procedure again of wondering what Woakes is going to do.
It's going to go wide, and they've done a lot after
That went a long way, didn't it? That seemed a very long way. 203 for 8, last ball of the over. Mohammad Abbas wants to get away. He's watching now as Woakes moves in, bowls a slower ball on the leg stump, turned away to mid-wicket, they've done it. And you can hear the applause from the Pakistan players and management. It's pushed away to mid-wicket. And Woakes won't be happy with that either. It was rather in the slot. And Rizwan could get it away. 204 for 8. Very frustrating for Joe Root. Not so if you're a Pakistani supporter. And Atif's coming in here after some thoughts from you, Azam.
I think the single here. Rizwan on strike again. I think best positive runs for Pakistan, 204 for 8. And if they can manage to get another 15-20 runs here, it will be a big boost. Conditions were really tough. I thought Rizwan played really well and showed some discipline and commitment and good technique.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Azhar. It's like a bit of a game of cat and mouse right now between the England and Pakistanis. 204 for 8. Pakistan have made it past that 200 barrier and made it to that second new ball. In comes Broad now, just angling in, it goes up in the air and just wide of where the third slip fielder would have been. Rizwan takes the first one quickly, he wants a second. It wasn't there. Well, bit of extra bounce there from Stuart Broad with that new ball and getting that, inducing that full stroke, but relatively safe in the end. So he takes a single now. Abbas is exposed for 5 deliveries up to with this new ball. What kind of shots are we going to see from Abbas, Azhar?
You're not going to see any shot from Abbas. Abbas will hang it there. That's his role. And he done it in the past, but it's now a second new ball. So Broad just need to bowl in that area, 4th to 5th stump line, off stump. And ball is doing a lot.
Yeah, there's only a deep backward square leg now and 4 slips in place. So Stuart Broad going all out attack here. He's got Mohammad Abbas to bowl out. What can he do? In he comes and bowls a full delivery. Abbas works it into the leg side. And no run is scored. He's done well. He's hung around for 13 deliveries so far.
Yeah, one thing he can do always, he's hanging there for his partners. For the last 4 or 5 years, Pakistan tail is very long. So his job was every time he comes to bat, he has to bat with his senior partner. So which he's done remarkably well for Pakistan.
He had some words of encouragement there for Rizwan as well, particularly after that bizarre mode that he attempted in the previous over. In comes Broad once again, and he just ducked that one. It was a straight delivery, he ducked it. It was on the leg stump line, so it was probably going to miss the legs, hence no one appeal, but, well, he didn't know anything about that delivery, did Abbas? It just kind of spooned up off his hips into the leg side, and he's just lucky to still be there. 205 for 8.
It wasn't that short, I think. Oh, it didn't bounce that much. Yeah, it wasn't that short. And he thought it's short. Typical tail ender.
Yeah, struck him right in his upper thigh.
He's wearing the chest pad as well.
He's wearing an extra long chest pad that covers him. Stuart Broad now in for his 4th delivery. He bowls just back of a length, going down the leg side this time, and comfortably lets it pass Mohammad Abbas with an exaggerated action as well. Just holds his bat up, a bit like the He-Man cartoons I remember watching in my youth. Just held that bat up. 205 for 8. Crucial runs here for Pakistan. What did you make of that wild shot that Rizwan attempted in the previous over, Azhar? Did that remind you of anything you did back in the day?
I played a lot with the tail, you know. All my 100 came with the tail, so yeah. So it's just you getting the opportunity and make some runs for the team. And yeah, that's why I was saying anything run for the boys.
Abbas on strike now, just plays that ball straight back to the fielder at point. No run, one more ball to negotiate.
See, the best thing here, you know, he's not pushing the ball. He let the ball come to him and then play with a soft hand. That's what he does really well.
Dead underneath his eye line as well. He followed that all the way. Perfect technique. For the benefit of the listeners, I can say that Azhar did demonstrate it for us here in the commentary box, and Andy and myself enjoyed it immensely. 4 slips in place. One more delivery to come from Stuart Broad. Mohammad Abbas on strike. He'll be keen to just survive. As Stuart Broad's mentality will be, how can I nip him out in this one delivery? Another attacking fielder coming in. I think it might be a leg slip, yeah.
Leg slip, short leg, and fine leg.
That umbrella field is starting to form, isn't it?
Maybe the bluff here. Full and straight here. I can see the bluff. Won't be a short one.
Let's see if you're right. In comes Stuart Broad now, angling in. He bowls and is a full delivery outside the off stump. He went for the drive that time, Abbas. He was fully suckered into that shot, and he missed it. It went through to the keeper, no run. Pakistan survive another over. 205 for 8. Crucial runs this, Azhar, from Rizwan and Andy.
Well, crucial non-runs from Mohammad Abbas. He's just passed 500 balls faced in his Test career. He scored 97 runs at an average of 6.9, but it's been quite adhesive. His average dismissal rate once every 36 balls, and in terms of strike rate, 19.3 per 100 balls. 484 batsmen this millennium have faced 500 or more balls in Test cricket. Abbas has the slowest strike rate of any of them. Chris Martin, the legendarily useless New Zealand tail-ender, currently knocks off top spot Matthew Hoggard in bronze with a strike rate of 22.6.
We'll take any gold medal we can. Rizwan on strike now to Chris Woakes, and just squared up a little bit, pushes the ball to the backward point region. There's no fielder out there, but no single taken, just refusing these singles for now.
And that was his role. See, that was what I was saying. You know, his average is not great, but he's the one guy who hang in there. You know, you send him, he won't do any silly thing.
Has he benefited?
Unless he got a Jofra.
Has he benefited, Azhar, from the time he spent at Leicestershire in terms of his batting? Because obviously he was a great bowler, but he spent a lot of time at Leicester batting and working on that, surely. And tell us a bit more after this delivery from Woakes, which is a full delivery, driven back to him by Rizwan, fielded neatly, no run scored.
Yeah, definitely. County cricket, when you play county cricket, that's helped you a lot, or whether you're a bowler or batsman. And yeah, definitely helping. But this guy, you know, we saw him first game he played against, I think, West Indies or somewhere. So he was hanging there with his partner. So we saw, yeah, this guy can bat. You know, he's got a good defensive technique, which is required in this level.
Most definitely. In comes Woakes again from wide of the crease, and this time Rizwan punches the ball to the fielder at third man. Again, turns down the single. So halfway through this over now. It's the fifth or the sixth ball, really. He wants that single, isn't it, Azhar?
Yeah, unless you got a ball in your area and you go over the top, or, you know, get a loose ball there. But you know, it's always difficult when you see, you know, batsman, his pitch is doing enough. Why we're having the fielder back. So let him go over the top if he can go, and you can get people out. Caught behind.
Yeah, loads of options. Joe Root is still smiling. He's not too irritated by these runs yet. In comes Woakes now. He bowls a shorter delivery outside the off stump. Rizwan cuts, but only as far as the fielder first slip on the bounce. No run score, 205 for 8. And at what point, Azhar, all these runs start to really hurt England?
I think where Pakistan right now, I think they are in good position, and the Pakistan bowler will be enjoying these conditions because of overhead condition and the floodlights on, and we saw the 80-over ball was doing enough, and it's a lot of encouragement for Pakistan pace attack, because they have excellent pace attack with Abbas himself, moving the ball both ways, and then string of Shaheen, Shah, Afridi, he can swing the ball both ways.
Ball does do a lot still, as all this new ball, which Chris Woakes is coming in with, this time angling into the hips of Rizwan. He glances very, very fine. It's racing away to the boundary, and will it get there? Well, there was a wonderful dive in the deep there, and they've taken 2 runs. We'll probably have another look at that. It was a great effort in the deep. Leg buys in the end. 207 for 8, yeah. They're probably not going to have another look at that. I trust the crew fielding. There's a great stop there in the deep by Curran. Big dive, he got his right hand out to it and flicked it in before his body made contact with the advertising ropes. Did really well there. Great commitment from these England fielders.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic from Sam Curran. All the runs are really important for Pakistan. You see, I don't know, what is the partnership here? I can't see.
It's 31 and 8 overs.
30 runs, 31 runs. Abbas without scoring. So that's the crucial runs for Pakistan.
There's a few leg buys in there as well. As in comes Chris Woakes, angling into the pads of Rizwan, who flicks it away nicely to the fine leg region. That was an easy single. England will be annoyed with that. They wanted to keep Abbas on strike, but Rizwan has pinched it. He's moved on to 48. 83 overs gone in this Pakistan innings. 208 for 8.
Clever batting from Rizwan. He knows where the gap is. He just walk across and just tap it to the fine leg area.
How impressed have you been with his maturity, Azhar, of Rizwan's maturity? He's demonstrated a lot of, patience and application, just a recognition of the scenario for the Pakistan team.
He's been brilliant. I saw him having 200 against Australia. He always been a good player. He was part of Pakistan team when Fawad was captain, and he played a couple of test matches there as well. So he always work hard on his game. One of the fittest guy in Pakistan team, and he's a fighter, competitor. You can see him. It was tough condition. I'm really impressed with him and Babar Azam today. The way they batted, they were very disciplined. They leave the ball really well, which is good sign for Pakistan cricket.
Absolutely, we're very pleased with the progress Mohammad Rizwan has made here. 48 not out for him. He's facing up now to Stuart Broad. Full delivery, just left Rizwan off the surface, just moved a touch off the bounce and beat him outside the off stump through to the keeper. No run. 103 balls he's faced Rizwan in this 48, shown a lot of application.
Look at the seam presentation.
Stuart Broad.
Bounce, seam, everything was there. Why can't you bowl 6 ball there? Bring the fielder up.
2 slips in place. He'll be annoyed if it takes the edge and it goes into that 3rd slip region. But they've got a lot of protection in the deep. There's a deep backward square leg. There's a deep cover. There's a deep mid wicket. In comes Broad again, once again. Back of a leg pushed into the covers by Rizwan. He's taking the first one quickly. He wants the second. They're going for the second. It's going to be close. Is he going to make it? It's very close. Stuart Broad manages to connect with the stumps. It wasn't the best throw in the world from the deep, but they're going to have another look at it. The umpires have signalled for replay. There was a dive in the end from Abbas at the non-striker's end. Desperate to get through for that too, Pakistan. It was very, very close. A better throw would have been more decisive. Now we're going to have a look at it. The ball came into Stuart Broad. He had to collect it from quite far, and the batsman has comfortably made his ground in the end. He did really well, Stuart Broad, to grasp the ball, but he had to get it. He had to almost fetch the ball to get it back to the stumps, which caused the delay of a split second, which meant Abbas survives.
Abbas is not the quickest. Rizwan is the quickest. In the end, he managed to get in. Rizwan got a 50 now.
Indeed, Mohammad Rizwan, that's his 2nd Test 50 in his 8th Test Test match. He's batted very well. Crucial innings as well for 104 balls. Andy, can you tell us a bit more about that 50?
Yeah, 4 fours, you say 104 balls, yeah. Or comes out after this ball from Broad.
He's facing up again Rizwan and to Stuart Broad, 2 slips in place. Bowls, straight ball, just been blocked resolutely by Rizwan. Andy?
For the first couple of hours of the day's play, he only faced about a third of the balls. So saw Babar Azam dominating the strike. It's his second half century, his first rather more aggressive innings, 95 off 145 against Australia in Brisbane in November of last year.
That's very impressive knock as well. Azhar, sign of a really smart player as well, to have all of those shots and have the skill, but to know when to rein them in and not play them so much and hang around. And I'll get your thoughts on that. After this Stuart Broad delivery, he comes and he bowls wide of the crease. It's a short one. It's been pulled nicely by Rizwan. There are 2 men out in the deep, and throw comes in. They'll take just the single. So Abbas will have to negotiate 2 deliveries in this over. 211 for 8.
You know, he always had a shot in his arm rate, but I'm really impressed today because the ball was swooping around and doing a lot, and he's shown some great technique, temperament, which are really impressed with him. So good to see Rizwan is doing. He can play both ways. If he needs to get runs, so he can play some short, and if he needs to defend, so he can play a defensive role as well.
Just looking at the replay of Stuart Broad dislodging the stumps there in that run-out attempt, he did it so carefully. It reminded me of when you try and light a candle on a birthday cake. It was so delicate. It's extraordinary. In he is, Stuart Broad. He struck him in front of the pads. It's a big appeal for LBW. The umpire says no. Shake of the head. Will there be a review? It seemed to be swinging quite a bit. It struck the batsman in front of leg stump. They're having a little chat. Will they review it? They will, yeah. Joe Root has decided to review that. Big shout for LBW.
Original decision is not out. I'll say fair delivery, so we can go on to front on, please.
Just striking the batsman in front of leg.
Roll that back, roll it through to the pad. Okay, clear daylight. We can go on to ball tracking when ready, please.
Toughest next to me shaking his head. Where's your money, Toughest?
Yeah, a little bit high, perhaps going down leg side.
Pitch outside off, impact in line. And umpire's call on the stump, so we'll go back to Richard on field.
Yes.
Stay with your original decision.
That would have been
You're on screen now, Richard.
Yeah, so that's been given not out. England retained the review, of course. I suppose worth a review. It's been a while since they...
It was just shaving that sort of top bail, wasn't it, going down leg side. Good decision by the ump. You'd be disappointed if you're given out by one of those if you're a batsman.
Absolutely. He swung in a long way, as you expect that new ball to do, and Stuart Broad really getting his wrist behind that one.
Yeah.
He's pushed it through.
Becoming a bit frustrating for England, this is.
At what point does it get... Does it feel like Pakistan are overachieving?
Now. If you're an England player, that's for sure. I mean, you know, it's 211. They're starting to get a decent score together here. You don't want Pakistan getting 250. And then with the seam bowlers that they have, I mean, Mohammad Abbas is going to be a tricky customer on this pitch with his seam movement.
4 slips in place as Stuart Broad comes in to Abbas, and it takes the outside edge and just bounces short of the fielder in first slip and ricochets towards the boundary. And Chris Woakes will come up and tidy up. They'll run through for 2. Joe Root was so close to taking that catch and ending that partnership there, but in the end it's costing them 213 for 8. After 84 overs, Pakistan still hanging in there. Rizwan on 51 off 106 and Abbas on 2 from 19 deliveries. Phil, what do you make of this?
Well, England aren't very good at this sort of giving, the set batsman a score, let's say 4 balls and then rotating it and bowling at the other one. I'm still a bit of a believer, on a pitch like this, when the ball's doing so much. Are you off?
Yeah, I'm just going to...
Sorry, I'm boring you.
No, not at all. I didn't want to say, but hey, I was spending a lot of time with you, Toughest. After a few more thoughts from yourself, you'll hear from Simon Mann, and he'll listen to you intently, I promise.
Lovely. On a pitch that's doing this much, with swing and seam, you've got a new ball in your hand, and England's premier bowlers are running up with 7 men or 5 or 6 men on the boundary. Okay, it's all right to have the odd one back, but you need to bowl out the batsman.
Here's Woakes bowled to Rizwan, who slices that away towards the deep point area. They're going to come back for 2 runs here, and Rizwan moves to 53, and Pakistan to 215 from 8. Rollo's was in the seat 40 minutes ago, and I made the point, when you stop trying to get out one of the players, this is what happens. It happens so often.
It does, and we're not very good at it. We're not very good at it. England's right, not England, not very good at it, because we've seen it a lot in Test cricket, haven't we? And it's frustrating. Just keep bowling to hit the top of off stump and try and get both players out.
Woakes bowls to Rizwan. Rizwan dabs it into the offside. Could have got a single there. Decides against it.
Because I'll tell you, this is now getting a tricky score on a pitch like this. If England walk out and Pakistan bowl well and they get a bit of luck and England play and get the edges, they could be 50 for 4 easily on this pitch.
Oh, and the light meters are coming out again.
Right, can someone go and steal those? I might nip round there and take the batteries out, because it's decent light. It's been murky all day.
There goes Woakes, bowls, dabbed into the offside again, this time straight to cover, and it's no run. That's 3 balls in the over. England with a deep backward point, deep backward square leg, fine leg, deep mid off.
Here we go.
On.
Here we go.
Better get off the field.
Yeah. What else would you use a light meter for?
People who take photographs use a light meter, I think they do. Yeah, get off the field, that's it. I would get off the field. Yeah, we've had a bit too much cricket.
There's a booze coming from the back of the box here.
I think we should represent 15,000 people who aren't here.
It's been like this all day. Obviously, it's slightly got dimmer. Otherwise, they wouldn't have called them off. But crikey, I mean, it's been like this all day.
No, we've had a lot of cricket already today. It's time to get off.
I don't know whether they'll get back on, because you can't see any breeze away to blow these clouds away. So if you're not going to play in this, I can see this being the end of the day.
Well, it could be.
I like that boot. I mean, it was real sort of heartfelt, wasn't it?
Who was it? And his Zoltz,
It's pathetic.
the gloves are off from Zoltz at the far side of the box.
Go on, Zoltz. Give us a minute. Come on.
Well, just someone who loves cricket and loves Test cricket and all the competition there is in the sporting world and the entertainment world, even within cricket competing against itself, you should just play as much as you can. But as you were saying, it doesn't seem to be discernibly dark out there.
No, it must have dipped a little bit, but if you're not going to play in this when you've been running about in it all day, I can't see him coming back on.
I think you're right, Abbas. It's been uniformly great today, and there's no breaks in the crowd. There's breaks in the crowd, but no breaks in the cloud at all.
But why is the default position not to stay on until it's really difficult or really bad light? Why the default position seems to be to go off?
Well, it's because they had taken a reading, Zoltz, presumably sometime yesterday, and as soon as it goes to that reading, that is it. You've got to come.
Why?
Why?
Can we ring someone up and ask them at the ICC?
Because the world is illogical, and cricket is very happy to get a gun out and shoot itself in the foot.
And also, I know this might sound very, very strange, but there are sort of darker darkness and there's sort of lighter darkness.
Where are you going with this, Thomas?
Sometimes it's obviously dark, but this isn't sort of obviously dark, even though it's perhaps dark. It's sort of light dark.
I know what you mean.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sometimes it comes in.
It's not great light, but we should be playing in it. That's what you're trying to say, isn't it?
I agree. And it's been uniform, as you said, all day. It's been grey, not dark. But anyway, enough about the light meters. They're off.
Yeah. Well, it comes back. I mean, it's a slightly left field suggestion, but it comes back to another. Well, it's only something I've mentioned before. That in a situation like this, just get the pink ball out. We play pink ball Test matches. It's about playing the blasted game, not going off the field the whole time. Play the game, for goodness sake.
Some passion coming out here. I've never seen you so livid.
Anyway,
yeah. Well, that would be a good idea. Call for the pink ball and sort of like have it sent out on a silver platter. But it is annoying. But I think England will be annoyed as well, because they're in a good position. And once again, too many fielders on the boundary. And once you stop, as you said, trying to get the main batsman out, it just gives the impetus and the initiative back to the side that's in trouble. It's always amazed me.
Tea's been taken.
All right.
play will resume at 4:32, light permitting, and you make a very valid point. And a day like today,
You ain't getting no better.
is it going to get any better than this? Anyway, England picked up 3 wickets in that afternoon session, but Rizwan played really well and helped him a bit, I think, with their tactics. The sort of, you have the spin over before lunch tactic in the captain's manual. Have the put the field back manual as well, which was adhered to.
They must surely. I mean, we've said this. We've been sitting here.
Jonathan's coming in.
Okay,
Yeah.
oh, you're off as well.
Yeah.
Just as I start talking, they all go off. Is it something I've said? But there must be a stat, Andy, or something that we can perhaps, or I'm sure that the England team have, about how to get tail-end partnerships out and what is the right way of going about it. Because at the moment, and I've seen it so many times, and especially in England, that we're not very good at it, is that we just seem to sit back and give them too much time just to try and make a bit of a counter-attack to nick a 30 or 40 run partnership instead of just trying to get them out, John. You're not going to go, are you?
I'm going nowhere. I think it's all a cunning plan.
Oh, okay.
How's this? I think the umpires and the officials in this Test series and the last are dead against 4-day Test cricket, and they're just proving that 4-day Test cricket will be pointless because you wouldn't get enough play in, so just making sure that everyone realises
They
that.
want a little bit of extra bucks for the 5th day.
They're just like 5-day Test cricket. Toughers. As we all do.
We're getting very pessimistic now, sadly, as these covers go
I know.
on.
Why
are
is
they
that?
going
I don't
on?
know why that's coming on.
Oh, we're having a right bone up here.
Yeah,
We're having a right-
well, I've just had a FaceTime with my wife. It's beautiful blue sky at home.
No, but it all.
Anyway, it's just hung around down here.
Yeah.
It's just following us all around. It did so at Manchester, where of course it's beautiful the last few days. And anyway, on come the covers. There's no sign of any rain, but they're just doing it, I don't know, to keep the engine ticking over or something. And so that'll be going, I don't think it'll be going absolutely over the pitch. I hope not, because it's still got some work to do. We've got the groundsman there with his gas mask on and a blue bucket. So he's up to do what he has to do during tea. And so we will all take tea, as the players are, and we'll hope for some sort of resumption afterwards. Now, it's been an interesting conversation, this, so don't go away. And of course, there's still no crowd here for these Test matches. I'm not expecting any supporters to be allowed to view any of the international games this summer at the grounds. A reminder, of course, that the Australians confirmed today that they're coming for 3 T20s and 3 one-day internationals in September. But the government has announced that spectator Test events can resume, and there's hope that we could see some fans at domestic games this year. And there's especially hope we could have supporters at the T20 Blast Finals Day, which is scheduled to be held at Edgbaston at the start of October. Well, Warwickshire looking at the possibility of 8,000 supporters being allowed into the ground for that game. And let's talk to the new Chief Executive at Edgbaston, Stuart Kane, who's starting the job at an interesting time. Nice to speak to you for the first time, Stuart.
How are you, gents, afternoon?
Well, here you go. You've got you applied for the job at Warwickshire, I presume, when everything was nice and quiet, and look where you are now.
I've got a nice cushy job in cricket. That's what I've always wanted. And then, it's an interesting time, but it's a good time as well. I think this is when your back's against the wall. This is when you see sport and the whole sector pulled together, and I think there's lots of examples of that. So, interesting times.
Yeah, and quite a motivating time, I think, too, isn't it? To try and think of new ideas, think outside the box, as people say. I mean, it just come up with I don't know, plans and ruses to make something work.
Yeah, I mean, that's the challenge at the moment, is it? We don't quite know what's happening tomorrow. It seems to change daily, so you've got to try and think what is new, what's innovative, how can we try and keep the fans engaged and interested, how do we use digital websites, streaming, etc. But how do we also try and plan to try and get some crowds back in, at least in a sort of controlled way this summer, so there are some people watching the cricket, because I think people have got to stay in the habit of watching live cricket, because you know it's like you go without doing something for a year or so, you've got to get yourself back into it again, and I don't think any sport can really afford that to happen for too long.
No. Now, Warwickshire you having the experimentals or open day, weren't you, for one of the, a friendly warm-up game. So had you started by then, or was that before your
I started the Monday, and then we had a test pilot on the Tuesday, and then I got a phone call Monday night to say the sports minister's dropping by as well, so it was like, oh, crap. So, yeah, it was an interesting 48 hours, but we did do a pilot. We got about 1,500 people into Edgbaston, And it worked really, really well. And as I say, the sports minister came, was pretty happy with how it went, along with a bunch of people from DCMS. So I think we've proved that we can stage a small event, as did the Oval. So I think cricket's shown that it can lead the way in sort of getting crowds back. Where now things have been eased up a bit with the snooker tonight, and hopefully we can get some more test pilots set up. It's a great chance for us to have another go, because we were hoping to get a bigger crowd in for the first game for the Bob Willis Trophy. Get about 2,500 people into Edgbaston, but obviously that got pulled when Boris announced the news that things were getting slightly worse. So you just got to respect that and roll with it, as I say, because you can't put anyone's health in danger. But I think we've found a way to manage crowds through the first pilot. We just need to work now and find a way to get a second pilot and hopefully prove that we can safely get a bigger crowd in for the blast.
Yeah. What did you actually have to prove on that test day? As you said, the sports minister was there, but what did you have to show them that you could do, or what was needed to be done?
Yeah, there's different bits to it. I mean, the first thing you have to do is prove to the local authorities and the local communities that it's safe to have a crowd. Because if you think you've got, whether it be 1,500, 2,500 or 8,000 people in Edgbaston, you've got to make sure that doesn't impact the local community. So we work very closely with Birmingham City Council, Public Health England, the Blue Light Services and local councillors, just to put in place the right processes for how the crowd get to Edgbaston. And that's looking at things like car parking provision, public transport, working with the local shops and things like that. Because if you suddenly have a shop across the road from Edgbaston where another 200-300 people turn up, can they manage that? So that was the first step, is working with the local community and the local authorities and proving that we could operate safely outside the venue. The second bit is about ticketing. It sounds really simple when you're sitting in a pub talking about it. Oh, I'll just knock out every second seat or something. But when you've got software that's pre-built and you've got online ticketing systems and people could buy 1, 2, 3 or 4 tickets, then we gave our software developers a bit of a headache. But they rose to the challenge and built something that worked. But equally, we had to take everyone's names and addresses, because if you think mostly when you buy tickets online, the person who buys the ticket gives their card details, address details, but you might buy 4 tickets from mates. But with this, we had to get everyone's name and address. So again, that was quite a big piece of software work. So
you know where people have come from as well as those actually who are in contact with each other.
Yeah, we need to really be able to show that we could track and trace. So if we do end up with 4,000 or 5,000 people in Edgbaston, and God forbid anything happens, it gives us a chance to get in touch with them all and manage the sort of the outflow of that. So that was a big part of it. But then it's about how do you manage people inside the stadium. So there's different bits to that, really. First of all, how do you get them into the stadium? Because you have to think, whether it be a football stadium, rugby stadium or cricket, there are pinch points, aren't there? Sort of when people go to the turnstiles, that's a pinch point. When people are walking out into the stands, that's a bit of a pinch point. The bars, the toilets, the food areas. It's how you manage those more than anything, because actually Edgbaston holds 25,000, so getting 8,000 people to sit in the right seat isn't particularly difficult as long as you manage it properly with the stewards. It's if at tea they all decide to go and get a beer or they want the toilet, how do you manage that? So that was what we spent a lot of time thinking about, was people flows, how do we get people into areas safely, how do we make sure there are enough hand sanitisers, how do we manage queues for the loos and all that sort of thing, which I know sounds really boring, and you're probably sitting there thinking, what's he going on about? But that's
we're used to it, don't we?
That's the stuff that's quite important, particularly when DCMS and the government were trying to work out, okay, well, can you make it work at small numbers? Because at some point we've got to make it work in bigger numbers in cricket, but also, okay, what could Old Trafford or Stamford Bridge learn from this when they start to look at bigger crowds coming back into sport? So they were the sort of things that we were thinking about. But there's a playing side as well, because you've got to manage the players' health and safety. So how do you sanitise the ball? The 12th man, how do they take the drinks out safely? When you have breaks, are the rooms clean? How do the players have lunch? Because the old-fashioned sort of put a big buffet out and people help themselves. You can't do that now. So serving socially distanced lunch for players. How do you look after the umpires and stop them getting grumpy and all that sort of stuff?
Yeah.
There's quite a lot to get
it sounds easier doing what they've done here and Old Trafford, just blocking everyone out rather than allowing some in.
Yeah. I mean, I think that it's trying to find a new normal, isn't it? It's a phrase you hear a lot at the moment, but none of us know how long this is going to go on for, do we? So I think it is about how do you find a way of getting crowds back into stadia safely. and giving people a chance to watch live cricket, and also giving cricket the lifeblood of the revenues that creates. So it's not ideal, but it's understandable, bearing in mind we're in a much bigger issue with the pandemic. We're just happy that we can play our part, trying to find a way to help solve the problem.
And I would imagine, Stuart, that the people who came to that trial came because they wanted to be there, and they wanted it to work, and therefore they were on your side, and they weren't getting grumpy with Stuart, and they were doing what they were told.
Yeah, and I think most people are pretty level-headed now, aren't they? A lot of them are wearing masks, they're all using the hand sanitizer, they all understood they had a part to play. And I think whatever sport, that's going to be a message for everyone coming to sport moving forward. The venue can only do so much. We do need some help from the fans coming in, and there has to be a degree of personal responsibility and accountability. But as long as we can provide the right framework for that, but then you've got to help us out.
I'm trying to picture Edgbaston with a restricted number, and I mean, presumably you've been there on a full house, have you? And you've experienced the Hollies stand and everything
well,
else.
I won't lie to you, I've experienced too much of the Hollies stand in the past on days, but it's an interesting place. But yes, I know Edgbaston well as a cricket fan over the years, because I'm a Midlander by birth, so I know that well. And it's interesting because we're thinking about, for the Blast in particular, if you do get a small crowd in, how do you try and create an atmosphere? Because you know what Edgbaston's like when it's rocking for the finals day. Now, we won't be able to do that with people, so how can we work with Sky, and how can we look at the size of the crowd that we've got and create an atmosphere, but do it in a respectful way to the cricket? Because when you watch the football, some people love the piped-in crowd noise, some people hate it.
Yeah.
So it does throw up some interesting challenges. But I think, speaking of some of the players, I think they'd like to get a crowd in, even if it's small, because I think players do feed off it, particularly in the Blast format. Yeah.
So what are you realistically looking at, Stuart, do you think? I mean, where are you today as far as crowds possibly coming into Edgbaston at some stage? Not necessarily talking about finals day at the moment, but just in the Blast itself. At the moment, as you and I sit here, what do you think realistically you might be able to do?
Well, we had the second pilot event, Paul, as I mentioned, so we're just working with the ECB, talking to government about, can we get that second pilot put back on? If we can, it's just about which game then. And it does make sense that if we do a pilot, it should be around a Blast game, because that's the best way of making sure that we're ready for having a bigger crowd in October for the finals. So hopefully over the next week it'll become a bit clearer about what we can do, what the regulations are that we've got to abide to, and then which game it is that we should go for. Because as we talked about earlier, there's a lot for us to get aligned, so from working with the council through to selling the tickets through to getting the stadium ready. So we do need a little bit of notice to do that, but we're ready to go as soon as we know what the rules are.
Right, so at the moment you don't know what sort of numbers you might have?
No, I mean, I've talked about sort of numbers before, and based on some old calculations, we thought it was between 3,000 to 8,000, but really we've got to wait to get some proper guidance. And then, as I say, it's not necessarily how you set them out in the stadium, it's about how you manage those pinch points, and that will depend on the guidance from government at a particular moment in time. So I'm hoping that over the next week that becomes a bit clearer, and we can work with the ECB to put together the right protocols to manage it. So it could be more than that, it could be less than that. It really depends on where we are and what guidance we're given.
Yeah. And in terms of finance, so what does it mean to get, I don't know, 5,000 people in for a finals day? Would that make a huge difference?
Yeah, of course it will. I mean, any money is welcome at the moment, but I think from our perspective, it's more about giving fans the chance to watch live cricket, so they don't get out of the habit, as I mentioned earlier. Making sure that we can keep our sponsors and broadcasters happy, etc., because of the revenue that sits there as well as the live revenue, and making sure that the players can feed off the atmosphere of a crowd again. So yes, of course the money's good, but I think there are other factors to think about as well.
I'm just going to interrupt because the umpires have come out, and they come out quite briefly and are returning quite briskly, and I'm hoping in a moment we're going to hear the cheerful sound of the hover cover firing up, and they're going to take it away, and I think play is going to resume imminently. That was the tea break. They went off, I must say, I don't think the light has changed particularly, but there you go, there's the sound in the background. It sounds a bit like an aeroplane taking off, but that's the cover. That's going to be taken away, and hopefully, wow, that's a very loud one today, but hopefully we'll therefore have have played shortly. Stuart, it's great to catch up with you for the first time. Well, you got quite a lot of plans at Edgbaston, haven't you, in terms of building and so on? I mean, have those plans been done for because of what's been going on?
No, we were lucky. We got most of our plans for phase 2, which is to build sort of retail and residential just outside the new stand that was built at Edgbaston. Most of that was underway before this broke. So it's delayed us a bit in terms of administration and planning, but it hasn't changed the sort of fundamental plan. So we're still hoping to get work going on that sort of later this year, early next year. So it's all finished in time for the Commonwealth Games when we host the cricket here at Edgbaston.
That's right. It's the women's cricket you're hosting here, is it, Edgbaston?
That's right. Yep. Yep.
Any thoughts on how that would work? I mean, how many teams there would be and so on, how that's all going to, the number of pitches you're going to have to produce and so on?
Yeah, can I be honest with you, 2 weeks and I haven't got my head around that one yet.
I'm not surprised.
I've been trying to
forgive you for that.
Apologies, but I've been trying to hit what's in front of us, which is sort of all the test stuff and the COVID things, but apologies, I don't know the answer to that.
Oh, well, if you're still early in the job, I mean, what has shown, though, Stuart, is the value of a hotel. Any thoughts of knocking one of those up?
Yeah, I mean, that's phase 3. So phase 2 was to build a new plaza outside the main entrance to Edgbaston, and as I say, retail and residential. Then phase 3 was to redevelop a couple of the stands and build a hotel into that. So it is still the plan, but we're just working on the timing for phase 3, because obviously we've got the Commonwealth Games in 2022 and the Ashes Tour in 2023. Yeah. So you don't really want to have half your stadium knocked out for those events.
No. Well, good luck, Stuart, and thank you for coming on. It's been nice to meet you, albeit in this strange way. Yeah. Good luck, and I hope it all works out. Yeah,
cheers,
thanks for talking to us.
Thanks now. Bye.
There we go, the Warwickshire Chief Executive, new in the job. Stuart came with a lot on his plate, but lots of interesting things to try and tackle as well. So the cover is gone, and I hope it didn't drown out too much there of what he was saying, but certainly a very noisy, but rather belligerent cover having been taken off. I can see the England players coming down the steps. Not much belligerent and noisy from them, I didn't think, in that last 40 minutes or so, because they really, again, as we were saying, Joe Root was very keen to emphasise after the last test match. There were moments with the ball where they just lost their focus in that test match, and they've certainly done it again here. This 9th wicket stand is worth 39 now, with Mohammad Abbas having scored 2 of those. Mohammad Rizwan's on 53. He's played really well, don't get me wrong, but England's bowling has been all over the place. It has lost the basic plan in conditions in which the ball is moving around, it's moving off the seam, it's swinging in the air. And they seem to move to plan B and even plan C without really just sticking to the basics and just trying to knock him out. So Pakistan have scored some useful runs there. I think most people consider they're still just a little bit below par. They're not nearly where they were at 176 for 8, with numbers 10 and 11 simply to bat. So they've got to try and knock these last 2 wickets over and get back to business again. They're ready, they're loosening up. The umpires take a little bit of time. They came out, had a look, and then almost immediately went back to their dressing rooms again. They put their coats on and they've got their hats on. But I have to say, looking from here, if that light has got better, well, it's not obvious, but the lights are on. We've got this low, dark cloud still hanging overhead, and how much play we do get in this final session remains to be seen. Because if they've already taken the light once, then it will probably happen again, I would think. How many overs have you got left, Andrew, in the day? I rather lost track of today, but it's probably quite a lot, is it?
44.3 overs are left.
Right, so that's 3 hours of play, at least. We should take us through to 7:30ish, but we'll do very well to get all those in. But at least I want to see England batting at some stage up against the Pakistani attack, because that's going to be really interesting to see how they bowl in this, and obviously how England fare too. But Joe Root is now addressing his troops, and he's got one of those looks on his face that you know rather well. If you are one of those troops, you're looking at the captain, you think, no, the captain's not very happy. Sort of tight-lipped, I would say. There's certainly no hint of a smile there, as he said what he's had to say, and out they come over the boundary rope again to try and do better, Michael Vaughan, because that was a bit of a shambles.
Yeah, it was. I don't think they've bowled great all day. I think they've bowled a little bit too wide. When they've tried to get it straight, it's been a bit too straight and down the leg side. They've looked a little bit ropey in the field. I thought the tactics there for 20 minutes, with with the second new ball were a bit odd. You know, the field was on the boundary. Pakistan have itched their way and kind of crawled their way into a really good position. You know, 215 doesn't sound a great deal, but I'm intrigued to see how someone like Mohammad Abbas is going to bowl on here. Naseem Shah with an extra few miles an hour on the deliveries that we've seen from Broad, Anderson, Woakes and Sam Curran. Shaheen Afridi, the left arm, but will swing it. He could swing it quite a long way. So I'm kind of watching, thinking, what is a par score? And you say, what, 250, 270 is a par score on this kind of wicket?
Yeah, 250, you think?
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's the kind of pitch that you could easily get blown away. If you go out there and play some poor shots and everything kind of goes to hand, a little bit of fortune as a bowling unit, you could easily blow a team away on this kind of wicket.
Yeah. One of those days we just nick everything.
Yeah, you know, it could be that Pakistan have an hour or so where everything goes to hand, and Mohammad Abbas has a spell that we've seen him produce in the past. England just haven't. They have sessions like that quite consistently, don't they? The test team. They have sessions where you're watching going, they just.
England attack is not a dangerous attack, I don't think. There's no one here at 90 miles an hour. That's in common sense, but they did go off there, I thought, inexplicably early again. So here's a full over at Abbas. He's hit on the pad, surely out. There you go, full and straight, and Abbas is out to the first ball he's faced after tea. And suddenly, having seen those balls from Woakes, and you see that, you think, what on earth is going on before tea?
Yeah, full and straight, nip back. He had one of these before the break. So was just clipping the top of the leg stump. They've reviewed it just because they can, because they've got a few left in the tank, Pakistan, but it didn't take long for Richard Catterbury's finger to go up, nip back at. Oh, it's out. Get that. I've
already written it in my book. He's gone as far as my notes are concerned. He's still lingering, but I think it's a sort of stay of execution of only a few seconds. He's waiting for ball tracking. Stuart Broad knows, with a big smile on his face. And Mohammed's away, he's off, he hasn't waited for the technology, he's gone. It's in the wind, hitting middle stump halfway up.
Now, Andy, that's Stuart Broad with 3 for that's 7 on the trot.
It is, yes, first England bowler to do that since Graham Swan, first England seamer since Darren Gough. Darren Gough was in a sequence in 2001 against Sri Lanka, Pakistan and Australia. Graham Swan in 2009 against all against West Indies. So a rare achievement, and as I was saying earlier on, just a handful of England bowlers have done it in the history of Test cricket. Ian Botham before that in 1978, Jim Laker and Alec Bedser in the 50s, Morris Tate in the 20s, Arthur Gilligan. Oh, sorry, that's six. I'm looking at the wrong chart here. That's it. So and SF Barnes, 1913-14, in South Africa.
He always features. He's always there for something, isn't he?
That was when he was taking 49 wickets in 4 tests against South Africa before refusing to play the 5th test.
I always remember a few years ago, I think it was in one of the Ashes series where Jimmy got a 6 for Trent Bridges, so he's the greatest ever. And Pat Murphy was straight on to me, said, SF Barnes, what do you know about him? And I looked up his record, I went, oh yes,
It's quite a decent
he's
record.
pretty good, isn't he? I've never seen him.
So the number 11's arrived, Naseem Shah.
Don't you think it's a bit bemusing that England need a break and a period in the dressing room to come out and play the game the right way?
I'll tell you what I
Why
thought.
does it take that?
I had a thought when I was in my bedroom just now. Here's broad bowling, Naseem reaches forward and gets a single first ball. That brings Rizwan down on strike. I was watching one of the reviews that they had, and it was at a time when it was pretty crazy out there, and there were bad plans and bad fields. And I thought, what a time. Well, they're waiting for all the technology to happen, for to get the players together. Don't bother looking at the screen at the moment, whether this LB's out or not. Just let's have a conversation in here and let's pull this back together. But they weren't. They were watching the big screen, and moments like that. That was a real chance, I thought, for them to say, come on, let's focus on what we're doing.
But again, it's gone back to the basics. Rizwan's on strike, a Ringfield on the offside, 2 in the ring on the onside. So someone said something in the dressing room, said, let's just cover the basics. It's a pitch that you can't play the big shots on, or if you do, it's a massive risk. It's just doing too much.
Number 11 on strike. Rizwan might have a bit of a go here. Broad's on the way. Bolson's dancing down the pitch. He's swiped that over mid-off. Anderson's giving chase. He hasn't really got hold of it, and they'll come back for 2. But that was adventurous. But again, high on risk.
Well, that could easily have just gone straight up. Yeah, so you don't mind that, sure.
No. 218 for 9.
I like Rizwan. I think he's a wonderful keeper, but he's chirpy, and when you're chirpy, you know that you're probably going to have to get a little bit of chirp back when you go out to bat. And it just looks that kind of character. Javid Meander, do you remember Javid? He was very similar.
Absolutely.
They just seem to bring it on, and they like it. They like the extra attention.
We've got a third man, that's okay, because he does play a good ramp, and that ball could have gone flying up anywhere. So still the 2 slips, a ring of 3, and Rizwan's beaten completely by a good ball from Broad, round about the off stump, a bit of bounce. And Rizwan there's gesturing that he could never got a bat anywhere near that. Trying to a bit of kidology maybe with England's batsmen, most of whom are behind him there in the slips. Lovely ball. Now, I'm going to say something contradictory here, but I think it's getting gloomy. I think the light is now getting a bit gloomy. I think the umpires might start to twitch. Well, let's be honest, but I think it is quite. 218 for 9. Here's Broad, and he bowls. Rizwan drives. Oh, a beautiful stroke. Half volley, and he's driven that through extra cover for 4. And that's as good an execution of an extra cover drive as you'll see.
That's glorious. It's good from Stuart Broad. He's trying to get it up there. There is movement. He just waits and then just leans on that. No real foot movement. Just use of the hands.
Lovely balance too. He's leant into it.
Yeah, I reckon that the more I watch this, particularly in England, the ping ball, I think that could be the solution. Just play with it all the time.
Lots of short games.
Does it do more than the red ball? You can't tell me that the ping ball would have done any more than this red ball.
I think those who've played in Adelaide will say that it does, don't they?
Just get used to playing with it.
2-2-2 for 9. Field coming up. There's 1 ball to go. They want to keep Rizwan where he is. He'll want to get a single. Broad comes in, bowls to it, dabs it away into the offside, and Burns dives there. Fields can't stop that run. He's cross with himself. The ball has slipped out of his hand as he landed.
That's not a good ball when he's trying to keep him on strike.
Well, I'm afraid I felt it in my bones. The umpire Saggers is coming out, and I'll have a wager with you just carrying a light meter.
Not when you take the light meter out with you though, Aggers. It's only a small little device. Surely you can put it in your pocket, can't you? Or in your coat pocket.
It's a pink one these days. It's quite a trendy colour. And it sits on the bails, doesn't it, on top of the stumps now. But sure enough, there it is. It's handed over. Richard Kettleborough had a word there with Joss Buttler as he walked past, pointing skywards. The light's not, well, the light is by their standards, the sort of light they've been going off.
They'll be off, yeah.
And he's placing the light meter over the stumps already.
The bails are
black. Does that affect it in any way?
Well, I don't know, but the batsmen are pacing out. They're off. Off they go. Off they go. I'm afraid. At 2-2-3 for 9.
So who is responsible for making the guidelines for the umpires?
ICC.
ICC, haven't we?
ICC.
Can we get someone from the ICC on to have a chat?
Yes, we do, and I want you to interview him because you're
Happy to.
because you're suitably angry, and I think that could be quite a vicious experience for someone from the ICC. But you're right. But you use your eyes, don't you? And to see this, and you just know that it just suddenly that was darker than it was when they went off. I think before tea. But it's a shame, and of course now it's purely down to the umpires. There's no say for the teams at all. That's been taken away. So, which I can understand, because there's always one team wants to play and one team that didn't because of the match situation. But funnily enough, given that situation, if it was now out of the umpire's hands, would Pakistan's batsmen have appealed against the light, given that they want to bowl? And would England have the fielders appealed against the light because they want to bowl Pakistan out? I mean,
what's remarkable is that we've just probably seen the most glorious cover drive, the best shot of the day, and yet the next ball we're off. It doesn't make sense.
Well, the groundsman's right.
The pink ball used Jonathan. That's the way.
Well, as long as
play on.
If they guarantee that they would play in it, that's fine. But it seems to me that it's been the mindset this summer that it doesn't matter what you're playing with. Well, I reckon they're going to go off.
Well, until the directive comes from the ICC and the hierarchy and the protocol changes, the umpires are just doing the job what's in place now. They deem it's not quite right, so they walk off. So I actually don't blame the umpires, because it's the protocol, the direction of the leaders at ICC towers.
If you've got the latest regulations regarding bad light, you haven't. Mine's on my phone, which is actually unfortunately in my room
I
charging.
think Andy can make one up. What are you going to make one up, Andy?
There's something to do with umpires have got an eBay auction that's about to end. I think
I think that's in there. It could be. But it's very frustrating. It's just down the corridor, but it's still, I'm absolutely certain, relates particularly to danger, physical danger.
But what's been interesting, is in the fifth test of a very strange summer, where the ECB have worked wonders to get all the cricket on, and teams have travelled from the West Indies, Pakistan, the Australians are going to arrive, and it's been a summer where I think I've seen more in terms of the light being taken than any other summers that I remember. In a summer where the game desperately needs cricket to be on.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
It makes sense.
Google says, oh Lord, it's on here as well. Now let's just see. I'm going to have to try and do this while we're actually search. Here we go. But I suspect, unfortunately, all I've got here are the laws and not the regulations. And as we know, that is a different kettle of fish altogether, because these are the MCC laws.
Well, while you're doing that, let's have a look at some more bowlers who've taken 3 wickets in 7 consecutive innings. As Stuart brought us just on before this, Broad had never taken 3 wickets in even 4 consecutive innings before this sequence this summer. The most recent bowler to Neil Wagner, 10 consecutive innings with 3 or more wickets. And New Zealand left arm bouncer specialist Yasir Shah had a 7 innings run with 3 or more wickets in 2018, and back to Mitchell Johnson in that fantastic Ashes series performance in 2013-14, Syed Ajmal in 2012, and Graham Swan in 2009 are the bowlers who've done so most recently.
Here's some quotes from the regulations. The ICC leaves a quote solely for the umpires together to decide, close quotes, whether bad light mean that, quotes, it would be dangerous or unreasonable for play to take place. That's the quote. That's not the full regulation, but those are the pertinent words from it. So it is about danger, and it is about being unreasonable for play. Well, I don't think that was an unreasonable circumstance. He played that beautiful stroke through the covers.
I'd like to know where the danger has suddenly come into play. Is it the fielders? I feel that the fielders.
Well, they are considered. I mean, when they talk about danger, talk about the fielders and also the umpires too, of course.
Maybe they're feeling under threat. Henry Moran has just sent me a WhatsApp. He says 100 yards away there are currently dozens of amateur golfers whacking balls around. He said, the professional sport inside the ground stops yet again for bad light with the floodlights blazing down.
Well, it's always been a frustration for the sport, so how to deal with less than perfect weather, be it light rain, be it bad light, and people 50 years on from us, I'm afraid, will be chuntering away and the same old.
But I think that's why the game needs to be better. That the ICC towers, and I've said it for a few weeks now. I think those that pay the big checks for broadcast, I think they've got to step up and say to the ICC, look, this isn't good enough. You've got to come up with a solution that allows the game to be played in conditions like this. I think it's got a bit brighter personally, but
I think it might
that's my opinion. You know, and if it is that the pink ball is used, well, use the pink ball, because it's just a terrible look for the game that continuously the umpires are taking the players off when we've not seen. If players are getting hit and they can't see the ball, obviously that's a danger. But when you've just seen a passage of play where Rizwan's played very nicely indeed, Mohammad has just been trapped, albeit that wasn't because of light, it's because he's a number 10 batsman. He can't really bat. Nothing to do with the conditions. Rizwan's just smoked one through extra cover, the shot of the day, and all of a sudden you're off.
Is it dangerous though if Naseem Shah is bowling or Shaheen Afridi? I mean, with a new ball running out of the openers, would that be considered
the
more
pace
dangerous
element,
or unreasonable?
I think the pace element comes into play, and if Naseem Shah's fizzing them down and it's fizzing past the nose ends of the England players, yes, you have to bring that into consideration. But I just think the game has to provide a better solution, and if it is that it's the pink ball and you just play on, the ball's fizzing past your nose, then you know what, it's a game of test match cricket. It's tough at times, and you get the wrong end of conditions, just accept it.
Well, the umpires haven't gone off, and they're still talking to the groundsman who's got his mask on. There's a very heavy sound.
Who was that?
That was Tuffers. He's probably just woken up. This is the unfortunate side effect of having our hotel rooms in the commentary box, and that some people, I suspect, take the opportunity to have 40 winks, especially when their nickname is Cat.
No, not at all. It's turned into the hokey cokey. The Azhar's bowl, in, out. The only thing they've got to do is shake it all about. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
You're not happy, Tuffers?
I'm not happy.
What's your solution to this problem that just keeps arising?
Well, I quite like Simon's idea. When a bit of bad light comes on, well, hold on a minute, let's get the pink ball out. Let's keep the game moving forward, let's keep playing.
But what about just use the pink ball all the time?
Well,
because if you have a situation where you say now you play with the pink ball, in half an hour's time it gets brighter, do you go back to the red ball that you used before? And you keep going back to the red ball when the light's right, and then keep going back to the pink ball when it's not quite right?
Well, I haven't given that much.
And how big is this lorry? It's going to be delivering all these balls of different ages and everything else.
Listen, I was just trying to come up with a solution.
They need one of those ball pits, you know, that kids dive in.
Yes.
On the side of the ground.
But it is destroyed. I mean, it is just. And I'm pretty sure that. Could you imagine this happening though with a crowd here? I mean, I'm sure that they've done it by the letter of the law because there's no crowd. The crowd would be going ballistic.
Well, I think so.
I reckon Rover Cam's going to wear himself out. He's having a good old.
But you want people to have enough trust in the system that they're going to pay a lot of money to come and not sit like this and not see it play.
So if you buy a ticket for £100 and you don't get the overs allocated, you get a bit of a refund.
You do.
Yeah. So say the bosses of all the broadcast units said to the ICC, by the way, if you keep going off for light, we want a refund on those days. Do you know what would happen? They'd play on. If they get hit by cash, they would make sure that the game carried on, and they'd provide a solution very, very quickly to make sure that we didn't have situations like this. I'll look again, I think it's got brighter.
Well, I'll be honest, I don't like the thought of playing with a pink ball throughout. If the cricket's playing with the red ball, and the red maintains its condition much better, they just need to reprogram the officials to allow play to continue in these sort of conditions.
I mean, we must, emphasise though that when it does get dark and someone's bowling at 90 miles an hour, it can get a little bit fruity out there. Yeah. But I just haven't seen it, and this is what I was talking about earlier about sort of light dark and dark dark. Yeah. This is for me light dark.
Yes.
Which is
no,
exactly. This has been like it all day. Yes. There's been little fluctuations, little ups and downs.
It's grim, isn't it, down south?
Yeah. And when it dark for me, as you say, is when it's coming towards the end of the day, the light's fading, the sun's gone down, and that's when you've got to start worrying about it. This hasn't changed particularly, apart from the odd
that word about dangerous,
Well, yes.
or unreasonable, and it's actually quite an interesting case in point. These attacks are very different, and I don't think England would be very thrilled if the umpire said, "Well, look, we don't consider your attack to be dangerous, so we're going to continue back to when Pakistan bowled." Well, that's a bit different, but that is a fact. There are no 90-odd mile-an-hour bowlers in the England.
Well, it's, again, the danger of getting hurt, or the danger of losing your wicket.
Well, I would hope in that case it's physical danger rather than
Yes, I think it's got to be.
Well, it has to be. I mean, the danger of getting wickets is to do with the conditions of the wicket, the skill levels of the bowler.
I would have never gone out to bat if I was in danger of...
I think
I'm in danger. Don't let me out there. I'm in danger of losing my wicket.
I think that example will come into the unreasonable bit. If it's
I think it's got to be physical.
I'm interested by the umpires. They were 20 yards away from the actual set. Now they've manoeuvred themselves to, they kind of creased with the umpire, with the groundsman down there. I mean, they'll be surely they're frustrated as well, but.
Well, they are, because they know everyone up here, they can see all the lights on, is having a go at them.
Yeah.
So they know that, and they'll be feeling pressure to get on with it. But I just think that they're going off too early. The reading that they're taking is one thing, okay, but it is not, I mean, in most of our views, dark enough to not be playing.
Exactly, and that's exactly what we were saying, John, about when they made that decision to come off early about the rain, because they saw it coming.
Yes.
Now, that is a good decision, but then also, on the same sort of plane, it's sort of like, well, hold on a minute, we can see this just dipping and then just getting a bit lighter again, you know what I mean? So we're going to just stick with it for a couple of overs, and then it will just stop everyone filing off and filing back.
Well, they're waiting, obviously, for an improvement, and arms folded, they're having a chat with the groundsman, and that's all that's happening at the moment. The players are milling around, and the fact the umpires are out there with their coats and their hats on and so on means that they will just wave to the dressing room, say, right, that's it, come on, everyone, and out you come again. But I can see they're not out batsmen. There are two levels of dressing rooms here, so they started off at the first level, and they had a good chat in there, but now both of them are heading upstairs.
Who are these two running out on the outfield here?
I know, it's a bit strange.
I suspect they're Pakistani one-day players.
With whites on there.
I don't know.
They've got the cones out. They've got some cones out. They're going to do some running drills.
She's one Shadab.
During the floodlight, it's like my son doing some head tennis out there.
Talking of that, Michael missed that extraordinary demonstration last night of your fives.
All the fives.
I know, yes. And he was showing us graphically last night.
That's right, bit of top step,
Yes.
bit of apple pot, bit of dead man
that's true. Much love and
நீங்கள் பார்த்துக் கொண்டிருப்பது டிவி. இன்றைய போட்டியின் நேரடியை தற்போது நாம் பார்த்துக் கொண்டிருக்கிறோம். தொடர்ந்து பாகிஸ்தான் இங்கிலாந்தோடு விளையாடி கொண்டிருக்கக்கூடிய இந்த போட்டியினுடைய நேரலையை நாம் தற்போது பார்த்துக் கொண்டிருக்கிறோம். இன்றைய போட்டியினுடைய மிக முக்கியமான ஒரு நிகழ்வாக நாம் தொடர்ந்து பார்க்கக்கூடிய இந்த போட்டியில் தற்பொழுது பாகிஸ்தான் இரண்டாம் நாள் ஆட்டத்தினுடைய முடிவில், அதாவது இன்னும் கூட போட்டி முடியவில்லை, 40 ஓவர்கள் இன்னும் வீச வேண்டியிருக்கிறது. ஆனாலும் கூட 223 ரன்கள் பெற்றிருக்கிறார்கள், 9 விக்கெட் இழந்திருக்கிறார்கள். குறிப்பாக சொல்ல வேண்டுமென்றால் 2 பேட்ஸ்மேன்களை தவிர, அதாவது அபித் அலி அதே போல முகமது ரிஸ்வான், இந்த 2 பேட்ஸ்மேனை தவிர வேறு யாரும் பெரிய அளவிலே ரன்களை பெறவில்லை. பாபர் அசாம் 47 ரன்களை பெற்றிருந்தார். ஆகவே இந்த போட்டியிலே இரண்டாவது டெஸ்ட் போட்டி, இந்த போட்டி ரோஸ் பவுல் சவுத்ஹாம்ப்டன் கிரிக்கெட் கிரவுண்டிலே நடந்து கொண்டிருக்கக்கூடிய இந்த போட்டியின் நேரலை நாம் பார்த்துக் கொண்டிருக்கிறோம். பாகிஸ்தான் இங்கிலாந்தோடு விளையாடக்கூடிய இரண்டாவது டெஸ்ட் போட்டி. இதில் முன்னதாக டாஸில் வெற்றி பெற்ற பாகிஸ்தான் அணி தொடர்ந்து பேட்டிங்கை தேர்வு செய்து விளையாட ஆரம்பித்தார்கள். ஆரம்பித்த முதல் ஓவரிலேயே ஒரு விக்கெட்டை இழந்தது பாகிஸ்தான். அதன் பிறகு தொடர்ந்து விளையாடி கொண்டிருக்கக்கூடிய பாகிஸ்தான் அணி அடுத்தடுத்த விக்கெட்டுகளை பறிகொடுத்து வந்திருந்தார்கள். தற்பொழுது அந்த விவரங்களை நாம் பார்த்திருக்கிறோம். இங்கே முதலாவதாக ஷான் மசூத் 1 ரன்னுக்கு அவுட் ஆக்கியிருந்தார் ஜேம்ஸ் ஆண்டர்சனுடைய பந்து வீச்சிலே. அதற்கு அடுத்ததாக அபித் அலி 60 ரன்களை பெற்று curranனுடைய பந்து வீச்சில் அவுட் ஆக்கியிருந்தார். அதன் பிறகு அசார் அலி கேப்டன் ஆஃப் பாகிஸ்தான் 20 ரன்களோடு ஜேம்ஸ் ஆண்டர்சனுடைய பந்து வீச்சில் அவுட் ஆக்கிவிட்டார். அதன் பிறகு பாபர் அசாம் தொடர்ந்து சில நேரம் விளையாடி 47 ரன்களை பெற்றிருந்தார். ஸ்டூவர்ட் பிராடினுடைய பந்து வீச்சில் அவரும் கூட அவுட் ஆக்கி பந்தில் திரும்பினார். அதன் பிறகு ஷஃபீக் ஸ்டூவர்ட் பிராடினுடைய பந்து வீச்சில் இரண்டாவது விக்கெட்டாக பிராடுக்கு ஏற்பட்டது. அது 5 ரன்களில் ஆட்டம் இழந்தார். அதன் பிறகு ஃபாவட் அலாம் இவர் ஓக்ஸினுடைய பந்து வீச்சில் டக் அவுட்டாக கவனம் திரும்பினார். அதன் பிறகு முகமது ரிஸ்வான் களமிறங்கி தொடர்ந்து இப்பொழுது வரை விளையாடி கொண்டிருக்கிறார், 60 ரன்கள் பெற்றிருக்கிறார். யாசிர் ஷா ஜேம்ஸ் ஆண்டர்சனுடைய பந்து வீச்சில் 5 ரன்களுக்கு அவுட் ஆனார். ஷஹீன் ஷா அதே போல் ரன் அவுட்டாக சிப்லியினுடைய பந்து வீச்சில் ரன் அவுட் ஆகி அதன் மூலமாக 0 ரன்களை பெற்றிருந்தார், ரன் எதுவும் இல்லை. ஆகவே முகமது அப்பாஸ் LBW ஸ்டூவர்ட் பிராடோடைய 3வது விக்கெட்டாக LBW ஆக்கப்பட்டார். ஆகவே முகமது அப்பாஸ் 2 ரன்களுக்கு அவுட் ஆனார். நசீம் ஷா த லாஸ்ட் மேன் இன்டு த க்ரீஸ் என்று சொல்வார்கள். ஆகவே இந்த கடைசி பேட்ஸ்மேன் நசீம் ஷா தற்போது களத்தில் இருக்கிறார். 1 ரன்னோடு இவரோடு முகமது ரிஸ்வான் 60 ரன்களுடனும் களத்தில் இருக்கிறார்கள். இந்த போட்டியிலே இன்னும் 43 ஓவர்கள், இந்த நாள் இரண்டாம் நாள் ஆட்டத்திலே இன்னும் 43 ஓவர்கள் வீசப்பட வேண்டும். ஆனால் இன்னும் நேற்றைய நாள் முதல் நாள் ஆட்டம் அப்பொழுது மழையின் காரணமாக போட்டி இறுதியிலே நிறுத்தப்பட்டது, இடையிலும் கூட நிறுத்தப்பட்டது. அதே போல் இன்றைய போட்டி போதுமான வெளிச்சம் இல்லை என்ற காரணத்தினால், பேட் லைட் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய அந்த காரணத்தினால் இந்த போட்டி தற்போது நேரலை நிறுத்தி வைக்கப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. இந்த நிலையில் தற்போது குறிப்பாக இங்கிலாந்துடைய பந்து வீச்சாளர்கள் என்று கணக்கில் பார்க்கும்போது ஜேம்ஸ் ஆண்டர்சன் 24 ஓவரில் 5 மெய்டன் 48 ரன்கள் 3 விக்கெட் என்ற முதல் நிலையிலே அவர் இருந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறார். அதே போல் ஸ்டூவர்ட் பிராட் 25 ஓவர் 7 மெய்டன் 56 ரன்கள் 3 விக்கெட் என்று தலா இருவரும் ஜேம்ஸ் ஆண்டர்சனும் ஸ்டூவர்ட் பிராடும் தலா 3 விக்கெட்டுகளை எடுத்திருக்கிறார்கள். curran 1 விக்கெட் 44 ரன்கள் 18 ஓவர் 3 மெய்டன் என்ற நிலையிலும், அதே போல ஓக்ஸ் 19 ஓவர் 3 மெய்டன் 55 ரன்கள் 1 விக்கெட் என்று இந்த 4 பந்து வீச்சாளர்கள் மட்டுமே பாகிஸ்தானுடைய 9 விக்கெட்டுகளை, அதாவது 3, 6, 7, 8, 9 விக்கெட்டுகளை எடுத்திருக்கிறார்கள். 1 ரன் அவுட்டாக சிப்லியினுடைய பந்து ஸ்டம்பை பதம் பார்த்தது. ஆகவே அந்த 1 சேர்த்து 9 விக்கெட்டுகள் இழந்திருக்கிறார்கள். இன்னும் அடுத்த இறுதி பேட்ஸ்மேன் களத்தில் இருக்கிறார். ஆகவே பாகிஸ்தான் இதுவரை எடுத்திருக்கிற ஸ்கோர் என்று பார்க்கும்போது 100 ரன்கள் 126 ரன்கள் என்ற நிலையிலே
2 விக்கெட் என்று இருந்தது. அதற்கு பிறகு 3 விக்கெட்டாக மாறியது. அதன் பிறகு 150 ரன்கள் வருவதற்குள்ளே 150 ரன்கள் வரக்குள்ளே 5 விக்கெட்டுகளை இழந்தார்கள். அதன் பிறகு ரெகுலர் இன்டர்வல்ஸ் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய இடைப்பட்ட காலத்தில் விக்கெட்டுகள் தொடர்ந்து இழந்து கொண்டே வந்தது. தற்போது 223 ரன்கள் வரை உயர்ந்திருக்கிறார்கள். இதில் முக்கியமாக பார்க்க வேண்டும் என்று சொன்னால் அபிட் அலி 60 ரன்கள், அதே போல தற்போது விளையாடி கொண்டிருக்கக்கூடிய முகமது ரிஸ்வான் 60 ரன்களோடு களத்தில் இருக்கிறார். பாபர் அசாம் 3 ரன்கள் குறைந்து 47 ரன்களோடு அவுட் ஆகி கவனித்திருந்தாராகவே அவர் அரை சதம் காணுவதற்கு வாய்ப்பில்லாமல் சென்றுவிட்டது. அபிட் அலியும் முகமது ரிஸ்வான் இருவரும் 60 ரன்கள் அதிகபட்சமாக எடுத்திருக்கிறார்கள். ரிஸ்வான் இன்னும் விளையாடி கொண்டிருக்கிறார். இறுதி பேட்ஸ்மேனாக நசீம் ஷா விளையாடி கொண்டிருக்கிறார் 1 ரன்னோடு. இந்த நிலையில் தற்போதைய 2ஆம் நாள் ஆட்டத்தினுடைய நேரலையை நாம் பார்த்து கொண்டிருக்கிறோம். இந்த போட்டி நிச்சயமாக டியூ டு பேட் லைட் என்று சொல்வார்கள், போதிய வெளிச்சம் இல்லாதனால் நிறுத்தப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. மீண்டும் போட்டி தொடருமா என்பதில் மிகப்பெரிய கேள்விக்குறியாகத்தான் இருக்கிறதாகவே மீண்டும் இன்றையும் கூட மழையின் காரணமாக ஆரம்பத்தில் போட்டி நிறுத்தப்பட்டது. அதன் பிறகுதான் போட்டி சிறிது நேர கால இடைவெளிக்கு பிறகுதான் ஆரம்பிக்கப்பட்டதாகவே தொடர்ந்து போட்டியில் பல்வேறு இடையூறுகள் நேற்றும் இன்றும் நடந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறது. இதன் மூலமாக அடுத்தடுத்து வரக்கூடிய நிகழ்வுகள் என்னவாக இருக்கும், ரன்கள் குறைவாக இருக்கிறதாகவே இங்கிலாந்து பந்து வீச்சாளர்கள் மிக சிறப்பாக பந்து வீசியிருக்கிறார்கள். அவர்களும் கூட பேட்டிங் செய்யும் போது மிக சிறப்பாக விளையாடுவார்கள் என்று எதிர்பார்க்கப்படுகிறது. ஏனென்றால் இது அவர்களுடைய சொந்த மண் என்பதன் காரணத்தினால். அது மட்டுமல்லாமல் தொடர்ந்து இவர்கள் பந்து வீச்சின் பாகிஸ்தானுடைய சிறப்பான பந்து வீச்சு இருந்தால் மட்டுமே இந்த போட்டியில் வெற்றி பெறுவதற்கான வாய்ப்பு இருக்கும் என்று எதிர்பார்க்கலாம். முதல் போட்டி ஏற்கனவே நடந்து முடிந்திருக்கிறது. அந்த போட்டியிலே பாகிஸ்தான் வெற்றி பெறும் என்று எதிர்பார்த்த நிலையில் இறுதி நேரத்திலே பாகிஸ்தான் தோல்வியை தழுவியது. இங்கிலாந்து மிகச்சிறப்பாக பந்து வீசி இறுதி நாளான கடைசி நாள் 5ஆம் நாள் அன்று இங்கிலாந்து அணி மிகச்சிறப்பான ரன்களை பெற்று வெற்றி பெற்றார்கள். 5 விக்கெட்டுகளை கடந்தும் கூட அவர்கள் மிக சிறப்பாக 7 விக்கெட்டுகளை கடந்து 3 விக்கெட் வித்தியாசத்திலே வெற்றி பெற்றார்களாகவே முதல் டெஸ்ட் போட்டி இங்கிலாந்து வெற்றி பெற்றிருக்கிறது. 2வது டெஸ்ட் போட்டி த ரோஸ் பவுல் கிரிக்கெட் ஸ்டேடியம், சவுத்ஹாம்ப்டன் கிரிக்கெட் ஸ்டேடியம் அங்கே நாம் பார்த்து கொண்டிருக்கிறோம். இந்த போட்டியினுடைய நேரலை தொடர்ந்து 3ஆம் நாள் ஆட்டம் நாளை நடக்கிறது. இதுடன் இன்றைய போட்டி நேரலை இந்த நேரலை இதுவரை வெளிச்சம் போதாத காரணத்தினால் போட்டி ஆரம்பிக்கப்படவில்லை என்று தெரிவித்தார்கள். மீண்டும் இன்றைய போட்டி இத்தோடு நிறுத்தப்படுமா அல்லது நாளை தொடருமா என்பதெல்லாம் தொடர்ந்து பார்க்கலாம். ஒரு சிறிய இடைவேளைக்கு பிறகு மீண்டும் இணைவோம். தொடர்ந்து இணைந்திருங்கள். இது STV.
It's been sporting.
Yeah.
It's sporting.
Yeah.
I think all the pitches this summer are good, fantastic. Yeah, very good. I think to be asked to produce 3 Test match wickets in Manchester week after week, and then obviously one here at the start of the summer, and then 2 more in the space of 2 weeks. Now, when you think that the last 3 weeks have been quite hard, you can remember the one-day team practicing here, preparing here, and then the one-day series against Ireland. So they've had just so many wickets. So they've done a remarkable job.
It's not easy. I mean, anyone out there with a front lawn or a back lawn, you've got to roll it. You've got to get all the levels of the load.
You sound like you have experience in
what
this.
kind of mower do you have? Do you have the kind of do you have sit on, or do you have just a manual roll kind of mower?
I've got some fella who comes around with a
Socially distanced.
Socially distanced, of course.
Okay.
Yes. But it's tricky to get very, very good pitches. I mean, these groundsmen, I mean, they really are very, they're wanted around the world. Good groundsmen to get good pitches. They just don't happen a good pitch. It takes years. It's like an apprenticeship. You've got to, it's like Chippendale or whatever his name is. The bloke who made the furniture. Who made the furniture?
I don't think it was
Chippendale. It was Chippendale, wasn't it?
What, Chippendale? I thought that was
How have we got onto Chippendale
that was a dance
in this
routine.
conversation?
No, I mean there were a couple of squirrels, but also no, it's Chippendale. But I'm sure it's Chippendale made the wood. Beautiful things. Doing the 15th and all the lovely desks and everything. I'm sure it's Chippendale.
Okay.
Those are to just put some things that feed the grass. It gets nice and
I think there's a little bit.
It's
I got into it in lockdown, I got into the grass properly.
You became a curator.
Yeah. First time I think I'd ever mowed my own lawn.
I saw you on the drive one.
Yeah, and you kind of just, you go and you feed your grass, you've got to look after it.
What do you feed it with?
Well, whatever I got from the garden centre.
Bone meal. I think it's
No, I give it steak and chips, Leash.
No, just leave it out on top.
A bit of sushi.
I have no
think it's
idea how
bone.
we've got into this conversation.
You just spread it, you have a spreader, and the problem that when I got the spreader, it has different settings for how much comes down at certain time, and I put it on the wrong setting, the spreader. So I bought my own spreader, and I went to get down the lawn with my spreader, and I put it on, it all just came out.
Yeah, no good.
And then it burns the lawn if you put too much in one spot. So there is one patch in my garden which just burns.
Sorry, I've got it here. Thomas Chippendale.
Good knowledge, Phil Tufnell. Thomas Chippendale, Senior, Shakespeare of English furniture makers.
Everyone knows that, Sean.
We've gone from 5s to furniture makers.
This is incredible. Right, Thomas Chippendale, who lived from 1718 to 79, is without question Britain's greatest cabinet maker.
Of course.
He excelled in every style he worked in, and the fashion for all things Chinese in his early career to the neoclassical with his straight lines derived from the ancient world. His reputation spread far beyond the shores of his homeland, and his genius is reflected in the number of beautifully designed and executed pieces of furniture that survive in excellent condition nearly 250 years after his death.
Listen, if you've got a Chippendale, it's worth a fortune.
You've done that on the one show, haven't you?
Well, no, I'm just interested in
I'm going to go
dresses.
to the iPlayer and then go back to the archives of your one show appearances. You have done something on the Chippendale. Have you got a Chippendale?
Thomas Chippendale. It's
TC.
Use the word Thomas,
Yeah, he's very, very good at making things.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you've just got that out of you.
Very good at laminating and things like that. It's beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff, as you say. If you get a chance to grab a Chippendale, grab it.
Worthwhile, is that what you're saying? Excellent use of your memory back there, I have to say, Phil. But
Still there, just.
it is fascinating talking about pictures. When we go to Australia, Michael, when we're down there, there is all sorts of talk in the build-up to a test match of the pitch, the curator, the pitch, the MCG.
Well, the curator in Australia gets interviewed, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
The day before
Always.
he's on the telly.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, yeah.
How many millimetres are left on the surface? It's always a talking point.
Are they still using those drop-in pitches?
Yeah,
or not?
drop-in pitches.
Not everywhere.
MCG, Adelaide Oval now is a drop-in.
Yeah, I don't like them.
Yeah, the Brisbane's not.
No.
Sydney, I think Sydney is, isn't it?
Oh, don't make Sydney a drop.
I think Sydney's become a drop. Maybe not. Maybe Sydney's
They don't break up, do they?
Perth, the new stadium is what's that? Is that? I think that's a drop in, isn't it? The drop.
Is that a drop-in?
I think it is. Yeah.
Yeah, because they use the same soil as the Wacker,
That's right. Yeah.
which is why it cracks up a
I mean, it's just like that. Is just like baking a cake, isn't it? Making a drop-in pitch.
But it is amazing. So states don't shift soil between states. So I think the MCG, they have a new curator in there, and he said it was going to take maybe 3 or 4 years before he had the soil that he wanted to create a better surface at the MCG, because in the last few years it's become a lot slower.
Yes. Well, it was that last the Ashes there last time when it was a terrible pitch. One of them, lots of runs, but it was flat, nothing happened. That's not a great noise that you want to hear.
No.
It's the hover cover being brought on. I don't know if there is some mizzle in the air, or they've had the indication early that we're not going to get too much more cricket.
Yeah, just looking at Matt Page, who was the Wacker turf manager, moved over to the MCG. No. he moved over to the MCG 3 years ago.
Yeah. Big money deal.
It was.
This is an interesting formation, isn't it? You've got a few at the front with rope, dragging it along like they're walking the dog.
I'd like the one fella at the back just he's not doing anything.
He's doing nothing. He's just giving it the big and just pretending he's doing nothing.
There's not a lot of urgency there, is there?
No, it's the hover cover. Is there anywhere else in the world that has the hover cover? I don't remember seeing it. In other countries, do you remember seeing it, Phil or Leash?
No.
Most just have the tarpaulin covers, don't they?
Yes.
Yeah, when I think of India, tarpaulin, Australia.
Tarpaulin.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sri Lanka's the one, isn't it, where they cover the whole ground? It's remarkable.
Get it on quick and all, don't they?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, they put the hover cover on the wrong pitch.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a giveaway with the stumps.
Yeah.
Is where the pitch is.
Yeah. Right a bit.
Yeah, 40 right.
Well, I've heard the Aussies are coming.
Yes, that's going to be fun, isn't it?
Yeah.
Looking forward to that.
Well
Yeah,
done
it's
there.
such wrong swap.
Yeah, well
Well,
done there.
as you would expect, I mean, not going to have too many injuries in recent times with no cricket. Some exciting, man. Josh Felipe will be worth watching if he gets a game. The unwicket batsman gives it a whack. Yeah, he's a good right-handed top order player. Whether he can get in the side.
Is he a Sydney?
Riley Meredith? He's in the team.
Is he a Sydney Sixer?
Yeah, he is.
He is, but he's from Perth.
Yeah.
Plays the longer format for WA, but obviously he's a sixer. They won it last year.
Yeah.
Sixers.
Riley Meredith is a hurricane. He comes in.
Yeah, he steams it. Yeah, good knowledge, Phil. Yeah.
But he's injury prone, but he should be fine now after some period, a period of time at home. So David Warner, Owen Finch.
Decent.
We've got Alex Carey.
Decent.
Marnus Labuschagne is coming over. Glenn Maxwell,
The Big Show.
the Big Show. He doesn't actually like being called the Big Show.
Well, it's interesting, Maxwell. Last year he was picked for a squad, wasn't he? Then pulled out. Was it just after Christmas?
Yeah, that's right.
There was a T20 or a tour that they were going on. He pulled out for some.
Yeah,
Was it personal reasons or injury or?
No, he wanted some time away.
Yeah, and there was whispers, wasn't there, that he may not want to come back. There was a whisper that he didn't like this kind of intensity of the international game, particularly the intensity that Justin Langer kind of produces around the squad. But it's good to see that he's back for Australia. He's one of those players, Glenn Maxwell, that you watch him and think, he's got everything. He's got everything, but just every now and again he doesn't quite think right and play the right shots at the right time. But he's certainly got all the clubs in the bag.
Just seeing there, assistant coach Andrew McDonald will miss the tour to travel to the rearranged Indian Premier League.
Yeah, he's the head coach.
Head coach of the Rajasthan Royals.
Yeah, Rajasthan, isn't he? He's a good coach. Really good coach. I think he was.
He worked with the Renegades with Aaron Finch.
Yeah, he won pretty much everything when he fixed the Renegades, and then he was going to be the Birmingham coach for the 100. Superchargers at Headingley. Darren Lehman's in charge of the Superchargers.
Oval Invincibles, Southern Brave, Trent Rockets, Welsh Fire.
Welsh Fire?
Yeah. A few Aussies over at the Welsh Fire.
Yes, that's
Smith is heading over there.
Mitchell Starr, Johnny Bears too, he's there, and
They sound strong already.
Yeah, they're all strong. All the teams are amassed with high-class white ball talent. The sassy team, Andrew Ty's in the other squad. Bowled a bag of tricks, didn't he?
Yeah, he does.
Stoinis is in. Mitchell Starr, there he's in there. It's Mitchell Marsh. He's in. He's a bit like the hokey pokey, isn't he? Mitchell Marsh.
It's a full strength team. Nathan Lyon. So you would expect him to play in the one-day internationals, whether he'd get a go in the T20s. The T20 World Cup, of course, being postponed. Won't be happening in Australia in October, but the India one will happen. That's the next scheduled T20 World Cup, and the Australia one to follow that. And watching Australia in Australia, they were outstanding. I mean, big pitches. They had their tactics all down. I mean, they've got such an incredible batting lineup, but bowling it into the pitch, the spinners were coming into the game. They just looked in control of what they were doing, running the twos incredibly hard, and you just felt that they'd be a pretty hard team to beat in the T20 World Cup down under. But unfortunately, we'll have to wait for that now.
Oh, stumps are out.
Yeah, it doesn't look good here. Stumps coming out.
Well, it's Richard Calver's actually taking the stumps with him. They're obviously he's having them in his room tonight.
He's done. No,
My
she's not.
stumps, I'm taking them with me. Wouldn't it be great? Tomorrow we'll start at 10:30 tomorrow morning. That'll be great.
What a good idea.
Yeah, we're all here. Yeah, we're all at 10:30. An extra hour tomorrow, a bit longer.
Yeah, you haven't got to get all the public in. So why don't we just start at 10:30?
Yeah.
Well, that time I'm just finishing off with breakfast. Might not suit me.
Well, they're getting the right pitch now, Phil. There you go. It's going 4 to the right. And it's just floating nicely. There you go. Stop.
Yeah, to me.
To you, to me. That's it. It's a bit off. That's better. Straight in. That's better. It's just a little bit off.
Alright, gentlemen, I'm going to pop off. So,
Where are you going? Have you had enough?
I've had enough of you two. 223 for 9 then, Pakistan, before bad light stop play. A few more words from you both, and then it will be Jonathan Agnew returning.
Go on, mate, you say something. How you
We've been at it a while, haven't we?
I'm a little bit dry.
Yes. I'll tell you what, we've seen on the television now, Mohammad Abbas.
It's going to be a handful.
Yeah, Sam, this kind of week, if we get clouds around, I think they are due again tomorrow. And the ball's fizzed through nicely. It's gone through nicely to Josh Buttler today. The bounce has been there. And you feel that Pakistan have stuck themselves into this test match with they play with great discipline and real strong mindset that Pakistan have played with today. They've hung in there and they're now just sneaking themselves to a half decent first. It's great. Nothing in a good Aggers. You're back. Where did you went practicing the banjo or something?
Well, I had a little practice, a quiet strum, and then I heard the covers going back on, so I thought what I'll do, I'll come back, we'll say goodbye to our Radio 4 listeners in a moment, and then we'll have our review of the day, because although it hasn't been pulled off, so this is very much a repeat of what happened yesterday. So we've got 3 umpires waiting really, the ground staff. I'm not quite sure whether they bothered to move the cover across today, because I don't think it's going to rain, but it's just one of those signs that you have of a day is slowly drifting towards its end, and the light isn't going to improve, and they went off an hour or so ago. It's not going to get any better.
I guess just saying, I've had a direct message on Instagram from the Eton Fives Association.
Oh, good.
Direct now. Me and the Eton Fives.
Well, he was going
yeah, I've been with them now, yeah.
I think you'd be good at that.
Yeah.
It's straight. It's nice to know that it's still popular too. So, we'll say goodbye to our four listeners shortly. We will continue our 5 Live Sports Edge. Of course, there is a miracle and resumption. Azhar. But then, as we were hearing earlier on, I mean, Karachi was pretty dark, so I don't think it's as bad as Karachi, and they still played in that.
Yeah, it's a bad weather. What can you do? You can't control the weather.
No, you can't. Were you playing in that game? I can't remember. No, were you playing in that the Karachi game in the dark?
No.
Was that before your time?
No, it was my time, but I was playing that.
You were selected.
I think there was I.
You were there though, weren't you?
Yeah, I was there. Yes, it's rough. I'm just running around.
I mean, that was properly dark.
Yeah.
There was no question of any of that then, but there weren't any floodlights or anything there. But there's a good crowd. And Steve Buttler, I know, rather stuck to his guns. He felt that Pakistan didn't do some time wasting, which they had. And so he said, Moeen Khan was captain, I think, was he the keeper? I think he said to Moeen, listen, you wasted time, but I'm telling you now, we'll be playing on. So it was literally dark.
It was very dark. I remember someone hit, I think Poppy was hit sweep hard, and Indy was running the other way. All was went. I was scared like.
Well, no one could see anything. I mean, it really was. It was remarkable. So this, in comparison, is like a beautiful summer's afternoon, but very frustrating. A bit of a roundup then for people who may be tuning our way on Radio 4 and who will be leaving us in a moment or so. The score is 2:23 for 9 at the moment, which is where we will probably be leaving things today. And today, Yasir was out for 5 after Babar Azam was the first man to go, caught behind off Broad for 47. Yasir out for 5. Shaheen and Afridi run out rather chaotically for 0. And Mohammad Abbas was LBW to Broad for 2 after a stand of 39 with Rizwan, of which he made 2. So we'll be saying goodbye to long wave listeners, but the highlights are on BBC 4 again tonight. As at 7 p.m, BBC 2 at 11:20, or of course they're available on the iPlayer. We're back at 11:02 tomorrow after we're observing a silence for the 75th anniversary of VJ Day. Sorry about the weather again, but we'll look forward to your company again tomorrow. Right, they're away, and we can begin our review of the day. Gentlemen, so I'll do another little sum for people again for the start of the podcast, which can be downloaded later at bbc.co.uk and the usual places and so on. Close of play of the second day of this second test match between England and Pakistan at the Aegis Bowls is Pakistan on 2:23 for 9 after 86 overs. So basically now, after 2 days, we've basically lost a whole day's play. Some can be made up, but without getting too complicated with calculations, effectively we've lost a whole day's play now, not to rain, but to what has been judged to be bad light, and that has obviously sparked all sorts of comment and criticism about whether the light is fit for play, whether it's unreasonable to play, whether it's dangerous to play. It's the usual interpretation that has to be implemented by the umpires, and they have decided again, and not for the first time this summer, that play was not good enough. Mohammad Rizwan is 16 not out, and how well he's played too. A real chirpy character, and he's held this lower order together. He and Mohammad Abbas, but on 39 together. He of course batting at number 10, and he was eventually out LBW abroad for just 2 out of that stand of 39. And we'll talk about England's tactics during that moment, I'm sure, along with Michael Vaughan and Azam who are sitting alongside me, just to run through the event. So basically Babar Azam was caught behind off Stuart Broad for 47. Yasir made 5. He was caught behind off James Anderson. Shaheen Afridi hung around for a while, but then he fell victim for the second time, not him, but Sibley's second direct hit run out in 2 matches, which is a good effort. Again, it's quite a long range, and Shaheen Afridi stranded was out for 0. And then Mohammad Abbas, as described, LBW to Broad. England regrouped after tea, basically. They got things back on track again, set some sensible fields, and this one was pitched up from Broad, nipped back at number 10 in front, out for 2. So 2:23 for 9, all a bit frustrating if you're just loving cricket and want to see some play, frankly. Anderson's taken 3 for 48, Stuart Broad 3 for 56, Sam Curran 1 for 44. And Chris Woakes 1 for 55. So where should we start? Let's start with Michael Vaughan then, shall we? And what's your assessment of what's happened here today?
Well, I think we're in for, even though there's been a lot of cricket lost, I think it's a test match that all results are still possible because of the surface, the conditions. I think Pakistan should be very, very proud of the way that they fought, played with great discipline, skill, because
there's so much action out there. There's so much swing. There's so much seam. Mohammad Rizwan has played a blind really to get Pakistan up to this 223. They're getting to the 10 or 15. I would say they're not too far off par in terms of what they've had to bat in. And then you look at the likes of Naseem, Shah, Shaheen, Afridi, Mohammad Abbas on this kind of wicket. If they get it right, if it carries on like this, and I believe the forecast is very similar for a few days, a team will get bowled out very cheaply. Because I think there will be a session where the outside edges are found. As long as you take your chances, I'm not too sure which innings it'll be, but I do think there'll be an innings that potentially a team will get bowled out cheaply on this kind of surface. England had a similar spell this afternoon to a couple of spells that I thought they had in Manchester, where they just seemed to just switch off and they just allow the game to Miranda along, and tactically it didn't look quite right. Then all of a sudden the break comes and they come out with different tactics, which suggests to me that the coach has sat them down and gone, what are you doing? Get back to the basics of the game. And that's a bit of a concern for me with this test team, that it happens quite consistently, that they seem to lose track of what is required out in the middle. It takes a break or a moment for them to suddenly go back into the dressing room with the coaches to sit with them and go, just cover the basics.
It's a way of getting a message out. I mean, you see the 12th man running out with gloves for a batsman, don't you? And saying, get on with it or something, as they pass the gloves over that aren't really put on.
Yeah.
Is there a way that a coach can get a message out of the captain and say, what is going on? Sort things out. And someone comes out and passes the message on and then goes back into the dressing room.
Well, you could have that situation, but you'd like to think when you've got so much experience out in the middle, you've got Joe Root as captain into his 43rd or 44th game as a captain. You've got Stuart Broad and Jimmy Anderson who played hundreds of test matches together. It's surprising me that we do continuously have moments where the team don't seem to be getting the tactics right. Pakistan are back in the game, no question about that. England are going to have to fight hard with the bat tomorrow, because you would expect, in particular, Mohammad Abbas to be a real handful on this wicket.
Yes. Go on then, Azhar. I thought sort of 180 all out would be something that England would have been looking for today. One stage Pakistan were 176 for 8 when Shaheen was run out for naught. That still feels to be quite below par, but they've come clawing back. And I wonder how you think 223, say they get, 240, something like that. That would be a reasonable score under the circumstances.
Yeah, if they can manage to get another 15-20 runs, that'll be crucial. But I thought Rizwan played really well, and he was very sensible. When ball was doing and hopping around, he was stick with Babar Azam, and they've shown some great discipline, good technique, and great temperament. And when Rizwan was running out of the partner, and then he started to play a few shots, and at that period when Michael said, England were changed their plans, and we saw 3 men back on the boundary and change their length, and which allow Mohammad Rizwan to get extra bit of runs. And we saw I think Shaheen batted 19 minutes 19 balls without any runs, and Abbas 19 balls for 2 runs only.
Yes.
And allow Rizwan to get 30-40 runs added, which was really crucial. One stage I was thinking, 180, Pakistan will bowl out 180, and then little bit plan change from England helped Pakistan.
Yeah. Tell us a bit about Mohammad Rizwan. I mean, he's not a young man, he's 28, isn't he? And he's been, this is 8th test. But was he always likely to be the man who took Sarfaraz's place?
Yes, he was around with the team for I think 4 or 5 years, and he played under when Sarfraz was batting. He played as a batsman in New Zealand, one of the games. So Mickey Arthur used to really like him, his temperament, and he's a hard-working guy, and always does something for the team, and one of the fittest guy in Pakistan team. And he's always been there, but unfortunately Sarfraz was captain for last 4 years, and he couldn't get his chance. But every time before the World Cup, he got opportunity to play against Australia when Sarfraz was rested, and he got back-to-back 100 against Australian bowling lineup. I know it was Sharjah, Dubai pitches, but he managed to get those runs, and he was the highest run scorer against Lions last year when they were playing the series, and he was way ahead of every other batsman who played in that series. So he's there, and he deserved to be in this situation. I always seen him playing some short, but today I was really impressed with his temperament, technique, and discipline.
He looks like one of those typically spiky wicketkeeper batsmen batting at number 7. Winds you up. He's a bit chirpy behind the stumps, and he scores really useful runs.
Yeah, and today I thought he played perfectly because he was just hanging in there. When Azam was out there, he just knew that Babar was playing with great control. Maybe learned a little bit from the way Babar played. He was just leaving outside off stump, waiting for the straight ball. It's not a pitch, or it hasn't played in a way that you think that a player could come out there and start driving it on the up from ball one. And, if you take high risk options on here, I don't think many will survive too long. Yeah. But when he got down to the likes of Shaheen Afridi and now Mohammad Abbas, he had to take the gamble. That shot to Chris Woakes when he danced down and pulled it over mid wicket, that was a terrific shot. And he's a competitor. Behind the stumps, he's noisy, but he's very, very good. He catches pretty much everything. And when you are a chirpy player, you've got to back it up with performance. And so far, in this game in particular with the bat, he's just given Pakistan a glimmer of hope because Pakistan got bowled out. And I think England should have bowled Pakistan out in the conditions that they'd bowled if they'd fielded a bit better for about 150. Yeah. So they've already allowed Pakistan to get a score that is a bit more than they should have done. You just know with this Pakistan bowling lineup, if they get it right tomorrow, England just have one of those days where they're not quite switched on and they play a few loose shots. One thing's for sure with the England Test match team, it can be bowled out cheaply. We've seen it a lot in the past, particularly when the ball does a bit. So I do think this partnership's been crucial, and Rizwan's given Pakistan a real good chance tomorrow of causing a little bit of chaos in the England batting lineup.
Just watching the umpires, they've wandered around. They've walked off without their hats on, which is often a bit of a sign, but they're lingering and talking to the Pakistan team there in front of the dressing room, and they're not hurrying away. It's not as though they're going to pack their stuff up and leave. There's lots of that conversation going on. I'm not sure it's been called off yet.
I like all the tracksuits on them. Well, they have, which is a bit of a sign.
Yeah, but there's a little conversation going on there, like a friendly chat with umpire.
I think it's got a bit lighter now. This is my eyes are not working quite as well, but
we'll keep an eye on what's happening out there. We've got umpire Saggers with his arms folded, is looking out at the skyline. He's got the ground stop out there for company. They're not doing anything. They're not putting out any extra sheets. They're not putting the pitch to bed for the night, in other words, which is again one of those signs that you get when players have been called off for the day. It's simply at the moment the bad light has stopped play with Pakistan on 223 for 9. I've got Azhar with me. I've got Michael Vaughan with me. We're analysing the day's play, and this will be available to download later on. Let's just get clear what happened then with England today. And it has happened before. You get a batsman who's playing well, number 7 in this case, Rizwan, and he's obviously playing quite carefully because the conditions demand that. Then suddenly you get the number 10 come out, who is very good, and so you suddenly the plans need to change again. Right, that's it. So we're going to just deny Rizwan strike if we can, deny him boundaries if we can. Men go out. We've got to try and make sure that we get the number 10 on strike. And suddenly the basic element of running up and bowling the line and length that got you the wickets in the first place, and has had Rizwan in trouble. And we talked about the drive being the most dangerous shot possibly in these conditions, and the ball going away. That's gone. 3 men go out. It's a complete hang on. What's going on here? Don't you also blow a whistle and say stop? What's going on? And that's what happened this afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, it's always easy from also when you take away the emotions of actually the game situation. You're not involved. We're just seeing it. And 11 years I've not been involved, but the more I watch cricket, the more I understand that you just keep it dead simple. And when teams start spreading the field, I did it on a few occasions and got it wrong. And I understand from the captaincy point of view that it's difficult, but the more that they could listen to people that are emotionally attached, the better they'll become, because you just don't need to spread it. The third man they put down, and that was the right decision because Rizwan was swinging. The top edge could easily have gone down. He's played a couple of ramp shots, fine leg back, square leg back, but then ring field on a pitch like this, and if he plays a few shots on the up through extra cover, you've got to just accept that he's played some wonderful shots, and it just surprised me that this England side was so much experience in the bowling department, because you've got to remember, the finger's always pointed at the captain, but Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad, there's most caps bowling due with more wickets than anybody.
Would Joe Root stand up? So just say that there's one of those two saying, right, that's it, man back there, let's have a man back a deep square leg.
single and try to bowl and suddenly you change your plans. It's always happened, and it's still happening in this game as well. So my question is, if Babar was playing with Rizwan, you're going to change the tactics? You're not going to change the tactics. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. And pitch is doing so much, if you hit the areas, and it's always there. We saw 80-year-old ball was hooping around and doing a lot, and ball does a lot in this innings. And why we want to change that? Yeah, we can easily we can sit down and say things like that. It's different when you're on the field and making those.
But again, the more that you watch the game from this perspective, which again isn't emotionally attached, the more you understand it. As soon as you switch to that tactic, you mentally really believe you're going to get that batsman out unless he makes a big error.
Yes, that's
and that is the psychological shift that you allow the opposing team. Then massive gaps, they're not the ones in the twos, and on a wicket like this that's doing plenty. 10 runs is a lot of runs. 10 runs is a huge amount of runs, so don't allow them these easy ones and twos. And also have the mindset of top of off stump, got to bowl them out, and you have to get Rizwan out. That's the mindset I would try and portray to the team, is that always have the mindset of pitch like this. You've got to get whoever's facing, got to get them out. Don't allow them to kind of think that you're giving them belief and them confidence to think that you can't get them out by spreading the field. And they've done it a lot. It's not just that it's a one-off. They have had this tactical manoeuvre quite often in Test match cricket.
It's interesting also when you're the bowler, even if you're vastly experienced, when you've only got 2 balls to bowl, you finally get the number 10 or 11 down on the strike, you sort of tense up. I've got to get him out. I've got 2 balls. I've got to get him out. And suddenly again you're thinking, you slightly lose that discipline, and you almost feel yourself tense up because you've only got those 2 balls. A short ball, okay, might soften him up possibly, but it's probably a wasted ball. So you're probably not going to bowl the bounce that he would when he get the full over. As in fact, Stuart Broad did that, didn't he, when he had finally a full over and Abbas going back a short couple. He didn't want to do it earlier on. So it's amazing. Even at the highest level, you just get a little bit scrambled, and they go off for tea, come back, and it's completely back to normal again. And of course they got the wicket. Still no word here of.
Do you think he's got lighter?
I'd like to think that it has, but maybe because there's an extra light that's been lit up down there for the interviews down by the television area. I can't see who it is. I think it's a very tall Englishman who's being put up for interviews down there, so I'm not sure who it is, but anyway, whoever it is, you will hear him appearing in the podcast and so on later on when this is available. I'm looking forward to seeing Pakistan bowl tomorrow. Whatever they get with the bat is one thing, but the thought of the 2 young lads tearing in Mohammad Abbas, that horrible, wobbly, tantalising, teasing, medium pace, he could be really tricky on that.
Yeah, he will be a handful on this pitch because of his line and length, the area he bowls around 4 or 5 meters, and which we saw England, most of the England wicket came on that sort of area where they bowled that one, and he will bowl all day in that area, and he can bowl long spell. And then the other end you got Shaheen, Shah, Afridi, who can swing the ball, seam the ball, and late swing as well with the new ball as well. And then Naseem, Shan, if you're running in, and as you mentioned, if it's extra pace, we'll do some.
But we don't know what it's going to be. There's some balls bounce quite alarming.
Mohammad Abbas's record for Leicestershire was ridiculous. And these are the kind of wickets that he would have bowled on a county pitch that's just got plenty of action. We've seen the Duke ball swinging up to the 80th over and manoeuvring itself off the seam. So I can't imagine it's not going to suddenly do that. Again, sleepless nights for the opening batsman. I'm sorry, I wouldn't be able to sleep tonight knowing that we're going to face Mohammad Abbas on that.
I've seen Mohammad Abbas. I was bowling coach at that time. He got 10 for against Australia in Abu Dhabi pitch. So because of his line and length and asking question, hitting those stumps, and he bowled with a really straight line in those pitches.
How did you get them LBW made?
LBW bowled and caught behind as well.